9 months, 854 games, endless Jayos, all come down to this, with 3 teams already headed off to Beijing for the Swiss stage at Worlds in 11, already looking forward to 2026. There are 2 teams left to forge a path to glory. It is a matchup filled with rivalries, history, and a legacy, with the winner destined with a date with the unkillable Demon King. It's the final showdown of the LPL in 2025, JDG and Invictus Gaming, starting now on LPL English. Welcome everybody to the analyst desk. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk and K-Man for what hopes to be a really exciting 5-game series to try to send our final team to international competition in 2025. Alk, it's been a long road here on the channel throughout the season, and we have a really fun matchup to wrap things up today.
It's just beautiful, man. Like, we get the first best of 5 of IG and JDG all year long. We started in Demacia Cup in December, and 10 months later, we are ending the year. I don't know what I was expecting to see at the end of the LPL in 2025, but this feels right. We're doing IG and JDG to send off.
It is definitely poetic. There's no other way to put it. You've got some former teammates going up against each other, so many storylines going head-to-head, and it all culminating in this gigantic best of 5 here today. You couldn't really ask for 2 better teams to encapsulate how this LPL year has gone, and I think both of them hopefully are going to bring their A game because they both can bring some fireworks here today.
Fireworks is one way to put it, as both these teams had some high highs and some low lows, and that makes it even more, impressive and incredible that we're going to get our first best of 5 between both IG and JDG. But take a look at how we got here. Let's take one last look at our incomplete bracket. One more match to go. Of course, Top Esports qualifying as the 3 seed with a 3-1 win over Invictus Gaming, while JD Gaming ended up taking down Weibo last night. Unfortunate to say goodbye to Weibo, who have dominated these regional finals for the last 2 years, but opening the door here for JDG, who missed an opportunity to qualify for Worlds in 2024.
Oh, man. Last year was really tragic as well. Like, a long series, Weibo ended up taking them down. Now we have yet another situation where Pays is following in Ruler's footsteps, and hopefully to do what he couldn't do, which is bring home JDG at least to the World's play-ins.
And let's not forget, this JDG team last year was supposed to be a super team still. Like, they still had Kanavi and Ruler. They had all of this talent and all these expectations. This was the bounce back year. You go back to split number 1, you're looking at a team that finishes top 3. You have a top 3 seed coming out of split number 2 regular season. JDG, I think, would be really, hard done if they feel like it's not going to happen. But Invictus as well. I mean, this is as super team gets from a player perspective.
Well, let's start right off with Invictus Gaming then, as they were your higher seed coming in, finishing 2nd in the regular season before an unfortunate exit in the Split 3 postseason. You mentioned the word super team, K-Man. That is definitely what this roster was billed as. They made a roster swap halfway through the season, stubbing in way for the duration of Split 3. And that's where we've seen them have some good success, albeit not at a consistent level.
And that really is the problem for Invictus. It's not the good games, it's the bad games. And it's kind of always been the case for a couple of players on this team that you just need to find that consistency. There have been a couple of drafts and a couple of styles that I think this team has really thrived on. The question is, as you get later and later into these fearless drafts, can you continue to find that success? It's definitely been a lot more rocky this split than we expected, but they have the talent and they have the ability to not only overcome JDG, but be a team that actually goes on and threatens even a team like T1 at Worlds.
And with all these players hoisting international trophies in the past, definitely have a lot of pedigree in terms of the World Championships, especially Rookie in the mid lane. Although, it's been quite a while since we've seen him at this stage. He gets another opportunity, and we think might be his best shot in a while.
7 years, or 6 years, including... And some of these lineups were great. Like 2020 playing with Rich and Karsa. Unfortunately, Photic and PP God were not as great. I'm still mad about the Top Esports rookie variation where both Mark and Wayward made it near impossible for my boy to make it onto Worlds. I had no hope in a Shanji Leyen lineup, but again, Photic just continues to hurt me. So this is the best roster that we have seen, maybe outside of his IG days in 2020. That's the only time that it was even vaguely close in my mind.
Yeah, and if we're saying that the lineup with Puff at AD carry is like the closest that we've gotten to like a
It's
true
doomed.
Worlds caliber team, it's cooked. It's not good. I think the real question for Rookie is, can he be the one to finally step up and get his team to Worlds? I agree, you can look at these rosters and see a lot of, faces that maybe aren't quite close, but we can't, forget the fact that these were some of Rookie's worst performing series of the year down in the regional qualifiers for some of these teams. It's clearly been a big monkey on his back. It's been something that's been in his head. Tonight could very well be the night that he finally ends up overcoming his own little struggle and gets himself back to the World Championships.
That's a good point you bring up here, K-Man, just in the fact that it's not always necessarily, Rookie's teammates' fault. Sometimes he's shown some inconsistencies as well. However, it is crazy to think that it's been 7 years, potentially, that we're not going to be able to see him at Worlds, given all the success he had on Invictus Gaming, the fact that he won Worlds in 2018 with that squad, made it pretty far in 2019 as well. And if you take a look at some of these clips here, this is just from the regional finals, and this shows some inconsistencies even with the super team roster that we are worried about here with IG today.
These clips in particular, I was kind of trying to take a look at what was happening in the regular season, because regional finals has not been good. If you look at their last series, all of the postseason, this team is 5-9, and 3 of those wins were up against a really, really weird EDG series. So I kind of wanted to harken back, see if we could maybe diagnose what was going wrong. And for me, the thing that pops out immediately in my head, aside from some of the mechanical misplays we've seen from this team, is whatever it is, maybe it's because we removed Rumble from the priority list, but the Shy is just not playing in that same level. And we got glimpses of it in the TS series when he's playing the Rek'Sai, when he has a unique chance to carry a game and push this team over the edge. That is when I think this team is at its best. However, he's been able to do that on tanks, he's been able to do that on carries, but not here in the regional finals, and especially not in the playoffs. If they want any chance to be able to win here tonight and finally go to Worlds, it needs to be not only a concerted effort from the rest of the team, but I need to see Sashai in particular step up.
I couldn't agree more. I absolutely think the Shy has been one of the big determining factors in whether or not IG actually lives up to that, top 2 in the regular season type of billing. It's been the tank play that has been the problem for me in the playoffs. I think it's just been subpar, and it's been significantly worse than his regular season. But I think even more so than that, it's the lack of early game leads that are coming from basically every lane that are really starting to concern me. I think Wei is really going to be a player that I'm watching in terms of his pathing early on in this game. It is not going to be, an easy matchup for him to be able to get things ahead with how good JDG typically are pre-10 minutes, but that setup needs to start coming out, because if players like the Shy and Ricky are constantly having to play from CS disadvantages and bad map states, it's going to be a lot more difficult for this team to actually even play with the aggression they want.
This team has never been a laning team. That's the issue. Is like they're usually behind at the 15-minute mark. They're not very good. They have the reason why we've seen them take these wins against top teams and just across the board is late game decision making. They have more creative angles getting into fights. I got hurt the other day because I went on social media and I saw someone was like, "Is this a real super team?" And I got hit with the potential man. It's like 0 international titles, 0 LPL titles coming into this year, and 7 messed up objective fights. Like that one was just like, oh, all right, I don't know how we're getting past those allegations.
I love the point about the Shy though, because I mean, we saw the last matchup that in that clip, it was against BLG. That was the last series of the regular season. They swept the now champions in the regular season. They won both of their series against them, and to go from that to where we are now in a do or die matchup against JDG for that final spot in the World's qualifying series against T1, definitely a bit of a fall from grace, especially in a very short fashion, which is why things are very surprising for IG, but we also know that they can hit those high highs if everybody is able to play at their fullest potential. Let's take a look at their opponents, though, that being JD Gaming. It's a roster that was formulated towards the very, very end of the offseason going into 2025 and has been met with some inconsistencies and some roster swaps at that here, Alk, but yesterday against Weibo, we thought we saw some of the best League of Legends we've seen from this group of 5 specifically in those first 2 games.
I want to get my hopes up, man. I want to believe that Pays and Scout and Shun are going to be able to go to Worlds yet again and have a chance to get into Swiss. But some of the good parts. Shun is playing some of the best league we've got from him all year long. Like Split 2, I made an early call that he might be the best jungler or making a vie for at least top 3, and then they flame out in playoffs in incredibly disappointing fashion. But last night was really solid performances versus Weibo. Scout had 1.5 good games, which is honestly fair, and I'll take that. If that's what we're going to need to be able to win a few moments from Pays. Bad news is I really do think Duo can get taken advantage of in these series.
That's really the question. It's not about the good plays from JDG. It's really just like, how much can you avoid the catastrophic errors, even in the Weibo series last night? Games 2, 4, these were games that absolutely should have been much easier victories than they actually were for JDG, but it's the little things that they continue to really struggle on. It's the execution coming down on things like Taric Ultimate just being a little bit slow in some of these fights, or it's the setups coming out that aren't particularly consistent at certain phases of the game. They have mechanical skill. We've seen that, and you pointed out Scout. He was able to actually get some pretty consistent laning leads yesterday when he was putting good matchups, something he's not always been able to do. That's going to happen here today. You mentioned IG being a little bit weaker individually in their lanes. That's where players like Xiaoshu and Scout could potentially take advantage of that and actually start to get some gold in favor of JDG.
In these elimination do-or-die series in the regional finals, it's always up to the big players, the big superstars with the experience to clutch up and be ready to play at that moment. And we saw that here in this series from Scout, who really locked in for a couple of games, from Pays, who had a really good early part of the series, and of course Shun, ending up with player of the game in all 3 of their wins. Those are the guys that are going to have to step up. Obviously Xiaoshu and Zhuo will have to perform as well. But focusing back in onto the mid lane matchup, because this is a really interesting storyline here. 2 of the most storied mid laners that we have in the LPL's history came in. One of them, Scout, after winning Worlds, has been back to the competition ever since. And on the other side for Rookie, as we kind of alluded to, it's been a while since we've gotten them to that stage. Only one of these players will get the chance to play against T1 in a couple of weeks.
And I think modern history might let people forget just where these 2 were at, a year or 2 ago. You're looking at a player in Rookie that has had his ups and downs, has, had some bad teams, has not been particularly consistent. But Scout, back-to-back MVPs in 2023, was one of the best players in the Swiss stage at Worlds last year with an LNG team that doesn't drop a single series going into the quarterfinals. Scout has consistently been one of the best performing mid laners in the world. Just because it hasn't happened so far in 2025 doesn't mean that, World's time coming around, it doesn't mean Scout's going to start lighting up.
No time like the present. Obviously, those first 2 games worked pretty well for Scout and JDG yesterday. Will he be able to get back to that form here today, send his team over to that international competition? However, if we talk about the LPL, have to talk about the biggest story of last year, which was BLG making it all the way to Worlds Finals and going with some jungle swaps back and forth between Shun and Wei. And who guessed it? They are both in this series here. None of them are BLG anymore.
Indeed.
Let's do this year justice.
Yeah. I have no doubt that we will.
All throughout the year, going up against Wei. I think Wei has been good in the early game about setting up his lanes, but it's those mid-game team fights, and in particular Wei, I think, has really crumbled here in the postseason.
Well, hey, we'll get to see really who the better jungler is potentially, as it is the end of a road, but hopefully it is met with a ton of really high-level gameplay here in the LPL. Our last best of 5 between Invictus Gaming and JDG, the winner of which will go on to play T1 in that Worlds qualifying series. We're getting the walkouts beginning here in Shenzhen. That is it for us in our pre-show period. We'll send it on over to the casters of this best of 5, none other than Mazel and Rudude. Guys, take it away.
Welcome to the caster desk, and thank you so much to the deskers. Our final desk, our final series. And only one of these teams could go on to face T1. Again, like they said, I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude. Couldn't be more excited to end this year with you, my friend. And I just hope I'm wearing the same shirt we got last year. We had a banger regional finals. I hope we get another one this year.
Yes, sir. I mean, these are two teams that definitely are going to look to deliver it as well. We've got an IG roster who have been on a downward trend. We've got a JDG roster who are on a bit of an uptick recently. You know, if you look at these two teams at the back end of regular season, you think this is a one-sided event, but we've had an entire postseason. We've had an entire regional gauntlet. And looking at it from now, you have to expect that this series is going to go the distance, that these two teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try and send themselves to the play-ins.
And I think momentum is always so key in the LPL, and only one of these teams is really rocking with that right now, and that's JDG. So we'll see if they can build off of that. But for IG, I just have so many questions. I have so many question marks running through my head. The question mark pings are coming through because this team seems to have broken down, seems to have lost a lot of the vision and the direction that they had for a lot of this split.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, Alec touched on this on the desk actually, but that the Shy's performances at the start of the season, we were looking at, okay, potentially, you know, MVP level status from the Shy, which we were kind of crazy about. And then as this season's gone on, that sort of performance has subsided. We haven't seen those same high levels from him at those clutch pivotal moments. I think that that's something that during this series we may well need to see for Invictus Gaming. You know, if we look a little bit deeper into the pool as well, for example, Wei in their last series had a really tricky time trying to, you know, do anything almost. And, you know, you look at the series that, or the player that he's playing up against, and the series that Jun had in the last time out, 3 back-to-back MVPs for their game wins. It's a tricky picture to paint for IG.
Yeah, I think jungle is going to take very high priority in the draft itself, but that's what I want to focus on going in next, is because I think getting a leg up early into the series is going to be super important, but I do expect some of the fluctuation being that Shun very much willing to go for a lot more of the carry assassin junglers that we've been seeing rise in the meta, where Wei is still relying on a lot of those facilitators, a lot of those team fight setups.
Yeah, the whole year really we've been saying Wei's best pick is Poppy, right? This isn't a champion that you can take as a carry in the jungle of your, you know, your Zeds, your Xin Zhao's even, just something to get you through the early game. And I think that for both of these junglers, a key point for me is going to be when we see their spikes come on as a jungle champion that they pick. If we see something like the Wukong that takes us to get up to level 6, I'm a little bit less inclined to give them the advantage. And as we move on into this draft, we get to see already that those junglers are getting focused hard and they're focused early.
All right, IG are going to be on the blue side to kick off this best of 5. We do have the Jarvan ban as well as the Kai'Sa ban and a disappearing Rune dude for just a moment as we're getting things worked up for you. On the other side, we do have some of that focus from JDG being that Kiana that's risen, as well as the Annie with that kind of setup you can have for the team. The Azir not going to be shown, and I'm sure that's going to be a continued ban for the rest of the series between these two mids.
Yeah, I'd certainly hope so. You really can't afford to give either one of them the Azir pick, and I like that the Kai'Sa is being taken away nice and early as well. Interesting as well to see that it's IG banning it away, you know. The Gala Kai'Sa, something that we've been definitely very hyped on, and something that I think later on in the series could be a ban that gets dropped. I'm going to be honest with you. Yunara matched here as well, so a lot of those junglers still open, still have that early power to go for the, you know, level 2s, level 3s, but instead it's Rookie grabbing his hands on the Orianna, safe, stable pick into the mid lane, and we'll have to see if Scout wants to respond or if JDG have got their own pick of the litter to go for.
Good combination with the jungle potential there as well, if they do want to go with something like that Nocturne Orianna combo, but other things like the Wukong that we had seen kind of rise with that duo, but obviously giving Rookie a staple for himself. On the other end, though, this is a pick that has kind of fallen through the ban priority, but still seems like a masterful pick when it is picked, even though with a couple losses. But the Pantheon gonna give Shun that extra engage potential.
Yeah, Pantheon a very win more and a very team coordinated champion, right? If you're ahead, you're going to do very well. If you're behind, you're just going to die over and over again, and then your team aren't going to be as incentivized to go with you. But locking in this Pantheon early definitely gives Jun that level 2, level 3 spike that I was talking about, gives him that opportunity to make plays early on and puts the pressure on Wei to be able to answer. I am now looking at Poppy, though. We talked about this being Wei's best champion for the year. I'm looking at it already having a lot of prio versus 2 champions that have got dashes, and I think that would be a really good pickup for Wei to take nice and early here. Obviously, they've now got their pick of matching AD carry, or if they want to try and take one of those really high priority supports as well, then they certainly can do. But locking in the Corki, establishing that lane priority down on the bot side early on for Pays and Zhuo is going to be really important.
Now, do you feel like there's maybe a little bit of flexibility with that Corki potentially going in mid lane?
There's always that you always have to talk about it, right? Corki Orianna, Azir Orianna, you know, Azir Corki, these metas that have existed, they're there for a reason. and pays as well, not above having to bust out something like a Ziggs or something that can play a little bit safer as well. So the option is there. We can't count our chickens before they've hatched, but frequently we have seen this be played in the bot lane, at least in 2025. The Alistar getting locked in though for IG, giving them that control and that power to now ball delivery system and find those engages.
And you think, you know, Mako's already a storied player, but if you think about it, his Alistar has like a 70% win rate on being like one of his most played champions, if not his most played champion, which is just insane over 10 plus years. It is going to be going with that Sivir to combat into the Nico that I'm sure Duo will be taking here. So a lot of really big wombo combo setup from JDG going into the second phase.
Yeah, and this is a really strong lane for JDG down on that bot side as well, provided they, you know, take Corki Nico down there. The Nico, level 1, level 2 should be absolutely getting priority over the Alistar. Same to be said for the Corki into that Sivir matchup as well. Very easy to just Gatling gun level 1. The Sivir can't spell shield anything as well through those trades, and it makes it pretty tricky for the Sivir to fight back. Now, as we get a little bit later, if the Alistar can engage and get on top, that's when things do get a little bit more difficult. But it's about looking forward now, seeing what the rest of the compositions are looking to flesh themselves out with, because you talked about JDG having this wombo combo with the Nico already. They need something else in that back pocket to try and pair up with it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see things like those big AoE mid laners, maybe even Talia, maybe something out of the top side as well. Rumble, if it's, even though it's been a bit nerfed, taken off the board.
I was wondering if we were going to get kind of a tank setup from Xiaosu, maybe just to be a little bit extra frontline, but we'll see how that all works out. I do like the Wukong call from JDG, just taking away a tried and true from Wei, but also that combination with the Orianna. The Ambessa is the focus towards Xiaosu. They don't want to give him any tools earlier on in the series. The Scion ban is going to be levied towards the Shy.
And this is a pick that he's also defaulted back to very frequently, and actually has a really decent performance on at the most of the time that he's out there. So a good frontline takeaway, because IG are piloting Deathball right now. They are 5-man strong. They're going forward with that, and they probably just want a nice bridging jungler, Xin Zhao into, you know, Xin Zhao Poppy, one of those things that can act as a frontline, provide space for Gala, provide space for Rookie. Those are the two picks that would make the most sense. Silas ban, obviously very good when you've got an Alistar already locked in.
Also trying to keep it in back pocket for Rookie. Still one of his deadliest champs, I feel like. The Rumble does come through, even though you were talking about some of the nerfs.
Yeah, I think it's still just such a good pick with a Nico. It pairs really nicely. You've got really good kill threat with the Pantheon as well on the top side. It now kind of forces IG into a hopefully quite safe top laner. You don't really want to go something that's too squishy up there, and maybe we just see something like a Cassante, maybe an Ornn comes through as the typical answer to the Rumble as well. But for IG, you know, make sure that you've got something to bolster this front line. A really good primary engage source could come through. I do think that the Ornn for the Shy just seems like the most logical path here.
All right, see if he gets stuck in the tank role here. I do really like the Trundle. A little bit of a weird combo with the Orianna, not necessarily the ball delivery system, but they're just going to run at people, and sometimes that works too. That meatball, death ball is definitely working out, and as you had called, probably the tank side for the Shy, which we were talking a little bit about his performance in the last series on the desk as well, and maybe trying to get his feet under him for this series at least.
Yeah, let's have game one. Let's just make sure that we can ease into this series. From there, maybe we can get a little bit more spicy, and it is indeed the spice from JDG. Maybe not so much, but Aurora, you know, a pick that we've seen very frequently picked up, taken as an R5, maybe as an answer to a little bit of what it is that this IG comp are looking to do.
And taking that one away from Rookie as well, but giving Scout some tools to get into the side lanes, to potentially help set up this wombo combo that JDG are cooking with. And I think it's a little bit of a contrast on how these teams want to approach things. I mean, we have team fighting on both sides, but I definitely feel like JDG want to be ahead of the curve.
Yeah, they are a little bit more pressured, I'd say, looking at the game clock, let's say, for this matchup. As soon as that 40-minute marker gets hit, you know Sivir's going to come online. Those shockwaves are going to be that much more impactful. And the power of the front line as well cannot be understated. Sivir has a lot of targets to auto-attack in this game. She'll probably be able to hit Nico, the Rumble, the Pantheon as well, so those ricochets can bounce back. And when you're looking at that as a Sivir, you know, you want a Sivir game to be a pick where you can hit a lot of front line and then it access the back line. This looks really good so far for the Sivir, so we're hoping that that can pay its way forward.
Well, before we get to the game itself, let's go ahead and bring up the predictions really quickly just to burn through them. Everyone across the board thinks it could be a banger for a majority. We do have some 3-0 outliers. Any thoughts real quick, Rude?
My thoughts, I didn't get mine submitted, unfortunately, but I do think 3-1 JDG. If JDG win, they're gonna take it quite convincingly. But I do think that it'll be a 3-2 or a 3-1 for depending on either team. Like if IG win, right, I'm expecting 3-1. If JDG win, I'm expecting 3-2. That's the way.
Alrighty. Well, we're getting ready for this final series of the LPL. It is the final series in Shenzhen. It's the final series before we do our send-off of all our teams. 858 games with this one right here. It is absolutely incredible. And now we get to kick it all off with IG and JDG's Game 1 of the Regional Qualifier Finals.
Already early trading coming into this mid lane. Good to see that the crowd are behind these two teams as well. Rookie is just going to be able to take a recall, so those early trades don't really mean too much. Just sort of flexing, testing the waters for this 1v1 matchup.
And I'm very curious how early these junglers want to get involved. And not only are we talking about the way that they've been playing, right? We talked about the facilitation that Wei has been playing for the team. Shun playing a little bit more aggressive, maybe more carry styles. That's literally what they did on BLG. That's why Wei overtook the spot from Shun, because he was the one that was able to facilitate for the big carries on that Billy roster. And it's so crazy that a year removed from that World's Finals for both these guys, yes, Wei was on the back seat, but we see them in one last bid to make it back to Worlds, and only one of them can go.
And already JDG looking to put their foot down and help them, make it so that they're the team that get to go, have this immortal almost versus the T1 roster, because he's Rowan Pays really putting the foot down early on. This is the expectation when you take this Sivir, when you take the Alistair into a Corki and into a Nico as well. It's a tricky lane. Fortunately enough, Jun starting up on that top side means he's got to walk his way all the way down to that bot side, likely clear some of the camps as well. But this is not going to be an easy fight for Gala, for Mako to begin with. Short of a Q flash coming out from Mako, it's going to be brutal.
First farm, second farm, he's got some. All right, Gala's on the board now. We get a little bit of momentum down in that bot lane, but it is going to be brutal. Again, going back to where those junglers really want to focus on with these first ganks, going through a little bit more onus on Shun, on the Pantheon, wanting to get ahead, like we said, from the draft itself. But I do wonder who's going to win that Scuttle Crab fight, because you don't necessarily want to skirmish with a Trundle early.
No, but I do think looking at the state of bot lane, I just expect Wei to have to give this up, because Pays and Zhuo would be able to move up, they'd be able to help out the Pantheon in this instance, and really that means that you can't do all that much as the Trundle in a 3 versus 2. It's just not something that can go your way. So you're looking at what he does on the top side now, and that's fortunate enough, I'd say, for IG, because this Rumble most likely going to be looking to try and push in that wave on the top side, provides an opportunity for a little bit of relieving of that pressure. But you can see the second that Mako goes for an engage down here, Gala doesn't even feel confident to try and step up to try and find any sort of fight, because he knows Joe's just going to look for a route, look for some poke under the turret, and it is not getting too much better for the IG bot side. Now that they've got that spell shield, it's good. It's really hard to dive, especially with Alistair there playing defensive. The Pantheon just goes in, he gets knocked up, he gets CC'd, he dies pretty much. And I don't know that at this point, Pays and Zhuo have got the damage. It looks like Gala's done a really good job poking with this Boomerang Blade. And between that and the Alistair sustain, doing a nice little work at keeping this HP actually quite topped off.
That's always the power of the Sivir. Once you get those abilities down, that Ricochet can clear those waves and you can get right back into it, evening up that CS differential very quickly here. But as we move forward, I think we're going to start having some of those early skirmishes. We do have that dragon coming up in about 40 seconds. Does either side really want to start prioritizing these dragons? And if I guess I would put my input in it, maybe JDG?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're the team like we talked about. As soon as we get into that 30-40 minute marker where the game's dead even, JDG need to be worried. They need to be the ones pushing the envelope, using this Pantheon, using hopefully some stuns early doors. You don't need to hit level 6. The easy way that we always talk about is try and burn flash mid lane. Let's try and make a play happen. Make sure that Rookie's in a little bit of trouble. And then when you hit level 6, you can start to turn that back around.
All right, Gala stepping up into JDG's bot lane, doing a decent amount of work. Mako obviously taking the brunt end of that trade in the bot side. See Rookie and Scout actually having some heavy trades in the mid lane, though. Rookie able to get a little bit more damage on the Scout. We do have that bottom side clear coming to fruition for Shun as well. Gala's on a ward here. A little bit of vision game being played, and Wei is looking for a gank on mid.
Yeah, we do frequently talk about the weak laning of IG.
Okay, he does have to flash. He was trying to use the invisibility to dissuade Wei from moving forward, but that will still be the flash burn, so something they can revisit.
Yeah, I do think that's a little bit of a waste there from Scout. He could just walk out, especially since he has W. You know, maybe they can close the gap, but as soon as the Trundle gets in range, you just W your way back afterwards, giving him the opportunity to pillar.
Oh, Gala has no mana. He's in some trouble, gets the heal out. The double headbutt, Pulverize comes through. Yeah, Shun on the edges there. Not going to find anything just yet. They're going to clear some of that control ward. Pei is very low health, but maybe this means they could contest for that dragon.
I don't think that either side should be looking for this just yet. IG able to hold the wave, so keeping Pei and Zhuo in a little bit of a tricky position here. It would have been nice to see a little bit of summer expenditure there. I think Pei's... Oh, Zhuo?
They're TPing as well. They're bringing Xiaosu down. Mako almost oversteps there. If that harpoon hits, I wonder if they do try to follow that through, but they wanted to keep pressure down. They're going to move Pei's towards topside.
Yeah, good little macro play here by JDG. They used TP advantage from the top side that Xiaoshu's been able to generate to actually move him down here. Level 6 Rumble, you know you can fight the Dragon fight much better than a level 5 Sivir and Alistair. Might just have to sit and absorb this wave, but you could see as Wei completed his second play, he went back to base, wasn't really interested in looking to fight for this Dragon. So for JDG, a nice little move there, gets them gold onto them, AD carry, good move onto their top lane as well. So overall, really happy that they didn't really lose out on anything. They secured themselves the Dragon, and we'll have to see if there's a response from IG with the Grubs spawning in a minute's time. They might want to look to take those away from JDG, given that they need to push this game.
And that's the thing, is now JDG will have time to contest that if they would want to. And while Shun does have his top side to clear, I mean, he will be on that side of the map. And both of them will have level 6s between him and Wei. So a little bit more interaction available as Zhuo has also moved up. And we do see both bot lanes taking position over the Grub side.
Yeah, Mako spending a lot of time trying to get experience with his AD carry, maybe looking for 6 at these Grubs. But Zhuo, you know, not really too bothered about it. Has resigned himself to the fact that that's not going to happen. See the Gala actually coming out quite advantageously on the majority of these trades, but importantly he's had to go cleanse this game. Just recognizing that he's playing versus the Nico, the Pantheon as well, maybe something that I would have opted against, but doesn't have that barrier, doesn't have that extra HP for safety. Instead going to be relying on his ability to get out of one of those crucial spells, crucial stuns that are going to be coming his way.
We're taking a look. Maybe the IG side definitely has the better win percentages between the two, as we've seen, but we're going to see a play on the top side as there's the Grand Starfall. You can't be overextended like that against the Pantheon. Now Mako, he might just have to be the sacrificial side of things for IG, as Scout has also found Wei here. Going to do a decent amount of damage. It pays. He goes over the wall with the Valkyrie, tries to get the kill there, but now he's overextended. He's going to have to flash away because Rookie was waiting with the shockwave, but JDG have taken full control of the Grub Pit.
This is a 5-man commit from both sides. Remember, Equalizer still available. Call the Forge God still there alongside the Shockwave. Big ultimates available for both of these sides.
Nobody's pulling the trigger just yet, but here comes the Ornhorn combo. They try to go for Scout, but Scout jumps out just in time. That's going to be a grub for grub right now between the two teams. See who gets the last one. Shun trying to set up here, but no smite available there, but they will end up getting it. Now the fight after Mako goes in. He misses the shockwave. Mako miscommunicates with Rookie, and that is the detriment of IG over this last couple weeks. They have not been on the same page. The shockwave goes to the dark, and JDG come up 4-0.
It's a massive blunder between the mid and the support, and IG pay the iron price. Gala's able to walk out and catch this wave, but they lose 2 grubs, they lose 4 kills. And look at where they went as well, Mazel, onto Xiaoshu, onto Scout. Yes, you get one onto Zhuo as well, but these are really well allocated bits of gold that are going to pay their way forward into the mid game. It looks really close between these two teams, right? We've got a big engage coming through. Scout does an amazing job at going invisible. He actually absorbs the engage from Mako and the engage from the Shy. And even after this, the Equalizer goes down. It's not all that impactful. But then the re-engage from IG miscommunicated. This is a ball delivery system.
No.
You cannot flash away. That is a 3-4 man shockwave that would completely change this fight. And then JDG know that it's just a case of running them down. Looking ahead, this is going to be a massive boost for a JDG composition that needed to win early.
Clear Love getting excited, and I'm shocked. I'm gonna be honest. That literally is like a triple kill for Rookie right there if he gets that off. And that is the difference that this early game has for JDG. They've had control of the entire map, right? They've had 2 grubs now on top of that earlier dragon. About 1:20 for that next dragon to come up. And they're already circling around that Trinity Force for pays. And they're starting to hit those first items a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and now it's about making sure that they just keep on pushing the envelope, right? They've got this 2k gold lead. They've got massive leads in mid lane and in top lane. Let's keep Xiaoxiu moving around onto the map. Let's make sure that he can keep on using the equalizer with this completed Leandris. Let's start roasting IG alive. And honestly, for Invictus, I would be surprised if they even sniff this dragon. They do not want to go near it for fear of getting absolutely torched in the fight.
And I'm just going to give a little side shout out to Xiaoxiu. Not only did he call that TP advantage play to the bot side to try to get some pressure around that dragon, he is doing this against the Shy. I'm sure a goat in his eyes, right? This is a newer player coming up against this guy for a potential shot at Worlds, right? Coming out of the mud, it felt like, for this JDG roster. And now he's sitting at 2-0-2 on a nerfed Rumble with the Leandris already completed.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what can he do this game? He's got such a big weight on his shoulders. This is a denial pick away from the Shy as well. This was something that paired nicely with the little bit of Nico that they've got. And already, you know, honestly, looking at that first equalizer, it wasn't the haymaker that we'd be hoping for. But we've still got plenty of time, still plenty of games, still plenty of fights left to play in this first one. 2.5k gold lead for JDG, and again, to reiterate, IG should not be looking to take this fight. I think for them, honestly, if they're looking to try and find a way back into this game, try and look up to that top side. Let's see if we can make a play onto Xiaoxiu. Let's get some gold elsewhere, because we are not able to fight this dragon. If JDG look to contest this as any number of, you know, a match in any way, it's just not possible.
Yeah, it's not. This is going to be JDG moving around like a group, like a squad. And I got to say, something we talked about from draft is a saving grace for IG. Once, you know, Sivir reaches that win condition that seems so far away, this team is extremely strong in the scaling conditions, in these 5-on-5s, in the meatball, just run-at-you style situations that will be coming as time goes on when these objectives become more priority.
And what I want to do is just praise Xiaoxiu there. We talked about the way that IG would have been able to get their way back into this game. It would have been looking for a play on top side. As soon as JDG start hitting the dragon, Xiaoxiu goes back to base. He takes his recall timer and then waits for the Nico to be out on the map with him before he actually walks back up and takes this wave. Something that Xiaoxiu has struggled with a lot is getting dove 3v, 4v, 2v1 on occasion. But this time he didn't even give the opportunity to IG for that to happen. This is a development that we've seen, or needed to see rather, moving into this postseason, and it's one that could not have come at a better time.
All right, so first items are coming through for both sides. Trinity Force there now for Wei as well, so he'll be a little bit stronger in those skirmishes. Who do you favor still in these situations if those first items make any difference?
We're still very heavily looking at JDG right there. Champions just do that little bit more in the early game. Orianna needs to pack a little bit more of a punch, where they are both going for these hyper scaling sort of, you know, champions at this stage. The Orianna, not a champion that doesn't do damage early, but when you build her like this, you're waiting for 3-4 items before you have actual impact in the game. I'm going to be honest, this is, you know, food stamps, poverty build for the most part. I do no damage, and I'm just waiting until I reach 4-5 items to actually be able to deal these big shockwaves, because tier rower, it's snooze fest. We were flaming. I think it was probably another mid laner for it, but even still, this is a bit.
It's the super scaler.
Yes.
But Wei, Mako, and Co are looking for a big pick. They're gonna get Dwo's flash there too. Trying to use some of these power spikes, yeah, and not having flash on Nico does not set up the Pop Blossom for you. We also have about 30 seconds until that Rift Herald play comes through. Does JDG just give up the space on this map for it?
No, they should still be able to take this fight as long as they can control it. Again, they are the team that has the better composition. This is an Orianna with a 1-minute stacked Rod of Ages versus double Leandris, you know, Sundered Sky coming through. Everything looks good for them at this stage. I think I'd still expect them to try and find this fight. They need to take pretty much every neutral objective, snowball this game, and start to make it so there's not really any way for IG to come back into this match.
You see Shun hovering over Rookie. His old mid laner from feels like forever ago, maybe even another life. Back when Shun first started on IG, his debut in the LPL, was sitting between the Shy and Rookie, and now we see the sit-up between these teams around the Rift Herald, as Shun already doing the Rift Herald here, about half health on that one. The Shy does have TP. Scout trying to get an invis play as TP is going to come down. IG trying to run rampant in here. They don't necessarily have the tools to fight, but they're going to fight anyways. A team that's scaling, looking to take this contested one, as Shun is going to just go ahead and get the smite fight down. The equalizer from Xiaosu really separating the fight there. They do end up getting the eye as well, and IG just showed up to watch.
Yep, in-out job done. TP back into the mid lane. Looks like that's from Scout to come in and just clear the wave, so there's nothing for IG to claim. Really well executed once again. They can get those resets on through. They've got Herald that they can use to crash top lane. They can maybe take it mid lane or bot lane as well. Again, 90 seconds on that Dragon, so it's a really good timer for them to go back to base, spend all of that gold, and put themselves to soul point nice and early. We've had one fight so far in this series, Mazel, and maybe finding our second here.
We're about to see another one, though, as Grand Starfall unleashed yet again. Shun versus the Shy. Going to get the lockdown on the tank. He's going to try to burn the horn, but he will just burn down to the ground as Shun picks up his first kill of the game.
And that's a really big pick already, right? You are using double ultis to try and make that happen, but it's on that window where you're actually going to have them back up and available before that Drake fight. And importantly as well, Xiaosu actually didn't end up using his where the Shy does. If they were looking to contest this Dragon, if they were looking to stop JDG from going to soul point, it's going to be much harder without Call the Forge God to make it work.
That's that long distance engage that you really need for this comp, because the only other engage that you have is Mako. You need to find a way to keep that on rotation, and Xiaosu will just make mincemeat out of the top lane turret, continue to push this down as feats had been secured by JDG.
Mid push secured for Pays, and the JDG business as usual, it feels like, through this regional qualifier. Really solid game number one start. No kills given over, no turrets given over, a couple of plates, but no objectives either. So far, this has been by the book almost. They needed to find a win early. They found one good fight, and they're continuing to push that. You can see them now, Dragon spawning, pushing that mid wave, walk down to the bot side. You can see that the vision toggle, if they had one, was JDG are completely in control. IG are face checking everything.
I gotta say, though, Mako has completed the redemption. I know we all know how OP that item is right now. I know Cubby likes to say first team to complete redemption ends up winning, but I don't know if that's going to be the case here for IG, as the Shy and Co are setting up in this mid lane, trying to figure out the angle they want to take, but Gala and Mako getting chunked early here. Well, he's going to use the Tundra. Rookie trying to get his vision into the bush so they can move in. The Dragon not started up by JDG just yet.
Redemption going to come through, and they're going to need it. Mako already taken so much of his HP. Maybe he can spellbook and TP back in. He's still got his ulti, so they can make a fight. There's a good ward behind them as well, if they have that option available. Rift Herald goes down.
Just use the Rift Herald.
He's going to have to walk the long way. Doesn't look like he's got spellbook available. Dragon's already started, and we're just zoning them out.
He wants to go for Gala. He's going to get the knockback. Pop Blossom, the combos. Whoa! He's going masterclass on IG. They find the big pick. They find the Dragon. This is everything that JDG wanted.
It's a 1-for-1. Yes, Shuo gives his life, but look at how much control they bought. They were just sending IG so far packing that there was never an opportunity for them to fight that Rift Herald at all. Burning Gala's flash as well. When Atacon's up in 1 minute's time, when Zhuo still has his flash, a massive boost for them to be able to take. And this is Zhuo actually on the Nico having a very, very solid performance in the fight on the top side. Landed a double root to keep IG in place. Now he's hit level 6. He's already heat-seeking, looking constantly to try and find those pivotal members.
Scout sees his old teammate Mako here, but it's Shun versus Rookie. Seems like a little bit of bad blood there as he tries to get the kill onto him, but Scout and Shun will make it away. And honestly, absolutely crazy coincidence. That's the kind of play that LPL needs at Worlds. That's the kind of mind-melting play that will make teams just deer in headlights.
Yeah, and you know, if Zhuo doesn't get in here, maybe it just runs into the mid lane IG, clear it quite convincingly, but what actually ends up happening is we burn Flash from Gala. We're able to take down the jungler as well, and all for the price of our support. That's a price that they will happily pay. I think that for JDG, again, another massive win. Even if they'd have not pushed themselves to the 1-for-1, getting Soul Point is the really important part. Atacon spawned up on that top side in owing to that 4-for-0 that they found earlier. So we are going to see a little bit of a split map here where the Dragon Soul spawns for JDG in 3 minutes 30. They've got that much time, probably 2 minutes of it, to try and work their way onto that Atacon, secure it before they want to make their way back down to the sport side and make their way for the Ocean Soul.
And we'll have to continuously think that, you know, JDG need this lead. Their composition demands it in these situations. A couple thousand gold over IG, you know, 15 minutes from now isn't going to be enough, it feels like, when they have scaled to the promised land that they're really trying to get to. But this is very promising for JDG, and the fact that they are on the verge of a soul point. They have control of the map and being able to pull IG's numbers. And now potentially just getting a little bit of a play on the top side for IG, trying to get some vision around this Atacon.
And in 2025 as well, Mazel, it's really important to remember that gold isn't actually everything, as Scout may be in a little bit of trouble here, but IG play their hand. They show that these makers on this top side.
They're going long ways.
We have things like Soul, we have things like Atacon, and now IG
this
routed in the top side.
This is absolute desperation right now from IG. They have TP'd both members because they realized they were getting flanked by Juo. JDG not super confident in stepping this one up, but Juo getting chunked in the end. So a little bit of scary dancing here, but neither team is going to start anything, as Atacon was the big focus, but IG going to put their bodies right back into the alcove.
Yeah, and a little bit of a chunk onto both supports. Mako going to be able to sustain with the passive. Xiaoxiu is in trouble.
He doesn't want to flash. He doesn't want to burn it, but he will in the end. Here comes the damage down. Equalizer right into the choke point. IG are going to move away. Atacon had been started up. This is so dicey, but IG just trying to find something.
And the fact that JDG have stalled means that now they can likely just move down to that bot side. The Atacon hasn't been taken, and they probably want to just take that Ocean Soul, but they know that people are still lurking around here, and now with no TPs for IG to get back in, they're even more trouble.
This is a 4v5. If Mako's bolting up here, but the fact that we've just been hovering over this topside play, JDG, they want to make a play while they have numbers advantage. They're going to go between worlds with Scout. They're going to get so much damage on the way. Way's getting chunked here now. The big shockwave comes in on a 2. There goes the Pop Blossom with the Hex Tech as he gets 2 of them. The knock-up from Mako isn't going to be enough. The damage from Atacon is doing some work on a Page, but that's going to be a double kill for Scout, who has shown up to these regionals and said, I will not be denied, as JDG take yet another fight.
And it's that flash that Zhuo burned earlier that pays IG's fight. They cannot fight without Gala, and he gets flashed on top of by the Nico. The Atacon is secured, and with 40 seconds on the Dragon, it depends how quickly JDG want to make their way down to that bot side. They can reset, get back out on the map. They might be able to take both for them as well. But IG just again continuing to contest for things they don't really have a purpose contesting for. As soon as their support goes back to base, they have to run. Way's not a part of this fight either. He gets spaced out. He can't subjugate anybody to get any of that health back. And then it's Zhuo, sees Gala on his screen.
The Hex
The
Tech
Pop
belt
Blossom finds him.
Shield.
It doesn't matter that he ends up cleansing his way out of there. He has no flash. The damage is done. JDG just constantly looking, constantly finding what needs to be found and putting them in the dirt.
And I hate to harp on it, but that's still some of the miscommunication we've seen from IG over these last couple days, this last week. It's as soon as Mako is gone, why are you still there? Like, you need to know that it's a 5v4. And now we get set up around this ultimate dragon for JDG. They could just push the tempo into an Elder Dragon 6 minutes from now.
And they're still waiting on Call the Forge God from the Shy as well. Unbreakable Will for another few seconds. So if JDG go quickly here, they might actually be able to get this one without IG being able to do a lot to contest. You can see they're going deep. They want Way.
Oh, the Between Worlds from Scout just absolutely decimated Gala. His whole teammate from LNG stands no chance against Scout, who is finally finding his form. Where was he all year?
It doesn't matter where he was all year if he can perform like this and send JDG to the play-ins, if he can send them to a series versus T1 versus Faker himself. Maybe, just maybe, we can expect to see some great things from him there. This is going to be soul secured for JDG. And this is probably going to be game 1 pretty much done and dusted. They've got every neutral objective. They've taken every single fight. And yes, they still need to dot the I's, cross the T's. Yes, they still need to continually focus Gala. If this game's any indication of how they've been able to play this game out, we expect them to be able to do that on repeat, on cooldown, with the way they've been playing.
I mean, both solo lanes for JDG are like 90+% KP, but this between worlds from Scout with the equalizer just destroying Gala.
Yeah, double Iandries means he flashes out, and then the pullback on the Q from Scout means that honestly, as Gala, you just have to flash really, really early. And now he, once again, is going to have no flash, whereas Rose Flash is going to come back up in time, where we're probably going to see JDG start dancing around the Baron and making that their next focus.
I hate to go back in time. You know, hindsight is 2020, but how different is this game if that first Shockwave from Rookie gets him a triple kill?
That's
crazy, man.
Does the game end up playing out from there? That extra gold into the Orianna. You know, looking at her still, 0-1-1 for Rookie. Still, finally, those stacking items have stacked, but it's not a Rabadon's, it's not a Luden's, it's not one of these Shadow Flame, Void Staff, big ticket items that are going to be the difference maker in these team fights. And when you're so far behind, you need that burst of damage, and at the minute they don't really have it. Gala sat on 2 items. Yes, they are big, heavy hitting AD items, but he's so low on attack speed that actually him getting the damage down is quite tricky for him at this stage. And for these two teams as well, we've got massive control, massive stakes almost for them. Was IG a team that built this super team at the start of the year that failed time and time again in the postseasons of Split 1 and Split 2? But coming into Split 3, things looked like they'd come different, that finally they'd come together. And now in this regional qualifier with a pretty tricky loss to Top Esports, and now up against JDG, a team that in the regular season they wouldn't have batted an eyelid against. They're finding game 1 difficult, and they're going to have to turn that back around and hope that this super team can finally come good.
The Rookie curse is looming large over this series. We'll see if he can fight back the demons and get himself back into the series, because this was a brutal one for sure. Now we are almost on 3 items for majority of JDG's members here. Very close, already half items on 3 members. And again, they are threatening the Baron play. Still 4 minutes for that Elder Dragon, but it's really about how JDG can pull the resources of IG.
Redemption used there by Mako just to see if they were on the Baron. Did peel JDG away, and Mako's able to sprint his way out of danger, but he was looking for that unique flying Kangol. Now for the rest of JDG, are they looking for a fight at all? Zhuo fishing.
Zhuo is so terrified, he just backed off all 5 members of IG. Like, we know he could always go for a play. He has that flash available to him. And we do see some pings going onto the Baron now from JDG.
He's a control ward. He's a control ward.
Oh, no! Oh, my God. He got them. He absolutely baited them. And here comes the Grand Starfall. Meanwhile, Scout is just fighting on the side over here with a flank as he's trying to get away from the Shy. But Gala just gets obliterated once again from the Bunny Wizard. As JDG have just torn through the lines of IG. Invictus Gaming are nowhere to be found in this game number 1 of this best of 5. And JDG are marching down the middle.
They do not need Baron here, Mazel. 30 seconds on Gala, 30 seconds on Wei, and 40 on the Shy. Are they looking to take game 1 just like that? One fell swoop into the mid lane. And with only 1 kill to speak of, IG are going to go down in game 1, not even with a whimper.
The fact that Scout has showed up is terrifying for IG, and the fact that we still see those issues cropping up for IG, the togetherness is just not there, and this is their final series. JDG taking the momentum from their win and moving it into IG, taking this best first step into this best of 5, and an absolutely dominating performance from the entirety of JDG. It wasn't just one person, it was their macro movements across the map and every individual showing up.
Yeah, and it was that first fight we talked about JDG needing to snowball early, and boy howdy did they get that ball rolling. They took the first fight around the grubs and it was close, it was very tense, and you called it out perfectly. How crazy would it have been if that shockwave lands on 3, and what difference would that have made to the game? But unfortunately, the League of Legends is that game of inches, that game of small increments costing you big time, and for Mako and Rookie, they'll be looking back at game number 1 and going, yep, from here the game was hard.
And small shout out to Xiaosu, man. Against the Shy, against the GOAT of old, he just absolutely gap tip. That's a top diff. I don't know if I've ever seen. No, I've seen some top diffs. Definitely not in my favor. Rude dude, that was an absolute pleasure to get to kick off the series with you. We'll have more games after this, but we're gonna send it over to the desk to break down that game number 1 and figure out what's going on with IG. Grapes, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mazel, and getting a little deja vu from yesterday, all, because we were on that cast, K-Man, you were on the desk. JDG stomping game 1 seems to be a trend here in the regional finals.
It's those first 2 games, and then game 3 we get a little bit tricky, but just a lot of questions coming out of not only the draft, but also some of the decision making coming into this game. Like, we're obviously prioritizing around Rookie and making sure that he's comfortable, but it means that we're giving up Pantheon and Nico. And then we get into game, and it's just like, we're one of the worst laning teams, especially here in the regional finals. And we're going up against JDG, who have at least proven so far here in the postseason that the first couple minutes they've got down pat.
That's exactly what it is for me, is that you're looking at a draft here that needs to scale for IG, which does play into their identity, but it gives them no tools to actually deal with their biggest flaw and their biggest problem, which is trying to stop JDG from just taking this game out of control way too quickly. The moment that first fight goes awry and you get gold specifically on the Rumble and the Aurora, it just becomes so hard to find a way back into this game from a spacing perspective. And, you know, when you're down items and you're not building damage, it snowballs out of control pretty fast.
We're going to get into our clips and our player of the game eventually, but it really was a full dominant effort here by JD Gaming. IG really showing little resistance whatsoever in that first matchup, and they're going to have to continue to step it up if they want to have a chance to win this series at all and have an opportunity to play against T1, as we have mentioned before. But, I mean, just building off of JDG, I like the point that Mazel was bringing up. He made it very much known that Xiaoshu was a very impactful part of that game here came in, and him and Zhuo, kind of the outsiders, the new additions to this roster from JDG, definitely stepped up here in this game.
Yeah, the 2 new, Group Nirvana members coming up, and they were arguably the 2 most important players for JDG in game number 1. So really exciting to see, really exciting to see that they actually have it in them to be able to step up and carry games at this level. Thought Zhuo had a fantastic Nico game. Really a lot of incredible setups from him, especially towards the back end of that. But the Rumble damage is what makes this so difficult to play, is just not really being able to fight on any sort of mid ground, which makes it a lot more difficult for champions like Sivir to ever free hit on the backline. You see it from the gold graph. The moment you give a lot of those resources over for free, it's kind of cooked.
Like at 10 minutes, they're already almost up like 1,000 gold, and it's like, oh, okay, well, this is the game state that we're going to play from. And it's not like IG haven't been able to play from deficits before, but we're not seeing some of that late game magic. I'm looking back at the Grubs fight, which we will get a replay of later, of missing the shockwave with him and Mako. That is something that just cannot be happening in these games. And then you think about, for Xiaoshu in particular, how he moved around the map at the first 5 minutes was really, really clean. So I'm glad that this team is finally starting to gel. When we were talking about them from Split 3, the narrative that we had was, okay, we've now changed out topside. We've gone through 3 different supports. This was before Zhuo had joined the roster, halfway through the split. And now we have Clearlove as our coach. We have way too many new pieces at the end of the year. How much of this split is actually going to be used properly, and will they have enough time to get it together? And it seems like the early games from this team are really, really tight.
Yeah, and that's a common trend that we've seen over the past couple of weeks, Hulk, and that's a good sign, right? When a team has a very specific identity as like, oh, this is what this team does good, versus they're just all over the place. Sometimes they're good in this stage, sometimes they're good in the other. It at least shows that they understand how to play around each other at least a little bit, and we saw that here absolutely with JDG and their early games. I mean, even going back to that Weibo series yesterday, again, just domination at the start, and then their execution towards the back half maybe can be worked on, in some of the games, but they were able to clean things up nicely. This Otacon fight was a really interesting, just kind of scuffle / dance around this objective for a very long time. It ended up working out for them.
Yeah, I was kind of happy with it. I think that the Otacon was a really special moment. We'll have a little bit more of an in-depth point about it later, but IG just never walked up to an objective properly. I don't think they had any time to really set up and build that ground that you need to. It is a composition that has so much frontline, and you have an Orianna Sivir if you let them hit, they will win, and JDG never gave them the space to do so.
Yeah, that's the real problem here, is Trundle's not able to play, Ornn is not able to play, and this all just comes back to what we were talking about with a player like Wei having, really bad early games and not being somebody that's been able to consistently generate leads, constantly being down in gold, where how are you ever supposed to be able to function in this game if you can't establish tempo either in a side lane to be able to get to an objective first, or just, full on shoving 4 people in one lane? It's really, really tough to actually find ways to be able to get yourself into a position to get on the backline, and that's not even counting the Aurora that has free reign to just kind of blow up the Sivir throughout a majority of this game. I think the team composition didn't do them favors, but they really executed on this comp about as poorly as you could ask for.
And it leaves questions as to what IG are going to be able to do for the remainder of the series. I feel like a lot of their success in Split 3, which resulted in them finishing top 2 in the regular season, came around the fact that, the Shy had really solid performances, of course, but the late game was always a really big portion of, their success. Those games against BLG in the regular season, they would fall down a couple thousand gold, but would always be able to have the right macro decisions to come back into the game in some capacity and, some miracle fights. That was what was so entertaining about this team. I mean, you labeled this IG roster as one of the most exciting and most entertaining teams in the LPL because of those comebacks, but they were so far behind in this game, they never even had a chance to come back.
And they're so deflated. Like, the whole game, and we're in the desk, I'm watching them play, and I'm like, my circus, my monkeys, what's going on? The monkeys are burning everything down. I have no reason to be excited about this team anymore. Like, we're not able to play late game. I want to say I'll take a quick break from my breakdown on live to give Xiaoxiu his flowers. Again, a very, very solid performance for what he did, but where is my exciting team? We're not making any late game plays. We're not ever having competitive games now here in the postseason. We are now 5-10 going into the postseason. This is not the team that I signed up with, unfortunately.
I think that that's underselling it. I think at this point, we can say that there is a mental block. Like, it is clear to me watching this team play that whatever we saw in the regular season, it's just not there. It's gone. Like, that's not the version of IG that exists right now. They can get it back at any moment, but this is something that we've seen regularly out of a couple of these players, where you get to these big high-profile moments and it's slower and everything's a little bit more controlled. And by controlled, I mean there's no aggression, there's no chaos, there's no playmaking or creativity, and that has to be put back in, I think, in the upcoming game.
Definitely, and maybe the draft and the way that these compositions are set up can have something to say about it. To be fair to JDG, they were on red side and they ended up winning that game. That's definitely a big X factor as we move forward. But let's take a look at the Game 1 draft overall and see what exactly could have gone differently on both sides. I think this definitely demonstrates, K-Man, that IG really wanted to index into the late game, but they just didn't have enough pieces to get through the first 15 minutes of this game.
I think it's hard to get through the first 15 minutes of this game when you are donating Pantheon Nico over to the other side. It's just free tempo for JDG. Like, how are you ever supposed to be able to keep up? JDG, of course, are going to play fast and aggressive, and if IG want to try and contest, which they did, we'll get to that in the clips around the grubs, there's just not really a lot of easy ways for you to be able to make that work. Maybe you pull off a great shockwave and there were some angles to be able to make it happen, but your game is so much harder because of that happening. And, I think it really just comes down to kind of feeling a little bit too stuck in your way. There are ways, I think, to execute what IG wanted to do that don't necessarily involve so much free reign going over to the side of JDG.
It's not only that they just don't play a lot of great early game scenarios, at least from what we've seen. I don't think they have a lot of tools to make that happen. Like, Trundle Pillar was really the only play we saw in the early game, and that got Scout's flash, but we didn't see a repeat attempt either getting Mako involved with that. I think also when we kind of look away at this draft, you think about what IG are now having to do. Your drafts do have to change when we have different players, and especially in scenarios like this. This is a play on the top side around these grubs. I want everyone to this is the only part that I was like really freaking out about. Wei is 25% HP, and if you don't know, Trundle's passive is that when units die near him, you get a little bit of healing. His W increases the amount of healing he receives from all sources. Just look at his HP bar around grubs. The little Void Mites are going to spawn here, so he's going to get all of these little guys to heal him back. He's full HP after smiting. And this could have been a good scenario for IG, but Mako and Mako and Rookie do not work well at all here in this engage.
Yeah, it's just a misutilization of those ultimate abilities. Even the Call the Forge God at the start was kind of just thrown into Narnia before a real engage ended up beginning. And then, of course, the dyssynergy with the Shockwave being placed onto Mako's head, the miscommunication there. I feel like, you know, JDG went for that initial play, and IG ended up backing away. K-Man, for me, I thought that maybe this was just the perfect opportunity for IG to back off. But instead, not only do they lose the majority of the grubs, but they also lose a lot of members in this fight. It's quickly a 2,000 gold lead after this one.
Look, if you're going to give Pantheon, if you're going to give Aurora and Nico and, even Corki, all these champions that can really function well in a grubs fight, and you're drafting Orianna and Sivir and Ornn, and you're already chunked, call it, man. Like, you don't have to be here. There is no point in throwing the game away after you have burned so much to get here. Again, there is a path for them to be able to win this fight, but it's always going to be so much harder for them to do it here than it will be for them to do it in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, if the game is a little bit closer. You don't have to throw things away like this. I think it's just understanding the win conditions and playing up to the knowledge that we know these players have. The controlled chaos is not there right now. It's just controlled disasters.
I feel a little pain every time I see that Shockwave, so I'm glad that we're not going to have to see it again going forward. Let's get into this next sequence here. A very extended, opportunity of events here. We see originally JDG using the Herald to proc Soul Point, then Zhuo jumps into the Rift Herald, and now originally we were like, what the hell is he doing? But it actually turns out to be a very impactful play, not only here, but also in about 5 minutes when the Otacon gets taken.
So yeah, that's the big timer here. Rude Dude called it out on the cast. We're a minute before the Otacon, and both Wei and Mako are not going to have, or Wei and Gala are not going to have Flash coming up for that fight. It's a waste of the Herald. I kind of wish that this wasn't going to happen. It's a great way to get yourself in the middle of 4 members, but while I think the execution wasn't as clean or where I wanted it to be, the fact of the matter is that JDG come up huge for this play, not only in the future, but in the now. They put themselves at Soul Point at 18.5 minutes. That's a win in my book.
I think even more so than that, it's just the idea of, hey, we can go out and create this on our own. We can get the Rift Herald in. Who cares if it's perfect? Who cares if we end up grabbing everything that we could possibly want from this play? We're not going to sit back and wait for the game to come to IG. We're just going to keep trying to make these proactive plays, even if they're not exactly clean in terms of their setups. And that's what I really like out of JDG. They're not always going to have the best fights or the cleanest engages, but they're always going to try to do things in the mid game. And I think oftentimes just the effort alone is enough to push you over the top.
And not only did you get the Soul Point with that Rift Herald play, you eventually got the tier 1 as well, but most notably you burn the flash of Gala on the Sivir, and that takes us into our final clip, which is that game-defining Otacon fight. And it was a scuffle for a while, but just keep your eyes on Gala here, and Zhuo on the Nico ult certainly understands the assignment. He remembers that cooldown not available, immediately goes to the Sivir, and that just immediately decides the fight.
All of the spells hitting at the same time also take away the spell shield from Gala, so there's absolutely no way for them to play through this. They were getting chunked. I thought it was a good standoff from IG. We're going to get a second replay of this clip, and I want everybody to take note, Mako is on his way to this play. Gala's flash is going to come up in 30 seconds. If IG could stall here, that's perfect, but we never got that situation.
It's truly the biggest the problem for IG is just, hey, maybe we wait a little longer, maybe we just get a little bit more time, and JDG don't want to give that to them. They're understanding that, hey, we need to go out there and be the proactive team. We're not going to scale, all of this stuff. It affected them in the early game. It showcases itself here where Scout's not afraid to just raw ult on top of Rookie and just blow up Wei at the start of this fight and kind of take whatever is going to be given to them. Even with the Shockwave landing at this point, there's not enough damage. And so this is a really great fight, and this is really what just kills the game for IG. There's not really a lot of ways to come back from this. You can't put yourself in this position where you're relying on being able to stall out these timers, because at that point it becomes JDG's game to lose, and it was very clear in this one that they were not going to lose it.
I said it a lot when Zhuo first initially joined this JDG roster, and when we watched him on LNG throughout splits 1 and 2, he loves to go in. He loves to play aggressive, go for some wild engages, and when you take into account that Rift Herald decision and how it factors into Gala just instantly getting deleted here in the game-defining fight. I mean, Alk, I know you're critical of the the initial play, but I feel like you owe an apology here to our guy Joao. I feel like this is he did a lot of good work here.
He did one good game. Did I give Scout an apology for what he's done to me all year long just because he played one good game? No. I criticized him in the next one. The Aurora game in Game 2 versus Weibo was terrible. The Galio game, I'll give him credit, he played well. That Game 4 Twisted Fate, I think he was quite useless for like 80% of the game. So I'm not giving it to Joao, not until we get to Worlds.
I just need an excuse to get the clown makeup back on here. Look at this, it's beautiful.
I could have given you a better crop if you asked for it.
I
got a lot of those.
I had 5 seconds. All right, you really look like who's that character from the DC Comics? The girl, the clown, the girl. I've always been bad with those names. Harley Quinn. That's. I'm getting big.
Can
Harley
I not
Quinn
be the
vibes
male
from here.
compatriot called the Joker?
That's true as well. I don't know. Maybe I should have thought of that one first. Hey, listen. JDG take game number 1 of this series. We have a couple more matchups to see what IG really can look like, but for now, we are very much expecting JDG to have a lot of good momentum going forward. They're going to be back here on the red side, though. We'll see what IG can do going into the draft of this second game. Going to throw things back over to our casters, Mazel and Rudud, to get ready for the draft of this second game.
Welcome back, everyone. As what a first start to the series. What a way for IG to show us no confidence whatsoever that they have found a way to fix their issues, and JDG using all that momentum moving forward. I'm hoping we see a little bit more gumption, I guess is a word we could use for IG going to this game number 2. But the problem is something we were talking about behind the scenes between games, is that was typically what IG want in a draft and what they want in a game, and it didn't work out for them. So what do they do now against JDG, who are definitely opting into the early games?
Yeah, I mean, they start to struggle is I think what happens now is they start to try and change something from the draft. They were on blue side, right? Like, this is obviously with Fearless, you have to draft 5 new champions, but I think that their ideal of what they want to do is also going to have to change, and we're seeing that already here, right? Kai'Sa was their second ban on blue side. That's being dropped already. Now, whether it makes it through the third, we'll have to wait and see, but that they need to go for something that has that little bit more lethality early on and the ability to make something happen, like just generate some form of agency through this game. And I think that if they do that through a Kai'Sa Nautilus bot lane duo, then that works out quite nicely for them.
Let's see if they actually get that one open here, but we do see a lot of similar bans from that game number 1, except JDG are the ones that ban away the Azir this time. Not wanting to let that one through at all in this series whatsoever, but I do like some of the pinch bans that we are seeing from IG in terms of the Galio presence to really play that duo with Shun on JDG's side. The Kiana is going to be banned. That was also banned on JDG's side last time too.
That as a blue side ban is wild. You were just saying that Wei's not going to play this. You don't have this is a massive pick now for even when IG are playing the next 2 games out. This is IG saying, oh, this is a pick that Wei does not have. Wei has not got this in his pocket.
So this was also a ban from last game from JDG's side. They did opt to ban in the Wukong this time, so the Annie is going to make it through for Rookie. Some of that point-and-click setup that you love to see from them. But I love the kind of card playing we're getting between these 2 junglers with such a defined history with each other and the duality of what they bring to teams. But now we'll see what JDG want to set themselves up with. I expect some power out of the mid lane. I expect something to try to upend this Annie a little bit. The Rise is going to be the answer right now for Scout, and we'll see if the jungle is going to be the next lock-in for JDG.
We have plenty of picks still to take for this Jindong Gaming roster. Obviously, the Rise in the mid lane sets up for some CC, sets up for a highly mobile, highly impactful carry jungler to swoop on in, take down the Annie, and a mobile mage in the mid lane. But it's about whether or not some of those other picks start to seep in. Obviously, we've got the big supports taken away already with Nico and Alistair, so Joao taking a pick that he's very comfortable on. His most played pick throughout the entire year is this Rakan, so getting him this pickup, getting him comfort above all else, again, a very solid staple pickup for JDG.
And I'm not going to lie, I would love to see a Xayah here, honestly, for JDG if that does come through. But IG have said we are taking it to the bot lane. Kalista, Renata locked in for Gala Mako. They do not want to lose that 2v2 any longer.
No, and I wonder what it is that FaZe responds with. Could just be a Xayah. We've seen plenty of really solid picks from him in times gone by where he's played this Xayah, but could also go for something that's got a decent amount of range. I think that the Xayah is just the logical go-to, or
The Ziggs!
the range. I mean, I talked about it in game one, right? Like, this is something that you can go for, and that FaZe doesn't shy away from. This is completely neutralizing. Kalista hates playing versus this pick, and this is just an absolute denial.
Oh, man. And after they handled that earlier game on that 2v2 down there, this is just a statement from FaZe, from Flow. And I, part of me was hoping we get the Xayah and we get the SSG ruler skin and, me getting all the deep lore out, but it really will just be the Ziggs that has seen a little bit of rise in that priority, but also providing so much long-range damage. I do need to see JDG put some AD on the team, though, moving forward. As we do get the Zins out banned by them in that second phase, we'll see what IG want to focus on as well.
Kindred! Get rid of the Kindred, please! This is like the Jun masterclass. We're missing an AD carry. You have a jungler who plays this very marksman AD carry in the jungle. It does just seem to be like that would be a great ban. They've got some great backline as well to protect with the Lamb's Respite.
I gotta ask you, how much is Shun back? He's trying to be cool. He's got a poker face on. He's trying not to get excited. He's just sitting there, please don't ban.
He has to play nonchalant. He has to act nonchalant while they're looking across the stage. Like, I don't mind if you ban the Kindred. It's not a big deal.
Is he excited?
You're gonna do it. What's the play? And he has to play it off to the coach as well. He's like, yeah, Kindred's okay here. We don't have to go.
It's all right. We don't. Yeah.
It'd be an all right pick if we could go for it. No big deal either way. Because again, the issue that I have with that then, okay, gets banned. Good ban from IG is that JDG are now very much scaling oriented as well. We talked about the fact that this IG comp or IG composition of players is very much geared toward playing late game and out team fighting. Their composition is already very much early game centric. Annie, Kalista, and Arta is powerhouse level 6 turn on, where JDG are looking to really play late game and just wait for Ziggs Rise to get those items. Massive meatball in the front line and go wild.
It's literally just the swap-a-rooney of different styles. And that's something you actually weren't super excited about to see from IG. If that was going to be the case when we were talking about it behind the scenes, that IG are a late game team. We don't necessarily want to see them go something early and then not do anything with it. But that is the question they will have to answer for themselves, as we'll see what kind of big picks they want to get to propel themselves into this early game. The Aatrox for the Shy is a cult classic here.
And this needs to be, honestly, for me, this needs to be a damaged jungler as well, four-way. At least something that can do some form of skirmishing in the early stages of this game. I'm looking at just the presence of Sion on its own is terrifying to me, because there's no tank shred on this IG roster. This is already going to have to be Leandri's Malignance, Annie, Kalista going for the blade, trying to do as best he can. Black Cleavers need to be built up as well to try and get through this Sion. The question now, though, for JDG, what carry jungler are they looking to go for? We've got a few already banned away with the Kindred off the board. Zed really doesn't look as great here with all the CC that they've got, so it's the Neferi coming through for Jun here as that AD carry to play into the jungle.
And we're seeing the fruits of the labor of what these two junglers bring to the table, right? That facilitation from Wei. He doesn't want to go for those carries. He even banned away that Kiana on blue side. And Shun, to a fault sometimes, will just go for these carries and try to be that difference maker. And now he is the bridge for JDG to get to the scaling land that they want to with all these picks coming through.
Absolutely. Our two BLG scapegoats almost from years gone by. Wei and Jun, two junglers that have been shunned by the BLG organization, now battling to join BLG at that world stage. And the two calibers of jungler that we've got, this setup, supportive jungler in Wei, Jun, this carry jungler, sometimes, as you say, to a fault, battling head to head. And we see that in no clearer picture than a Vi versus Neferi.
Yeah, it's going to be very telling how this earlier game goes if these junglers want to get some skirmishing going as well. We saw that it took a little bit for things to start turning up around that grub pit where JDG got ahead in that game number 1. In an alternate reality, maybe that's a game-winning fight for IG as well. They'll want that one back, but all they can do is look forward. They have changed holistically the style of comp they're bringing to the table. It's an early game setup for IG, and we're a little bit questioning on how we feel about that.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a tricky one for them to play out. We need to see that aggression, that momentum through the early game really start to pick them up. If they want any chance to come back in this series, they're going to have to find their feet in game number 2.
Game 2 kicking off now. It is IG trying to find a little bit of promise in this series. As we head back to Shenzhen, we head back to Summoner's Rift. IG versus JDG as the Gyos roar.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
And for me, signs point to this bot lane as a real linchpin for Invictus Gaming. Gala and Mako, a duo that have, you know, had an up and down year, let's be honest. Not really had the start or the end at this stage that they would have liked. They've been given Kalista Renata, they've been given the tools to take this game by the scruff of the neck and really force it down JDG's throat. And they have to do it.
Yeah. And I think people sometimes talk about how, you know, Kalista can be a bit of a scaler. Some of those Ren stacks in the later part of the game can get absolutely nuts. But if you're not ahead, it feels very bad, and especially with the long-range potential that FaZe is going to have on the Ziggs. How are we feeling about the Ziggs for FaZe? Maybe something that Ruler never would have pulled out last year for JDG, trying to overshadow the shadow that he stepped into as he came onto JDG's roster.
Yeah, I think as long as this Ziggs doesn't replicate some of those woes from Ruler in the back end of 2024, we could be happy to see it as, I mean, in a lane versus the Kalista versus a Renata, you're looking to make sure that their all-in is as reduced as possible. First 2 bombs landed for FaZe, the third one goes wide. But you can see Zhou actually playing toggle of this vision very nicely, trying to weave in a couple of autos, and as level 2's about to get hit down on the spot side, you can see already that Zhou has to burn that early heal just to get out of range.
Gala doing a really good job trying to dodge around some of these bombs being thrown. We do have both junglers pathing down towards this bot side for a second game in a row, as IG will get the better hand of it, get level 2 first down here. But as we talk about those junglers, I mean, a little bit of vision had been played, so actually, you know, JDG going to be spotted out on their path down towards bot side, so maybe that gives some more information to Wei to make a play down here. But which jungler is in the advantageous position if they do come to a 3v3?
Would like to think that the Vi early has got that opportunity to make something happen that little bit better than an Neferi does. We are focusing a lot on this bot lane, and I'll talk a little bit about the interactions for it, although hold my point, as Wei here finds himself inside the jungle of Xun.
I don't know if Xun necessarily wants to take this fight earlier on. He's going to hit both Dark and Daggers, though, and get some bleeding going, but Rookie's moving over. He does have the CC. Xun going to dodge out of that Vault Breaker, but Wei still getting the better of it and getting the blue buff. So just trying to up in. Xun's clear a little bit, and he's successful at it.
Nice and clinical. You have Prio mid, you have Prio bot. Let's leverage that into a blue steal. This is a very solid, very easy play for Wei to make early. Now Xun's finished his
the
gromp.
satchel charge. They don't get the damage down. Now Xun trying to show his face here. Will be seen. The handshake does go a little bit wide. I do like some of these plays that FaZe is looking for, but he's using a lot of his mana.
Yeah, what's an Neferi going to do here, right? Like, provides no CC, provides a good amount of damage, but if you can't knock up the Kalista, then you can't really expect too much else to happen. They do burn the flash from Gala, and that is a pretty big win for them, so his lethality, his ability to go aggressive with that flash now severely reduced, and despite the fact that actually they did steal away that blue buff, no real consequence for Xun as he's able to double crab in this instance, and he didn't actually go for his gromp, so maybe Wei will be able to take this one for himself. Good heads-up play by both of these junglers to try and dodge things, but they might just be looking to dive. FaZe here still quite high on health, and Summoner heal still not available for JDG. A good chance for IG here with the bailout.
Okay, they're going to get the dive going. They try to get the block, but Zhuo stops him in his tracks. The satchel charge brings FaZe back across. Mako, he was tanking, but is it enough? Now Wei is tanking. The shots do so much damage, but it's not enough just yet. FaZe is the only one that's fallen. Zhuo wants to follow this through. If you're about to give kills to Xun, that's exactly what JDG want. They're going to give 1 over. They're going to give 2 over, and that's JDG making good on the bot lane play.
Yeah, they saw this coming, and they read it, and they stopped it. They prevented this all being for nothing. FaZe can TP into the mid lane. He loses effectively 1 minion's worth of experience, and he's going to be so happy to be able to collect this mid wave under the turret. Loses out on his life, yes, but I think that for IG, you know, one of our criticisms were that they don't do anything through the early stages of the game. It's why we were worried. Unfortunately, the first time that they go for something, it doesn't quite pan out. Look at how well Zhuo and Pays space this out, and importantly, look at how well they space out Gala. Pays flashes away from the initial CC, and then satchels from one side to the other. Their DPS isn't there. Gala's walking during this dive. He's just trying to get his damage out from under the turret. They spend so much time there, and with all the CC missing, it means that IG lose out on both of their bot laners. Yes, the the Berserker boots are picked up for Gala off this base, but
Ooh, in the mid lane.
It's not really what you want to see.
It's not. And I got to say, you know, a lot is said about how many games have been played in the LPL, how long this year has been. It's been a long year for both these teams. Ups and downs throughout. A lot of lackluster performances throughout as well. But all that matters is you show up in your final moments, in the final series. And this is it. And the fact that we've seen Dwo and Scout have incredible plays early into this series, that is striking when the iron is hot. And while IG are going to start up this dragon and should be able to secure it, it's no wonder we're seeing a different JDG here in Regional.
And for JDG as an organization in particular as well, after such a devastating end.
They're going to try to collapse on a Mako. He's going to have the bailout, but it's not going to bail anything out. He's going to die to Scout, who picks up his second kill on the Rise.
And that's just what they're after, right? This is the perfect situation, getting gold onto this carry who needs a little bit of time to scale. One of those mandated tier plus Rod of Ages users. The fact that he's getting these kills early, he can start progressing his way towards those third bigger ticket items off the back of the 600 gold that he's already farmed.
They're going to try to link up now over in this jungle support synergy. Gala's going to step over, tries to deny the Scuttle Crab going to Shun. He's getting those Ren stacks stacked up. Gala's feeling super confident now. Gonna get the bailout, and those Ren stacks continue to build. He's gonna get the kill here, is he? Shun not going down, gets the heal from the Darkened Dagger. And IG, what have you done? They try to get a play on the Shun. They pull so many resources. They won't burn much for it, but they are gonna get the red buff in the end.
So it's a little bit of a denial here on Tuju, and he's going to lose out quite heavily, and ultimately, IG don't really burn that much, so whilst they don't get the kill, it's not all that detrimental to them either. But it does just feel bad. They're committing so much time to this, and they're just not quite able to get it. You do feel for them, but their hearts are in the right place, like they're making these aggressive plays, they're just not really working out all that well, and even despite the fact that JDG have got this, you know, necessity to scale, they're actually still able to find these cheeky early plays that are netting them a little bit of gold.
Yeah. And we have to talk about the bear in the room. We have not seen a combo between Wei and Rookie, the premier combo they drafted for here, yet in this game. That CC chain is one of a devilish proportion, and we need to see that continue to be a factor, or at least be a factor here in this game, as we are hitting those level 6s for everybody.
The question is, who are they looking to focus with it? You're going to either focus a Rise, who's going to have 3,000 HP, the Scion, who's going to have, you know, 5,000 and be able to tank it all without any doubt, or you're going to have to try and generate these really unique angles onto Pays, who's not somebody who we expect to get caught out by them. So it's a really tricky position for IG to find themselves in. And for Rookie, you know, he's getting dove between his two turrets here. Like, he's being forced all the way around as we look at the grubs on this top side.
And we should see a contested setup. Do we prefer JDG trying to get in here, even though they do have that scaling comp? This is where we can really see those combos for IG come together.
What we normally look for is to try and snipe away one. IG expect to take two. They'd like three. They probably have to fight for all three of them, but the poke here from Pei is going to be pretty important, if he can land it, that is.
That is true. We already get the one grub going the way of IG. Trying to find a little bit of a flank. Mega Inferno Bomb comes through, and that's a big ticket item down. There goes everything used straight onto Scout. He's very tanky this early on, and finally we get the combo from Rookie as well. Gala's flashing forward, taking the game in his own hands with a double kill. As Xiaosu coming in the back end here, going to use the Unstoppable Onslaught, but misses it wholly, as now it's going to be Wait knocking him back into the team. The Ren stacks are there, and Gala's just waiting to rip his soul away as Wei gets a heal there in the end, and Shun oversteps as now it's Pei stepping over the wall, trying to use this zombie mode, going forward, getting himself a double kill.
Oh my
This is an absolute gunslinging compared to double TP coming in from JDG. They want to continue this, but IG, they will put their tail between their legs and back away.
Double TP's used by JDG, and they don't really get too much out of it. That's a big fight for IG. Relwolf comes through. Scout's not going to find anything, as fortunately enough, Mako and Rookie have been able to retreat far enough back. But this is a big win for IG. The fact that they find that fight is really important. Yes, they're going to lose out on 2 grubs here, but I don't think that's the biggest deal overall. I think getting that gold, being able to inject some venom into Gala is that big ticket to success for them.
It is indeed, and we get the remaining grubs completed by JDG, so that'll be another game where they get 2 of them, as we are going to take a look back at this play and the chaos that ensued. Both carries putting themselves in the front.
Before this fight even starts, just take a look at the minimap. The TP comes through from Xiaoshu where it doesn't from the Aatrox. But like you said in the call, Mazel, Scout's very tanky. It takes a lot of time for him to go down. And that's a lot of time for Jun to be poking with Dark and Daggers, for these bouncing bonks to be coming through. And Xiaoshu here with a pretty rare whiff there, is he's not able to land the point-blank Scion ulti. Flashes from one side, starts channeling this Q, and that gives the way back in for these bouncing bombs, for the daggers from the jungler to come on through. And Jun does a pretty good job at actually peppering in damage throughout this. He plays with his HP very, very wisely, as Pace is able to land the Kobe on the back side of this, forces a double flash out to safety, and despite these double TPs coming through, JDG not able to make the most of it work.
And there may be a series of events where Pace gets a little bit more damage down depending on how he uses his combo as he flashes over the wall, but that's the killer instinct you love to see from a guy who's trying to be the difference maker for JDG here in this series with this Ziggs play over Gala, who also got a couple kills. And now we'll see the fruits of IG's labors here on the top side with some of that pressure given. They will take a second dragon, so making good on that first game where they got none.
Yeah, the point that I wanted to bring up from that replay is that the Shy never really contributed to this. He TP'd just a minute or so ago after everything had already happened. So he's already got a lot of gold, working his way towards finishing his call, has that first item picked up. JDG wanted this first turret on the top side, but the rest of IG decide they're not going to let them take it. Remember, that Ziggs satchel is really good at taking those turrets down, and that recognition comes through. But now they've left IG and the Shy a little bit isolated. I think that the Aatrox here versus a Neferian Scion probably feels quite fine.
Oh, they are circling around. They're going to try to catch out. Whoa, that's a little bit bold from Wei. He's going to get the dodge out of there. Did have to use the quickness just for that extra momentum here, but IG will be rebuffed on the top side. And you know what you could do to maybe do that a little bit better is get a little bit of prodiff coaching to see how that dive, how that gank would have been pulled off. You can improve your game by going over to prodiff.gg and getting coaching from former and current NACL, ERL, and LTA players and coaches. Use LPL 10 to get 10% off on prodiff, and maybe you can be as good as the pros.
Taking stock of the game though, Mazel very happy with how IG have looked to try and make plays, but a reminder that their composition can't stop just because it's 2 dragons to the good. They need to try and continue pushing the pace of this game. If nothing happens for the next 10-15 minutes, we expect JDG to be able to win the 5 versus 5s as we get later, as the fight becomes a lot more difficult for a Kalista to navigate. It's really tricky for her to try to play into Scout, to try and play into the Ziggs, with minefields going down, with rune prisons coming through, rooting her up, preventing that mobility from being a thing. And we look across the rest of the IG composition. Maybe the Shy can have a monster performance on the Aatrox, but it's not really the consistent DPS that we're looking like we would do from a Kalista and from Gala. We took this bot lane duo, knowing that it was going to be up against a really tricky matchup. They knew that this 6 would be possible, and it got thrown in their faces. Oh, he found 3 kills and finds himself not in a too bad position to start pushing this game faster.
And I do feel like Aatrox will live up to the world-ending nature of his name. At some point in this game, it's going to be a vintage the Shy performance there. But these first items do make a difference. As we have the Shojins completed for Shun, it's multiple Sundered Skies on this top side for IG, so giving them some more skirmish potential. And while we do have the Rift Herald coming up in less than a minute, JDG are the ones with priority right now. They want
Gold
the
is
turret.
dead even, but the push is really easy for Ziggs, especially versus a Kalista.
Oh, they're launching everything at Rookie. Rookie's going to get jumped on by Scout. Now they have the Hound's Pursuit unleashed. And who let the dogs out? It's JDG. As they take the first turret, too, that's going to be feats completed for Jingdong Diemi.
And they're using the Ziggs so well. The TP back into the mid lane from Pace so that he catches this entire wave. He's able to take the first brick gold on the top side, and there's no real consequence for it. Q over the wall from Wei. Stops Scout.
Okay. He's still tanky, though. Okay, Wei is just sending it now. He does have the TP coming through with the spellbook for Mako, but he is all alone in a 1v3. It's about to turn into a 3v3, though. He was just preemptively going in. And we do see in the bot side, the Shy gets a little bit taken off his mantle as he took that fight into Xiaosu, but that should leave some pressure relief to get this Rift Herald for IG.
TP's available for Xiaosu here, so if he wants to make a play happen, then he can, but it's actually a TP down into the bot side coming through from Scout. They're looking to make the play onto the Shy underneath the turret.
Oh, they really want him. He's got the speed up from the TP as well in the Shy. He can't make it under turret fast enough. He stopped to try to get the kill. He does end up getting the flash out. He's going to dodge out. Now the Shy is going to try to take down Paze. Paze, you just got to hit 1Q. Just do it. Throw the bomb. The arcade comments there. Paze just needs one more. He misses it. He's going to get the auto attack. Paze can't do it. He gets the satchel charge kill at the end. And that's a dopamine hit if you ask me.
Yeah, and Vintage the Shy, he dodges those, but unfortunately didn't quite make his outplay happen on the bot side. He did burn Paze's flash, which is a pretty big deal here. Again, if they're trying to find access to this Ziggs, that's not something that is going to be done too easily. And with no flash there, they are just making that job that little bit smoother. However, another turret falls, and this time again into the pockets of Paze. What is lost in the mid lane? Absolutely nothing. Usually when you move the Ziggs out of mid, you want to see the enemy team try to force you to lose something for it. But Scout was there ready to push in that wave. You can see that the real crux of how this composition is looking to be played out for IG is just not being met. Dragon spawns in 10 seconds, and I think that this is going to be the big fight for IG. If they can find a win here, they can find an advantage, then maybe they'll be in a good spot to continue increasing their stakes in this game. But if JDG are able to, you know, sort of neutralize that dragon stacking and have a good fight either way, I think this game could be pretty close to over for IG.
Yeah, these second items are going to be so big for JDG. We are getting into the thick of things now. This setup around this Cloud Dragon soul point for IG. We did see the preemptive Rift Herald used on the bot side. I was wondering if they're going to try to use it as a distractionary tool, but they don't end up doing so. They just get some extra gold on the bot side. Now they're going to push in mid lane. They got a decent amount of damage on the Xiaosu, but nothing else going to be utilized. Now they're going to try to get Whoa. Wei is just throwing his engages everywhere he can.
And honestly, I think that might end up being a good thing as we get later on into this.
Oh,
Scout!
the flash over! The play! Scout just made the masterclass play right onto Rookie, and that immediately puts IG on the back foot. Gala's stepping forward. Gala's losing his health bar. Gala's trying to use this bailout to get some damage down, but he goes down with a big hit from Xiaosu. Now Wei is left out by his lonesome. He's got to get the flashes out, and Shun finds his old combo jungler of Wei as he gets the better of him for a second game in a row.
Well, Mazel, the game just got a lot harder here for IG. They lose out on the dragon stacking, they lose out on the fight, and this composition that needed to thrive, that needed to win early, is doing anything but. The first fight where they come to blows, the massive 5v5 doesn't go their way. The Shy's getting poked out under the turret by the Ziggs. And talk about a glow up for JDG here. They found themselves in 5th, 6th, having a really awkward regular season. A really solid performance versus Weibo takes them to this series versus IG, which was still going to be a big, really big challenge for them. But Rookie spotted on a ward, flashed straight on top of and taken out instantly.
I just can't, man. I cannot. It's so heartbreaking to see this IG team not be the team that's represented so well in this split number 3, to have the wheels completely fall off. And honestly, I'm just saying right now, Shun is the better jungler on the Rift right now. And the fact that we're seeing the difference between Wei not willing to go for a damage carry, to go for something that can maybe contest Shun, it's these facilitators that might just be the downfall of IG.
Yeah, I do think that Kiana ban on blue side was very indicative for the sort of ego jungle picks that we've got, with Jun knowing that he'd take that, and you know, Wei here not having that confidence to be able to take a Kiana pick is pretty telling. Maybe game number 3 we see them just bite the bullet and give it to Wei anyway, but I think that so far for Invictus Gaming, they're going to be very sort of distraught with how the game's going. They've got 2 items now finally for Gala, but you know, this was the carry that was supposed to be accelerated. He's even pace with Paze, who's already got Horizon Focus picked up, Luden's picked up. This isn't a winning Kalista at this stage at all.
Yeah, this is a terrifying combo to walk into. JDG are going to be very willing to fight any objectives that come up here anytime soon. We do have the Atacon spawning in about 10 seconds here, but IG, they just need to put it together. I've loved how aggressive Gala has been playing on this Kalista. You need some of that energy for IG to get into this series.
And provided they can close this one out here, JDG might not be able to as easily with Scout. I mean, Wei got spotted there, so they know that he's in here.
Wei needs to be very careful here. Shun's going to try to stop everybody else from following through. The Mega Inferno Bomb's also going to hit. Scout still tanking as the Saris. The reset's going to come through the Darkened Blade, and the Darkened Dagger is going to make the difference here. Shun healing up a Storm. The double Grand Entrance knock up and the double CC combo. The Shy, he's world-ending his own life right now, as that's JDG completely cutting down IG once again. I'm getting a deja vu, and I'm getting a triple kill from Shun.
And I'm just going to say it, Mazel, that's game 2 locked and loaded here. This IG composition has failed. Their ability to scale is not present, and for JDG, they will just run this game now. With 20 minutes on the board, Atacon will be taken, and JDG are just steamrolling their way through this Invictus gaming composition.
After a year of troubles, after a year of being knocked off of a top World Finals contesting team for Wei and Shun, this is the final battle between these two faded junglers, and Shun makes the difference.
And you can just see in this fight that by the time Gala starts auto-attacking, he's 20% HP. He's taken so much poke from Pays, so much poke from Jun, that this Kalista is already finding it impossible to navigate these team fights. And by the time the Shy actually pops Mega and pops this massive, game-breaking ultimate, he isn't actually able to do anything. He gets in there, his team's already dead, and the fight's already lost.
You see the JDG fandom matching the JDG coaching staff, excited nonetheless, with a big slot on the line. A destiny to face Faker and T1 for that final Worlds slot. Can JDG make good on what has been a honestly terrible end to split number 3? And a team that we did not expect to be performing like this. In the end, with this is a team that had so many doubts behind them, Rude, with all the performances we've seen, with all the chokes that we've seen from this team. But all you got to do is show up a couple times, and they have in the last series and now in this one.
And remember that this JDG roster changed between Split 2 and Split 3, and it even changed during Split 3 as well. Okay, hold on.
Okay, they're going to get a play on the Pays. They try to get him down, but he gets the heal up.
Flash.
And that's going to be the hostile takeover coming through, but it's not going to get the separation they needed. Now they're back. Inferno Bomb. They are just throwing artillery at IG. IG's first strike did not land, and now the Realm Warp's coming through. They're going to send Xiaoshu onto the back line, onto the flank, and they're going to go for the kill onto the Shy. That's your frontliner, and Xiaoshu is still tanking him. The reset's there for Shun. He's going to get locked down, though, and Xiaoshu's already down. He's got zombie mode, but Gala's stepping up. He has the bailout. Can he get another kill? Can he get the rend? He gets one, but he doesn't have enough to get the rest. And now Wei is in the front line, but Mako is trying to get them separated from him. He's going to use the Vault Breaker to try to get through, but he gets locked down in the end, and Scout takes his life from him.
And it's the mid-AD duo here for JDG, that core that was so present through Split 1, 2, and now finally in the playoffs and the regional qualifier for Split 3. Scout stepping up massively when he needs to for his organization, saving that team fight. JDG overplayed their hand a little bit. They realm warped the Scion into the backline because they thought this was going to be good, and I love this from Wei. A heads-up play, sees Pays out in the lurch, manages to get in there. Knock up from the Renata as well. Importantly though, hostile takeover doesn't go to the backline. It goes for the Scion, goes for Jun, two champions that you're not really looking at to be taken down and to be focused. But the back half of this play where they send Xiaoshu through, it's a trade of top laners here. IG, 4 of them peel back. The Shy sacrifices himself on the front side, maybe a little bit preemptively. But a good takeaway from Xiaoshu there as he buys the time for his team to come forward. And then it's Gala flashing forward here, just able to get a reset the second before that bailout comes through. But then finally, on the back side of this play, look at the heads-up nature of Pace. He's stepping forward, 200 HP, W down to interrupt Wei's re-entrance to this fight, saving his life and giving Scout another kill in this game.
And I hate to say it, I hate to bring up the correlations yet again, but you have to. When Ruler left such a big shoe to fill on JDG and Pays, switching spots with him, this is the same position that Ruler was in just last year, and the same dire straits here, the need to win. And the fact that we see a typical Ruler play, right? Ruler was a player all the time in the LPL that would bait an entire team's engagement and live and turn that around on them, and Pays is showing us just what he can do when he steps up to the plate. This Ziggs coming out of left field, being the difference maker in all these fights. Gala does not have free reign over navigating a lot of these team fights, and Pays is the separator right now in how these compositions are working.
Unless we forget, you know, this JDG organization found themselves in this position this time last year where they were in the regional qualifier. One best of 5 could send them to Worlds, and as you mentioned, it was Ruler, one of their crucial playmakers, that ended up costing them that series in a pivotal game number 5. Now, JDG look very much set to send themselves to a 2-0 and potentially to a 3-0 as well off the back of that. The difference between those two marksmen could just be that Pays won't be the one that gets caught out and costs them this series, but he's still got to get them over the line. Until this series is completely finished, we have to hope that he can't do it.
And for IG, oh my god, Wei, how did you even find yourself over here, brother? All right, well, we're going to get a little bit of shindig between Wei and Shun, the old junglers of BLG, just fighting it tooth and nail as we do get the Fates call in mid lane. Gala's trying to dodge out of this engagement, but he gets locked out. Actually, he gets out of the grand entrance. Look at Gala, man. He is stepping up right now.
Turret's still there.
Under turret. IG just going for the kills, and he gets Pays, gets the reset, and gives the kill right to Shun. Meanwhile, IG were trying to make a play, but Shun now having the reset, throwing those darkened daggers left and right and getting even more. The Hounds are on pursuit, and he wants to continue to follow them through, and the Shy unfortunately gonna have to walk his way away, but it's another triple kill for Shun.
I mean, effectively a quadra kill because he killed the Vi on the top side of it as well. So he finds all 4 kills in that fight, and you know, this game again, like I've said, probably very difficult for IG to get any form of purchase in from this point onwards. But you'd love to see this from JDG, that they are looking, and they're just looking to push the envelope at this stage. They know this game's done, so they just need to find any sort of fight. But I want to give heads up to Gala here, and you know, a little bit of kudos for it, because he dodges out on the Scion engage, and then actually, again, making the wrong call. Doesn't want to be peeling the Scion. You need to go straight onto the Ziggs here. If they knock up Pays there, you can play this fight out, and Gala doesn't have to go all the way under the turret to take him down. Knows that that's his only way out, that taking the AD carry is the best bet for them. Probably has stopped the Baron from being taken because they have no Ziggs there, or because they've made this fight so difficult for them. But the fact that, you know, Jun comes in off the back of this and there's no Kalista there to try and dice with him just means that this fight's already over.
And I gotta say, I hate to harp on one of the legends, but that's almost as bad of a play for Mako as that game 1 Shockwave Flash. We didn't see anything really land there for Mako, and now JDG are on the front foot, and they're going for a little bit of an aggressive play on the way. That might be a little bit more than they could chew, though. Shun's getting a little bit low. He should get his soul ripped from him as the Shy starts the reset of the World Ender, and Baron now in the eyes of IG.
Yeah, they have to go for this, but they're playing up against the poke from a Ziggs, right? Mega Inferno Bomb still there, still ready. So IG have got to be very clinical with how they take this. Eat into the pit and just look at the damage that we need to see from Gala as well. He needs to get this Baron smoked down.
Oh, Wei's getting so low. Wei's in the back of the pit. He's getting hit by the spike.
Kalista can still smite,
though. The Ren stacks are huge here. They can be the difference maker. Is he going to come over the pit? It's going to be smoked by Wei. They get the Baron, but now they're going to lose Rookie on the back end of it. Gala's trying to step forward, trying to get some of these kills onto Pays. He's going to flash. He's going to dash. He's going to pull the Ren down. He's going to get another kill. Gala has stepped up. He's gone Super Saiyan for IG, but he gets out of the grand entrance again. And Gala, the ADC that IG needed. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 damage on the Kalista.
They put the game in his hands in the draft, and boy, is he trying to make it work in this mid-game. Stops the Baron from going to JDG, finds a massive fight around that neutral objective as well, and may just be able to claw this game back.
They're going to try to go for a play under turret now. Shun still pretty strong, 9-2 and 9. On this Nefiri, the Baron minions are doing some work now, though. He's going to try to clear that one out, but the Dragon spawning, that is going to be soul point for IG. And we look back at this overextension from JDG.
And it's Jun going a little bit too far forward. The second he goes in, he recognizes what he has done. Pushed his pace a little too fast. He doesn't have the support to be there, and it's the Shy that benefits from that, but it's IG that benefit overall. I love how well they play this, how cognizant they are that this is their only chance to come back into this. They've been given a lifeline here, And maybe a little bit of miscommunication between the jungler and the AD carry here of IG, but they make it work just about. You know, one extra bomb goes in there, it could have been a disaster. But Gala, all you need to look at is this Kalista dodging, dancing, diving away from everything, just raining hellfire down onto the carries, and the second that he knows who his target is, you can see the second Stasis is coming out of, he's ready to auto-scout down, take him out. And it's on top of the fact that the rest of IG are actually there, ready as well. The CC layering is perfect. The second that Stasis comes down, Scout can't do anything. And it is a one fight for Invictus Gaming that just levels up the gold. It doesn't even put them ahead, it levels it out.
5,000 gold difference reduced to nothing. Gala seemingly single-handedly picking up the corpse of IG and trying to get it over the finish line. Now they have a lot of damage with a full build Gala on the Kalista, playing out of his mind to try to get IG back into this series.
The thing is that this doesn't stop it being a very difficult game for Kalista to play. Imagine getting hit by a Rise W and then followed up with Grand Entrance, a Scion in your face as well. It's not easy for the Kalista, don't get me wrong. Having 6 items makes it a little bit better, but there's still a lot of work to be done for IG. And hopefully this Kalista can be the champion to take them over that line. Obviously, we have to remember that Jun as well, 2 levels up over Wei. The same to be said for Scout as well. There are advantages for JDG like there are for IG.
It'll be the Shy in the side lane, now the focus. All of IG moving over to try to take this tier 2. Gala can play a little bit more aggressively now as well with the GA, as they're going to try to move, but Paze still has extreme wave clear on this Ziggs. And we'll see their push a little bit rebuffed here, but this is an IG that I can get behind. It's a little bit of a, play on a mistake from JDG, but it's still something for IG to hold on to. But now, unfortunately, IG are going to have nothing to hold on to. Mako is going to try to protect Gala as much as he can here, but it's not going to be enough. They get the redemptions in. Gala's going to get his GA popped. He's trying to get a kill on the Scout, but he goes golden. Gala's bailout is not long enough, and his GA will be popped. Rookie going for a kill on the Scout now, too. The decimating smash goes through, and Gala is down. That is your main carry, and Scout is still alive. They try to go for a play over here onto the Shy, though, who is trying to go on the back line. They are going to get the kill on the Scout in the end. Mako almost going down. The Shy, he should just die to the dogs here, as he's going to get ran down by Sun.
Good immune there from Jun, keeps the Shy from falling, but they're still going here.
Oh my god, Wei came back from the grave, got another kill there for Rookie. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu still tanking up a storm. The decimating smash going to come through and do a decent amount, as Xiaoshu can't get in front of the Vault Breaker to dash away. And that is all she wrote for now. At least the dust settles, and there's blood all over the place. Rude.
No, but Mazel, despite that, this is a really big fight for JDG in particular. They get the GA from Gala, so no big fight around the Soul that's spawning for IG in 1 minute and 30 seconds, or the Baron that spawns then as well. He's going to have to play with a different item in his inventory, and he's got the gold to be able to just, I believe, swap them straight back out. But they see Gala here, they look straight for him, and look at how difficult this is for Kalista. Knock up, slow, you can't kite, knocked up again, rooted. And even through all of that, it still takes JDG a good 5-10 seconds to get through both that and then the Guardian Angel and the bailout as well. There's a lot of time for IG to get in here and for the rest of the team to be able to make things work. So Rookie needs to step into this position of being the mid lane carry, of making sure as well that the Shy can be a part of this fight, because everybody knows to focus Gala. That gives free reign for the Shy, gives free reign for Rookie to actually, you'd hope, go unchecked and deal out that DPS.
The saving grace right now for IG ahead of this dragon is Gala. He will not have his GA. He does have Flash. Barrier coming up soon. Meanwhile, it seems like JDG are going to be full frontal assault mode going into this one to stop that Cloud Soul from going over to Gala, who would absolutely love another stack of that movement speed.
Yeah, heads up play from Gala here, goes back to base, sells his GA, finds Immortal Shield Bow as that extra defensive item. So another layer of protection here that JDG are going to have to try to rip through.
He is so hard to take down, but if Pace starts landing some of this... Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb gone. Wade decides to just go for the play on Shun. Shun has the GA, though. Wade just overplayed his hand. Meanwhile, the Shy's on the back line. There goes the Tippers, too. It's a little bit of a miscommunication from IG.
Double
And now
knockup.
the resets are starting to come through for Shun. He's getting
Look at
locked down. He
Gala.
still has his GA, though. And now it's looking on the back line. Scout is getting ran down by the Shy. And IG, they finally find the fight they were looking for. Shun can't get the resets no matter what. And Gala finally dies. Xiaoshu is the only one left between 4 members of IG, and that's going to be the Dragon Soul going to Invictus Gaming.
Maybe even more than that, Mazel. Here they may just look to tie up the series. 45 seconds on Scout, Jun and Xiaoshu with a wave in the mid lane. IG, they're sending us to 1-on-1, Mazel. JDG don't find that fight. They can't snowball effectively, and Gala comes up huge.
A comp we said needed to have that early game promise. They were down 5,000 gold, and they roar triumphantly in this game 2 to take down JDG. They combined with Gala going Super Saiyan to even us up here in our final best of 5. 1-1, Invictus Gaming are going to take game number 2 after a 4,000 gold lead in the end and a slow finish, but it finally goes down.
It was very close there in the end as the Ziggs tries to make it stop and Pay's not quite able to do so, but when did we say Invictus Gaming thrive? It's in that late game. They give themselves an early game to bridge their way through it, and they fail miserably. They're down 5k gold, but a rare throw, one of those big whiffs from Jun, gives the Baron over to IG, and from there they're able to claw their way back into the game and push us even level now in this 1-to-1 series.
It has to be fate, man. It just has to be fate. We were wondering, is that all that IG were going to give us? And it turns out it's not. To break down that game number 2, we're going to send it back over to the desk and back over to Graves.
Thank you, Lennon. Man, we were setting up for a JDG 2-0 conversation, but IG had other ideas. With the early game comp that they drafted for themselves, able to live up to what we were hoping that they would be able to do. Turn things around, play the macro well, and they were able to do it this in the back half of this game, Hulk.
Oh man, let's go! I was gonna get fined. I could feel Kelsey in the back of my mind saying, "Don't do it, don't do it." We got one more game at least, but we won a game, and by all means, we should never have been in this spot. Like, we have the early game composition, we get the first 2 dragons, but we're messing up fight after fight after fight around objectives. It doesn't look good. I was ready, as they said on the show, probably was looking like a 3-0 on the cards here, but there's that late game magic, baby. We got it back, even if it's for 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, this was over. Like, essentially, there was no way back into this. You draft this gigantic early game comp for IG, and you throw away the early game with a couple of, crazy plays, but leave it to IG to draft Kalista, Renata, and, Annie, and be able to make it work in the late game team fights anyways. We don't want to see the hands. We don't want to see the early game. We just want to see this team 5v5, and they were able to do that here.
Man, what a strange way to end that game, and we're gonna have a really fun time breaking down what exactly Invictus Gaming did to turn that game that was in such a disastrous state into an even series now at 1-to-1 as we wait for our highlights, our player of the game, and everything like that. I mean, it was a very stark turnaround, and it really started with Gala on that Kalista. I mean, there was that one fight around the top side, and he got a kill, and we were like, okay, this is interesting. And then it was just one after the other after the other. My guy popped off, and deservedly so here for this player. And we had some questions came in about what the Ziggs was going to be able to do for Pays. Gala was just the better player in this game.
Gala wasn't the better player of the 80 carries. Gala was the best player in this game. He just was unreal in terms of his positioning. He ends up, being able to build that super tanky Kalista build and just be, 1v5 material, jumping in and playing as aggressive as he wants. This is the only way for you to be able to get back in is if Gala is Superman, and it was exactly that. You get all of that gold onto him in the early game from these dives, even if you're trading it over to JDG with the hope that eventually this Kalista can 5v5. And, he's had a couple of fantastic team fights throughout this year in general. He's had some bad ones too. The inconsistency has been part of a problem for him, but at least here today in game number 2, he came up in probably the biggest moment of this team's year.
Been Oh, we've been waiting for this, right? The consistency out of the bot lane. Didn't see it too much in their first series against Top Esports. I feel like Jackie Love and Hong specifically were able to do a lot for them in that game, in that series. But yeah, everybody really just starting to deliver. The Shy coming into a play a little bit there. And it hurts for JD Gaming to lose that one after the early advantage that you're able to build. It still feels like Shun is playing out of his mind, and it's unfortunate that he wasn't able to get the win there.
I just saw a tweet from Tom saying, can we find a way to give Gala the win, but not the rest of IG? And I fully endorse that. Just look at the gold graph here. They're up almost 5,000 gold. I think you also look at the composition here. We'll get into the draft a little bit later, but I really feel like you look at what JDG have, and you go late enough into the game, and IG are kind of struggling. The only out for them, really, in my mind, is the Shy. This Aatrox champion is nigh unkillable if we can get to that stage in the game, but we saw multiple failed dives early on, and Gala, he had a lot of tools to work with. You have an Annie, you have a Renata, Vi, all of this is set up for you to be able to get work done, and finally he's able to deliver on it. That has been the biggest part. I think another problem for IG is whether or not we're actually going to have real carries, because I've been propping up the Shy as the carry for this team. Gala kind of feels like a second string, like backliner almost sometimes. And I think we've seen that here in the regional finals, in their series versus Top Esports, and even in that first game here tonight.
Yeah, Gala is he's one of those players that he's always been on the cusp of being really good. And he's never been the guy in the AD carry role. He's never really been the guy for any of the teams that he's played for. There were times on RNG where they would play for him, but these are the kinds of performances that you start to be like, okay, this is the Gala that if we can just get 2 more games of this in this series, all of a sudden, everything else doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we're continuing to walk up and play really aggressive in bushes. It doesn't matter that mid-jungle are honestly not having a good series really at all right now. If you get great performances, if you have the best players on the Rift, you're always going to have a chance, and at least for now, it looks like IG are going to put themselves in a position to do so. Maybe not so much in this clip. This was a bit of an overextension, but, you know, we can excuse 1 or 2 mistakes.
Can we please stop putting great AD carries that are mechanical on Ziggs? Like, I don't want to watch Pays play Ziggs. I don't want to watch Guma play Ziggs. I don't want to watch a player like On or even Jackie Love play Ziggs. These champions are not for them. I want to have them be able to right-click on some heads, give us some free wins, and call it a night. Give me a Lucian. Give me a Jhin. Give me anything other than a pay Ziggs.
After yesterday, I don't know if we want the Pays Lucian either. You know, we can as we get later into Fearless, maybe we can think about it a little bit more. It is an interesting point because K-Man, you were talking about it, you know, just between us while we were watching that game. Pays actually played a lot of the Ziggs on Gen G, but I feel like the way that team was constructed when you have Canyon and Chovy alongside Keen and just like these crazy carries on the top side, he was allowed to take more of a back step. On this JDG roster specifically, Pays always has to be a giant X factor, and that's why maybe we're a little bit more hesitant about this pick in the draft.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, the Ziggs does cause a bit of a problem here if you do end up giving the gold to Kalista. I still can justify it from the perspective of maybe why you would want to go for it. I think you do have so much damage coming in from Nefiri Rise that having that siege potential to close out a game theoretically should be good, but that's not how JDG like to play. We talked about the good of this in game number 1 where JDG were super aggressive, constantly looking for plays, you know, finding the 2-for-1s. Even if they weren't exactly perfect, they were getting something. Well, in this game, they were, you know, trading too much gold back over to the side of IG and keeping them in games despite the fact that they were in such a good position, and I think that really came back to bite them.
Let's take a look at our player of the game, game number 2. I feel like
it
probably just goes to one person. Yeah, it's Gala. He died 8 times, but you know what? Able to make those deaths count, especially towards the end of that game. Man, this guy basically 1v9 and was the reason as to how IG were able to turn that game around.
This is a real 1v9 because his teammates were making it really difficult for him to win. So he actually had to quite literally play with opponents on his own team.
Okay, not directly, and if anything, the Renata was on his team, so he was forcing them to fight against each other on JDG's side a little bit there. But yeah, well deserved here for Gala. Would love to see him continue to pop off throughout this series, and something as we can get into the draft graphic. The Kaisa still available for either of these players. I feel like that's a specialty specifically for the IG ADC. We'll see. If he can continue to have these crazy aggressive moments, which is what we know Gala for throughout his competitive career. Let's get into that draft graphic though, and break this down a little bit more, because given the fact that everything was going the way that it was in the early game for IG in game number 1, I was happier with the fact that they went with a more early game focused composition came in.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think the early game focus at least gave them some semblance of an identity early on. I think at times they played a little bit too much into that identity. The bot lane dive certainly not being the most consistent thing in the entire world, but leave it to IG to pick Annie,
You're a little late here, Grapes.
Vi.
I just saw the dogs.
Yeah, no, the dogs are going crazy. You leave it to IG to pick the most early game of early game comps, and then end up having a 35-minute banger.
Any thoughts about the draft here, Alk? I mean, we see Annie here on B1. This is definitely a rookie specialty, and I was a little bit worried seeing the Nefiri get locked in for Shun. I think we both saw that and we're like, oh god, this JDG comp's gonna be insane late in this one, but didn't actually end up happening.
I mean, if we just look at historical data and what has been happening, like Ryze versus Annie is a really tight window for Annie to be able to play. Kalista Renata can play the early lane versus Ziggs, but later on becomes a difficulty, and that seems like it is a common trend here for all of JDG's champions in this draft. Like, later on, IG have very little ways of being able to play, so now we have to think about Fearless here. I know I put for IG, we're talking about Annie. It's a good takeaway from Scout, but more importantly, I think just what Ricky's pool is going to look like here in the series, because there's no Orianna anymore. He didn't play any Aurora for the most part in the postseason. We have no Ryze. He doesn't play Azir. So are we going to move towards Talia, which is completely dropped off the face of the cliff here for playoffs? Like, he's going to have a much smaller effective champion pool. And he already is kind of a weak link for this team right now.
Sorry, Grapes. That I have to jump in here because that is the concern for me. Is I'm happy we got Annie. It's cool that they left it up. They ban out the Wukong because they want to take away the pairing. Great, whatever, fine. Now that we're down to this, is it just Victor spam? Are we just going back to control mages? Are we just saying, whatever? I don't think you can do that after this game. I get that the Annie wasn't effective, but I think it's important to say that the proactivity that was allowed, even just from some of the Annie plays, was so important towards what Rookie was doing here. Because I think this team needs that kind of spark somewhere. And even if his positioning, if his laning, if his gold isn't exactly up to par with what you would need, I think going back to something more passive would really bite Invictus.
Let's get into this first clip, as it will show a bit of a mistake that Rookie was making, playing a little bit too aggressive, standing on this ward. And hey, shout out to Scout and everybody else for pressing the go button here. This is where we were all like, oh god, it's brutal again. Another loss in the early game. JDG looks like they're going to run away with it here. They played the first 15 minutes, first 20 minutes of this one really well here, all.
I think now that I'm like taking back this series or this game and kind of going through it, I kind of want to posit the question for us now. Is this going to be, can we consider this as two good games from Scout? I think there's a meaningful argument there.
Yeah.
I would say so. Generally.
Like, I know we're talking about the team that did lose here in the end of the day. But part of that I think is, again, just the composition that IG have. It's super easy. Later on in the game, I think a player that we were doing a lot of building up was Xiaoshu in game number 1. Game number 2, that one was, I think his Scion did not look as clean. So we're going to have a couple more clips to go through, but I am really worried about what kind of, if this is the time that Xiaoshu's going to step down in terms of performance, I'm okay with that because he's mostly been weak side top lane, but I'm happy. Scout is at least playing a little bit better.
Hey, you said 1.5, right? Last time?
1.5 last night.
Yesterday. So Can we say 1.5 this time too, or do you think it's more like 2? Like, that's the question, I guess, for you.
I'll give him 2. I'll give him 2 for now.
All right. Well, you know what? That early game was good here for JDG. They got up to about a 5,000 gold lead came in, but then Gala started to happen as we get into our next clip. This guy, around this Baron, was when things started to turn for IG.
This is the nightmare play, right? Like, this is where everything goes wrong for JDG. They're not able to get into the pit, even though they forced the jungler out. They still have the Rend, and so they're not in a terrible position to be able to secure the Baron. But the moment that everything starts diving and Paze is left isolated on his own on this Ziggs, and there's really no way for him to be able to play, it's over. There's no damage coming in. Gala has a free lane to just kind of dive in and tear everything up here. And at this point, it's really easy to play out, actually. And I think that's kind of the hardest part here to describe for JDG is the Ziggs was a pretty important piece towards playing some of these earlier skirmishes. We didn't get to see it here, but there was a bot lane play that they went for that did end up going really in favor of JDG, where if they just play a little bit more, careful, a little bit slower, you maybe take tower with Ziggs, you start to play a little bit more aggressive in that phase, but it just doesn't work out, and it opens the door for something like a Kalista to be much more aggressive the moment you start building GA and Jock Show and all of these more tanky items. You just don't have the damage to ever break through and actually kill Gala in any meaningful time.
And with this, IG get back into the swing of things. They're able to finally be at an even state, even though we still think the late game scaling champions for JDG were good. And it comes down to this last fight in the mid lane that ends up deciding the game, and it actually ended up being a decisive one.
I was really excited about this because this is the IG that I was getting us ready for. I spent like all of playoffs being like, guys, they're gonna have good moments. Don't worry, they're gonna come back in the lower bracket. BLG is a good team. They end up winning. So results-based analysis means that IG only lost to some of the best teams here in the league. But then I saw the rest of playoffs, and then I also saw the rest of the regional final series, and that one made me a little bit sad. But we talked about it clicking. They gave all of the resources to Gala to be able to carry. I think JDG were a little dysfunctional here in the mid game, and that was problems that they had versus Weibo. We talk about them giving up a Dragon Soul and stalling out for another 8 to 10 minutes in that game number 2. Game number 3, they have like a huge winning position versus a Smolder early on, and then they just kind of biff it a couple engages, and suddenly Light gets a pentakill and they end the game. So JDG are obviously not a bulletproof team by any means, but I do kind of want to see them still step it up, and this is exactly the kind of League of Legends that I was expecting coming into the night.
I'm so excited that we are getting, like, basically the polar opposite teams going up against each other. We have JDG, who have no idea how to close a game, but are pretty good at generating leads, and you have Invictus, who cannot get a gold lead to save their life in the early game, even with this draft, and yet always find a way to be able to at least make it interesting if they're given the chance in the late game. I think at this point, it's really just who is able to at least kind of survive in their own anti-phase of the game. If you can draft a little bit more neutrally, if you're JDG, give yourself more options in the early game. Right now, it seems like whoever does have the option to go late is just going to be a bit more efficient. So we'll see how it ends up working out, but I'm just excited that we're actually getting a series and not the 2-0 it looked like for most of game 2.
It's just, even up at 1-1, that best of 5 becomes a best of 3. We talked about yesterday with JDG, this sort of 1 step forward, 3 steps back. Sometimes it looks like we're going to get like them at their peak form, and then all of a sudden things start to fall apart a little bit. And finally, we get to see this IG rise to prominence, right? And they really played those team fights well. Really quickly, before we get back into the game, like, is seeing IG's performance here enough for you to think that they actually have a chance to make this one a competitive series and actually take the win?
The problem that I have is how many more games of non-traditional AD carries from Paze are we going to get? Because that is
true.
Not guaranteed, especially here in Fearless. So that's gonna be my big worry here tonight.
All right, well, we'll see if that ends up, coming into fruition. I'm trying to think about all the non-meta ADCs that are still maybe available for Paze that JDG and Clearlove are going to think about drafting. Before we send things back to our casters, I want to give a big shout out to our coffee subscribers one last time here on LPL English, because if you'd like to support us, I know it's our last show, but you can still consider becoming a coffee member or even just donating as a one-time contribution. It's the best way to support us here on the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. Thank you so much for your support throughout the season. We've got one big graphic here showing all of you guys who have supported every single month, and of course to our elite supporters, which we'll be thanking a little bit later on towards the end of the show. Things are evened up 1-1. Let's send things back over to Mazel and Rudud.
Welcome back to the caster desk. Thank you to Grapes and Co. And I do not foresee Pays saying, give me a non-traditional AD carry. After you watch your counter ADC style on your entire team, there's no way that you're coming into this one and not excited. JDG going to be on the blue side. Kiana had been let through. It'll be first pick for Sun.
Yeah, Kai'Sa gets the trade, but we've not seen Kiana for a while, and I'm curious to see whether or not that's for a reason, or if JDG are over prioritizing this pick. We talked about it in game number 2, that the fact that it wasn't banned away means that IG knew that they weren't going to. IG didn't think they were going to go for it. They've left it open on this red side, and now they've paid for it with this blue side pick. The Kai'Sa picked up here for IG. They are a go-forward composition already with this Jarvan and this Kai'Sa. They need to dive whoever it is that is on this JDG backline. And now it's on, Pays to pick a carry that can sustain that, can be, tenable in that backline.
Yeah. So we're seeing the floodgates let open, because these are a lot of picks that had been banned away in the first 2 games. Jarvan was completely banned by IG on the blue side, but they take it on the red side. Now the Galio had also been banned away by IG, and everything just kind of getting through. And this top trio for JDG looks scary.
And this looks almost quintessential for specifically Xiaoshu. We praised him so much for his Renekton in particular through the early game and through the early part of the season, but a Swain getting locked in for IG is already, again, a really big pickup. All of JDG are melee. Swain thrives versus these melee carries, and this being picked up presumably for Rookie, maybe for the Shy, is a really big pickup here. I mean, technically this could go to Mako as well if they feel like it, but I feel like taking it blind bot lane is a really big gamble for Mako in particular.
Okay.
But this is very unconventional. It sort of detracts from their go-forward mentality, but they're playing into what JDG have already drafted.
And I'm just going to say, if you look back to last year, one of the brightest points of our playoffs and our regionals, or at least the playoffs themselves, was that NIP roster with Rookie, who were bringing out the Aurelion Soul, things that teams had not seen, had not played against, and were winning with them. And now we get a little bit of that flavor here, potentially from Rookie, something out of the ordinary that can completely change a draft prio. As we go into the second phase, we do see IG focusing on that bot lane with the MF ban, but it is JDG focusing on top side with the Xiaosu focused bans of the Cassante.
Yeah, I think taking away Jace as well might be a good little pick for JDG if they want to focus that out. Already, the makings of potentially a poke composition between the Kai'Sa, the Vision of Empire, the Jace if they lock that in as well. There are definitely long-range picks that can be taken. And then you just have a Jarvan to finish things off if you see the angle. For JDG though, it's about what bot lane are they going to take. Obviously the Lucian, the MF have been taken off the board. I think they need something that can secure them a bit of safety. Ezreal's still open for Pays, not necessarily an awful pick for him to take. Maybe if they want something that's a little bit more controlling of that early game that can punish the Kai'Sa. Varus does still exist. It's going to be a pain to play versus Jarvan, but on hit you can definitely go toe-to-toe with him. So we'll see what it is that JDG look to round out their bot side with as well, because they've got this deep dive, all melees comp, and really they just kind of need to double down on that.
And I'm already getting the Ashin calls from years ago. Gala. Try to get this play for this Kai'Sa, for Gala. You've got to have an answer as Pays. You have to be a carry here. We do see the Jace locked in, a tried and true for the Shy in the top side.
Yeah, so they didn't ban it. Expectation here, obviously, that IG are going to take it. Makes a lot of sense that they've now got this very good poke composition, and I think looking at how they can round out with their composition and support, maybe even something to just get them through the early game, is some way to look at this. I know that Kai'Sa Karma not necessarily the most lethal duo, but something that can maybe act as a frontline, or something that can act as a way to bridge the Kai'Sa's weakness of the early game. But JDG have gone all in, no gas, no breaks. This is Nautilus angle here, something to engage with as well. I mean, this makes just as much sense. Go forward even more. Yeah, Nautilus, Leona, either or, they both work.
And it will be the Leona for Whoa. So it is a balls to the wall comp here for JDG. It is all about these resets for Pays, getting that preemptive strike to really get him going with the rocket jumps.
And I think as well, some of the interactions to look at for this game specifically are going to be Buster Shot versus Rookie. The Swain, such a massive part of the front line if he can be in there, but his ulti wears off quite quickly if you want, if you aren't constantly re-upping it. So theoretically infinite ult if there's already somebody in there, but if you use the Tristana ulti to knock somebody away, knock the Swain away, for example, that could be a good way to wear that off. It's almost like the Alawi effect. You see the Alawi pop ulti, everybody walks back. The same should be done with a Swain. As soon as Swain pops ult, you want to walk away, try and disengage, and that's why he's so good versus melees, because typically that's a bit harder. So if you use the Buster Shot to push Rookie back here, this could be a very good way for JDG to come away with another win.
But we got to talk about the learnings from that game, too. Gala is not here to play, or more likely he is here to play, because he is incredible in that game number 2. He, like, single-handedly brought that team across the finish line with his Kalista play. Now he's on what made his name so bright, what made him the pentakill prince of the LPL on the Kai'Sa.
And with that in his hands, again, there's only so much that we can say about Gala before he starts just taking the game by his own hands and doing what he did in game number 2. He, and both of these bot laners, I would say, actually, maybe the most evenly matched area on Summoner's Rift on this best of 5. Paze has had pop-off performances. Gala, we know, has had pop-off performances. It's the two of these guys going up against one another, and it feels like for the first time on a nicely matched set of AD carries as well, with the Tristana able to make some plays, Kai'Sa able to make their plays as well. So let's see who it is that comes out on top, because if it does end up being this battle of marksmen, we're in for a treat, is all I'll say.
Yeah, absolutely. Two guys that you love to see, and Gala, of course, has to use the Jackie Love IG Kai'Sa skin just to add to the pressure. It's game number 3, tied up even, and only one slot to move on to Worlds play-ins. JDG versus IG.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
A little bit of early game setup, some vision there. We've seen a lot of contesting on the level 1s here from both sides. As we get a check-in on a little bit of vision play from IG, trying to push onto JDG. This is also the first game that we get to see JDG on the blue side of this series. Rude. See if the approaches change up a little bit. But when we're looking at these junglers who have been so impactful in both games already, who has the upper hand in the early game here?
Honestly, for the very early game, you'd give it to Wei. The Jarvan having the knock-up, having really good early damages, and the attack speed from his Demacian standard really does make a difference. But Qiyana is just such a strong pick in the jungle, and people have known this now for a good couple of patches, and there's been a good amount of time where Qiyana has not been played in Pro, or at least in the LPL, because of her strength. She got banned in game 1, banned in game 2. IG bit the bullet, let it go through in game number 3. It was first picked by JDG on this blue side. Let's see if they end up making it work, or whether it was all a ruse as to the power of this champion.
A little bit of play on bot side, trying to get that explosive charge going. Jwo is going to look for the CC, and Agalu is going to instantly cleanse. The 2v2 kicking off just like we have seen in the previous 2 games. As we do also for the first time see an opposite side jungle clear from both of them. So Xun is going to be pathing down towards this bot side to try to get this bot lane ahead.
Yeah, Wei might make his way down here earlier, though. He's playing Jarvan. This is the quintessential level 2 champ. As he hits level 3 off of his wolves, you can see, look at him on the minimap. He's walking down to this bot side, and there's no early ward being placed by JDG just yet. They need to be very careful. As soon as this level 2 comes through for IG,
he's like, Fnatic just qualified for Worlds. How about I do it too? He's moving for that bot lane play as he tries to get it. He does end up getting the flash rocket jump as well as the flash out of Jwo.
Okay, but whilst I think that should have been a kill in 10 out of 10 instances, they burn double summoner spells off of the flashes. Both of them do go down, and they keep a freeze now. So this is constantly a situation where there needs to be a little bit of fear for the JDG bot side, right? Where it's very possible that Gala just looks to go in. Hold
Gala
on.
Gets caught.
What's
back
happened?
in. The explosive charge going through. He's going to get reset on. The damage not enough. The heal came through from Mako. The spellbook coming in clutch there. And Gala survived, but will be forced to take a really bad back.
Yeah, he's going to lose all of these minions under the turret here. I think that Xun should stick around just to make sure that that happens, but Absolutely losing out on a massive amount of gold there as Mako actually walking forward might just save this in a Vision of Empire. Actually keeping this, you know, not the worst situation for the bot side. So this constant ebb and flow swinging a little bit further back into IG's favor as they did get that early gank. And now the Tristana, again, a pick that we don't frequently see down in the bot lane, but has found her way into this game specifically.
Dude, they are just going at it here. This Portal combat is real with this one. As we do see a lot of the eyes going down towards that bot side so far. We will end up seeing the split of the Scuttle Crabs between both junglers. The back coming through from Shun, but Wei had just back. So I don't know if he's going to get another reset as we take a look back at the play.
Yeah, so early flash in from Mako here, finds that knock up, and unfortunately are just not able to layer the CC well enough. If that Prey Seeker lands, Gala dies, or Gala gets the first blood, excuse me. Pays would have gone down. And you can see that, you know, this is something that is quite frustrating as well. They had such a good time and such good priority down there. They were playing the fights really well, but they forget to put a ward down. They get punished for it, and they alleviate all of that pressure.
Danny's pissed.
He is.
He's not a very happy camper there. Really needing that to come to fruition for them. But I guess that's where we can check in on now that we have the lane swaps coming through for Pays and Joel up in top side. It won't be responded to just yet, although we do see Mako moving across the map itself. But who were we favored in the earlier part of the game? I feel like both teams have opted into some sort of team fighting scaling.
Yeah, I do think that earlier on there is a little bit more onus on JDG, and that's maybe just more so because I'm a little bit less familiar with the power of a Kiana as we move later on into the game, even though I sense that's where she gets pretty strong.
Oh no. Pays jumping in, thinking they had the Shy dead to rights. He's going to have to use his reset rocket jump to get away. He hasn't burned his barrier yet. Tried to use it to get the reset for himself, but can't do it. Now Dwo's going to try to get the kill out of the Shy. I don't know if he has enough damage, though. He's getting completely gapped right now by Mako. And the Shy wants to get some pop shots back in.
The minions, the Shy, no!
Dwo gets the kill. The Winions make the difference, and it's 1-1 now.
That's not great. The Shy could have lived. He could have got all of this XP. I think fortunately he'll still be able to collect the most of it as it is pushing into him. But even still, that's a situation that you didn't need to die in, and you have just given a kill back over to Joao, and you know, it may be not the best situation there from the Shy. Nevertheless, as we'll be very happy to see as he got it. But I didn't think he was watching, so that's all good.
Well, JDG will take some of the time to get this early dragon. So that'll be at least something stacking for themselves if we take a look back at this. Of course we have to. I bet we're going to get a slow-mo on the Shy's death.
Yeah. Mako gets really good timing there. Unfortunately, the Hammer E from the Shy, which he's saving for Pays' reset, doesn't come through until he's right at the very end, which means that IG actually have to chase quite deep and, importantly, into this massive minion wave. The Shy does the exact right thing, uses the Q for the slow so that Joe can't chase him down. He's popping potions this whole time, and then he auto-attacks him, takes aggro from all the minions, and gets killed.
Oh, that's never how you want to go down, but at least they got a play on top side. A little bit of level 6 now coming through for a majority of members, maybe upping the tempo on some of these fights. And Shun's activity in these games, because so far he has been extremely quiet on the Kiana as is expected, but once that supreme display of talent comes online, the setup is there for JDG.
And importantly as well, I think with a Jarvan in the game, you can accidentally end up setting up your team for a bit of a disaster if there's, you know, clipping on the terrain. The Kiana ulti can follow around onto the Jarvan's ulti as well and then lock everybody else up who's inside it. If he catches some of his own team as well, there's a little bit of danger there that the Kiana has a good time of things versus Wei. But just looking at that XP bar, Wei is a little bit of a ways into level 6 here, whereas Yun just clearing out his topside jungle is going to be a little bit later to that play, but with that Brutalizer working quite nicely towards that first item, Xiaoxiu goes all in.
He feels really confident right now, stepping through the minion wave to try to take down the Shy, gets one last spin with ruthless abandon. The dominance is popped from Xiaoxiu, and he's going to try to push in this topside, maybe get another plate.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy needs to be careful.
He has
here.
slice and dice.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Has one more slice and dice, has the flash, can go for the Coal of the Week, and he goes for it. The spin to win, and the Shy goes down to JDG's legendary top laner, Xiaoxiu.
He's had a massive blow up in this year as he was found in Nirvana at the end of Split 2, finds himself now at a chance to make Worlds.
the flash play from Wei onto Shun, but Shun's going to flash away.
Mako misses.
As now the re-engage from JDG. Supreme Display of Talent going to be used. The lockdown is there. They use the Buster Shot on that Demonic Ascension like you had called out in the draft, but it doesn't matter. The space keeping, and Wei just goes over the top for the alley-oop. Gets himself a double kill, and that is IG's comp coming to fruition.
Oh, there's a lot of missed skill shots there. Wei goes in, finds the flash knock up onto Jun, but Mako completely flubs. Fortunately, there's just no damage on JDG
Gala.
at this stage in the game. Look at the DPS that is in the inventory of Pays. Oh no, you know, a Cull, Longsword, and a Dagger. Like, what are we looking at here, folks? This is not the damage that you're looking of a late-game Tristana who can be a complete menace. Gala manages to find access into that backline and does a great job with it. We're going to get a replay of that fight down on the bot side, and I love that Xiaoshu here just uses his all-in to force Shy low. And then, you know, the Shy losing out on this XP is good enough, but as soon as Xiaoshu sees that he's sticking around, fancies himself a little bit of experience, he knows that he's got the ability to walk in, walk out, and the Shy, in fairness, you know, good timing, he has his E-buffed in between the stun, but there's a second dice there ready, and Xiaoshu does a very good job at capitalizing on the overextension. Now, though, again, Zenith Blade goes wide. You think that'd be enough to start off the fight and be a bit of a miss. Flash in, knocks up Wei, good stuff. Or knocks up Jun, excuse me. But Mako completely misses, and that gives JDG a false sense of security. Triple taunt comes through, and Rookie gets Buster Shotted out, but he's able to just barely keep his ulti going off the tip there of the Galio, who's just channeling their ulti.
Oh, Xiaoshu's about to get another solo bolo. 2 in 1 game to Shy. What is going on? Xiaoshu sits down one of the GOATs of all time in the LPL top lane in the Shy.
Again, a top laner who in split number 2 was knocked out of Nirvana, not really a big player to talk about, comes into split number 3 on this JDG roster, who, again, a lot of us were thinking this is going to be a big downgrade over Arla, who, you know, maybe not the best top laner from Ascend, but definitely not one that we thought would get outclassed by Xiaoshu. He's finally come into this role, had massive performances on Renekton, and in the playoff series that means the most, who's sending them to Worlds, he's having a monster performance on his signature pick.
Oh, man, and it was an errant TP from the Shy, thinking he could safely come to the top lane, but Xiaoshu was just waiting for him. You went into the water with a croc and didn't expect to come out dead.
This is clinical the Shy gameplay, though, unfortunately. We've seen him in this position all too many times, where he finds himself caught out on a side lane, and then come team fights, come that mid to late game, somehow, some way, he does the work and keeps himself as relevant as possible, collecting that gold. But we talked about it a little bit, who we favor through the early game, and I think that my favorings, you know, do tend to have to go towards JDG, because as this game gets later, I'm very much favoring a Swain. I think that Rookie in this game has got so much priority and such a good job to do, such a big job to do, I would say, that he's got a lot of onus on his shoulders to be that big carry as we move into the mid to the late game.
And I mean, he's already got the Rowlies. It's such a power spike to just keep that Demonic Ascension rolling on this Swain, as the Shy is the focus again, about to go down 0-4 on his Jace. As Shun has even come up to give his old top laner a little how do you do. He's going to take that kill in the end to give himself a little bit of something, as he does have that Profane Hydra already completed. Also a couple plates to Pays and to Scout in the mid lane, answered by IG in the bot lane.
Yeah, so not nothing here. Remember, 3 Gubs went over to IG quite early on, so they are able to make good headway through this bot lane tier 1 turret. They don't quite take it down, as Mako may be in trouble.
Okay,
Gets
he's going to try
stunned.
to use the crash down. Actually gets the CC on the Scout and does end up flashing away. Didn't burn the exhaust in the end, but this is first turret potentially going over to IG, and that's going to be Feats.
And that's a big pick up once again. A reminder, this is Gala Kaiser, right? This is the champion that he made his name on all those years ago, where he can pop off, he can carry, and he was the reason that IG won game number 2 as well. Make no mistake, he put the team on his back and carried them to that victory, down 5,000 gold. Giving this man gold is never a bad idea, but he's going to have to do that now in the face of a Renekton who is absolutely massive in this first early game, in the first 13 minutes. It's not an easy task, but one that I'm sure Gala's going to have to think he's up to.
And the thing about Gala is, like, after the RNG times, right, you're wondering what happened. He went to LNG, joined up with Scout, and they didn't necessarily have the payoff they wanted. That was a supposed built super team, right? He came in summer and tried to revamp the team, tried to reinforce the team, And now when we look all this time later, here they are facing each other again, the two would-be carries of that LNG promise, but now on separate teams in a final series. And Gala already on that first item spike as well. 1.5 items actually with that pickaxe in tow too. We'll have the Cole coming to a completion here for Pays, who's going to have his item spikes just on par as well.
And a reminder, we don't really see Tristana all that often, but this is a champion that actually has really good scaling into the late game. It can be a very good lane bully, but Tristana at level 18, oh, hold on, the Shy's dead again.
Oh
I mean, we don't even need to talk about this at this point.
Supreme display of talent against, unfortunately, a little bit of a diff from the Shy getting out with his flash. So it won't actually, they maybe took that a little bit loosey-goosey there and don't end up finishing the kill on a Shy, which is big in all honesty, as he will have the TP to come back. Gala tries to step up on a Pays, but Pays taking down these minions very nicely, trying to sidestep around. Does end up clearing them, about half health on that turret now.
Yeah, Pays playing with fire there. If he gets caught by any piece of CC, he just gets one shot under the weight of Garlaway and Rookie all there. But he's able to stand firm, gets his auto attacks in, and again, playing versus a Jarvan is very straightforward as Tristan. You let him Cataclysm, you just W out. It's pretty chilled as far as AD carry versus Jarvan go. But again, this is a champion that scales very well into the late game. At level 18, Tristana has the highest base range of any marksman. So she's very happy to sit back and wait for this game to go late, and using that Buster Shot to disrupt Rookie as well, I think is going to be a big, big thing.
And I want to go back to that ADC conversation, because when Gala had that pop-off in game number 2, it's so nice to see IG build another comp around him, right? And try to upend some of the status quo that maybe this bot lane for JDG is trying to establish. And it's really a comp that works on supporting Gala. Those engages with the Killer Instincts off the back of Way's engages are going to be so crucial. And as we get to this Rift Herald play, JDG going to be the first ones to pull it.
Looking across the items, largely first items have been connected for both sides. It's about if anybody's able to break their way close to that second item just before we see the Herald come through. But really just looking at the Shy to see if he can get that little bit of extra gold in his back pocket before any sort of skirmish comes to bear. Double redemptions picked up for both of our supports. We've got an Oblivion Orb in the inventory of Scout as well, who's gone for this Proto Belt first item. So looking to be very mobile.
The Shy's got to realize he is not very strong. He still hasn't completed his first item, by the way. I guess boots count. Okay, we'll count that. But still waiting on his first big item, as Pays will have to use the rocket jump to get away. And every time you're seeing this IG advance, you're seeing that it's kind of a bullet hell that JDG have to walk through and figure out how to get around. Rift Herald now started up by IG.
Yeah, I do like both of these compositions for the 5 versus 5s. Again, JDG, a comp that needs to go forward here, and they've got the Renekton to be able to do it, but the Rift Herald's already gone.
Oh, Shun just going straight in, trying to find an engage with the Supreme Display of Talent. They try to catch the Shy. Rocket Jump going to come through with the reset coming out. Now the Shy going to go down to the Buster Shot of Pays. So they do get a kill for the Rift Herald trade.
Almost turn it around, but they could go for the Dragon after this as well. With the Shy being dead, it means it's going to be quite easy for them to try and take this fight. I think 4 versus 5, though. Low health bar on Pays might not make it as easy as JDG had have hoped for, but looks like IG aren't all that interested in it. And maybe a play into the mid lane using that Rift Herald as their trade instead. Yeah,
they have 3 grubs, so they're going to get so much value out of this. This is kind of a payback, if you will, as TP's coming in. Xiaoshu was waiting behind Instant Captain Jack from Gala. He is going to have to burn the flash too, but Scout's coming for him. Gala and Scout, the 2 carries of what was LNG, now meet up in the final bit, and Scout claims his life. Now Pei is looking very confident to step forward with those rocket jump resets. He did burn the barrier, but JDG, they do find some life, and he did actually get a little bit of a charge on top side for the Rift Herald.
Is Rookie fine? He should be okay to just walk this one out, although Galio's here as well.
Is he going to be okay? We'll see. He's going to use the Demonic Ascension. He's going to get the engage over there on the other side from IG. Wo's trying his darndest to get them away from Pays, but unfortunately his life will be forfeit because of it. And the Shy gets himself on the board here. Now has to worry about these weird angles that JDG are bringing. There's the Supreme Display of Talent. They go for the Shy, the weak link, and they find him. Will that break the chain of armor that IG have established? It won't lead to more, but it still means that JDG get a pick.
So importantly, the Shy did get the kill there, so that is a gold reset, and that is a little bit more gold into Shun's back pocket, but overall, Mazel, we're getting very scrappy down here. This is not really the cleanest League of Legends that we could look to see, but this is the good League of Legends where teams are fighting and they're just happy to kind of fire shots at one another across the bow and see who ends up coming out on top. It's this rat race for gold at this point to try and fight around these objectives with Zhuo, the one who looks like he started this up, just sort of instigating onto Wei before recognizing that actually he can't be in that position. Now Wei with a, EQ flash that would make people cry if they saw it again in slow-mo, so we'd hopefully not get that one. And Pays is able to walk his way out to safety here, but even still, finding this 1-for-1 overall is a pretty big deal, and it's really nice to see that JDG are actually fighting back and not just letting, this IG comp run roughshod through their jungle.
It was a weird angle, and you're wondering where the communication lies, how they end up in such differing angles, but sometimes that's all you need to offset the enemy team. And as we are now getting to those second items, more importantly, Gala has forsaken his boots and gone straight for that Guinsoo's. But on the other end, we have Shun now as well on those 2 items. The lethality build really coming online, and JDG going to need to put up some kind of fight in this top side.
IG looking to dive, but TP's coming through.
That's Solar Flare coming in. Now Xiaoshu waiting on the back line, trying to get the rage up. He's going to pop the dominance, go straight onto Rookie. He's going to CC him down, but you can't do that against a demonically ascended Swain. They're going to try to back away for the moment, wait for this to fall, and it's going to. Now JDG can feel confident to step forward. Xiaoshu does have a lot of rage going, but it won't lead to anything, and IG are just going to take the mid lane.
Yeah, they can look for a little bit more damage onto this tier 2, clear this wave, and really threaten this with the Shy. Tier 1 turret topside is looking like it's getting focused by JDG, but Invictus Gaming will be more than happy with this. Unless, of course, JDG look to one-up them and say, actually, we're not just playing for the tier 1, we're playing for the Atacon, but they're doing this with no redemption. They're doing this with no Renekton ulti either. I think this is very risky for them to look at.
Yeah, how many times across the world have we seen teams flub the Atacon and completely lose the game because of it? It has happened way too many times to count on one hand. And now JDG will pull off the Atacon as they saw IG coming up in force to respond.
Importantly, they didn't even get the tier 1 turret on that top side, so they didn't really get any gold. Now, the Shy didn't get anything mid lane either, so it's not the worst situation, but I do think that there was an angle for IG to have lost out on that top side had JDG played it a little bit better. Now JDG needs to be careful for how they take their resets. This is a 2-item Kai'Sa. She shreds through these neutrals with that Ginsu's already finished, and there's no vision on there just yet. You can see that they're trying to fish, trying to find out. TP's available in 20 seconds or so for Scout, so he's going to have to walk and then get ulted back in.
I think IG were just trying to force some hands here of JDG, and Pays gets chunked after getting hit by that never move. It's always what you got to watch out for with that range advantage there, as mid lane isn't going to go down just yet. It finally does fall to the minions. Now they're going to move the Shy over. The Atacon still hovered over by IG.
Yeah, the Shy could be caught here as Juni's got him on a bit of an angle, but Xiaoshu.
Okay, this is so chaotic. We are all over the place right now. And right now the focus is onto the Shy as Shun kills him with the supreme display of talent. The Atacon is still in favor of IG.
Yeah, but now Scout's got TP back up and available, but they're actually just ripping this.
I don't even think Shun can get over here. He doesn't even have Smite if he wanted to. It's
stolen!
Taken by Zhuo! No freaking way! Zhuo goes with a Spellbook Ignite, steals the permanent Atacon from IG, and now the tower dive is ensuing. JDG, they want more. They're hungry.
Yeah, IG might be able to walk their way out of this, though. Scout forward too far.
Oh, way too far. He's getting chunked. Tries to use heroic interest to get out, but now Wei is going to flash play himself into the Cataclysm. Gala's starting to chunk away. Gala looking for his own entrance now. He still has the killer instinct. He's been waiting, wanting, and here comes the back down TP. That's going to be the Shy. He might be 1-6, but he's got Gala in his eyes. He's got the carry that he needs, and he's got a kill on a Pays. They're going to try to continue this with Wei getting a beautiful kill on the Shun, and IG are strong together. They're not apes, they're players in the LPL, and that's IG making good on a promise set from the very beginning.
JDG fumble once again. This time it's Scout who steps too far forward, and it's the rest of his team who pay once more. They steal away the Atacon somehow, some way. Was it Zhuo's Eclipse here? The W proc that must have taken this, I have absolutely no idea. Solar Flare or something just takes it out from the top rope. And then they think that they can actually dive this, but Zhuo and Shun are so far away and they can't just walk through this turret here. So Scout, actually trying to buy this time, is not in a good position whatsoever. Wei actually with a very good engage, flashes in, roots 2 in the Cataclysm, and then catches 2 off guard.
Wei said, I see you, Shun, but my facilitators are better. He is absolutely finding a ton of mechanical outplays in these fights. I mean, we had that one flash Q that didn't work out, but everything else has been so good. It ends up finding the delayed kill onto Shun himself.
And it's the Spellbook Smite from Zhuo that steals it. Thank you for that, Alk, with the call. I mean, that's incredible that you're just spellbooking and forgetting about this. In the back end of 2025, we've seen so many spellbook supports. And Zhuo comes up when they need to. Yeah.
So you just, I believe it's a 600 smite before you start getting it transition. I don't know how many times he'd swap before then, but
probably not twice.
What a play from Zhuo, and that's all that matters. That's a permanent buff. Now they have the flower advantage there too. It's tied 2-2 in Dragons. One just had gotten taken about a minute ago. We do have the Baron up in 40 seconds, but we gotta take a little bit of stock of how these comps are working. We said they both have such good team fighting aspects. It's gonna come down to a lot of mechanical execution between the two, and we're on 2 items for majority.
Like I said, Mazel, if this game ends up being about Ethan or AD carries, we're going to be in for a treat. It looks like it's not necessarily just about them either, as everybody's really stepping up to the fold here. And we're still in for that treat. This feels like the best game that we've seen between these two, where it's not just one team running away with things. And, you know, in game number 2, it was largely JDG running away with it, and then all of a sudden Gala saying no to that. But the fact that this has been back and forth between both of our sides is actually very, very massive. And the fact that Wei in particular is stepping up this game, playing incredibly well on the Java and catching people out, looking for these engages. And, you know, the one EQ flash that didn't go quite right wasn't the greatest, but we've seen a couple of engages from him now where he's actually doing insane amounts of work. Gala opting into this Nash's Tooth on second means that he can pair the poke up nicely with the Shy, and that between the Vision of Empire plus this Jace Kai'Sa combo means that actually IG might be able to play at quite a little bit of range and make sure that this sort of Quadra Melee plus Tristana composition from JDG can never really do anything.
And honestly, if I'm JDG and the next time I see and I tab and see that Gala is on 3 items on the Kai'Sa, there might be a little bit of a shiver down my spine. This guy is insane on this pick, not only because of what he can do, what the angles he looks for, but his executions in fight. You thought watching his Callista was showy and flashy? Just wait until some of these pivotal fights come through for Gala. That is the saving grace for IG, and this is an IG who look completely different. I mean, that comeback victory in game number 2 must have woken something up inside of them, because they look actually on the same page for the first time in the last 4 series. If they lose this series, that's 4 series losses in a row for them to finish out the year.
We're getting shades almost of the reason that this IG super team was built up, where start of 2025 they decided to go and splash the cash almost against the Invictus Gaming way, and now we'll have to see whether or not that ends up paying them out. A series and a spot at Worlds is on the line. They start the Baron, but they have to peel.
With the Shy! The Shy's about to go 2-7, about to be 3-7 on Shun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoshu just died. What is happening to JDG? They have been completely routed. Shun trying to kill in the end onto the Shy, but the Killer Instinct ends up claiming his life anyways. That's going to be a triple kill. He can't get a penta here, but he's looking for it nonetheless. They're going to go right back to the Baron, and IG take full control of game number 3.
And it's a good little start there from IG, and they make it work. It's the Shy stepping up to take down Jun in the start of that fight. Means that the Kiana's never part of that fight. And then the top side of the fight, we didn't really get to see it unfold, but it looked incredibly easy for Invictus Gaming to just find their way into the backline, find the Baron, and they are putting the final touches on this game number 3, sending themselves to 2-1. It starts with the Shy finding this good bit of poke, but he just flashes on top of Jun. He knows 2 items on a Jace. I'm going to do damage, buddy. What are you going to do?
Like, the fact that he's 2-7 and still doing that much. Like, they put all of their eggs into the punishing the Shy basket in this game, and it has not paid off.
Last time the Shy played competitively, it was 2023, and he took Weibo from the regional qualifiers all the way to the World Finals. Now, we're not quite there yet, Lennon, We're not quite at Game 5 super time where he needs to come alive, but everything was forced into taking him down. And he's paying back JDG in a very big way.
Vintage the Shy. You can never keep this guy down, seemingly. And now he himself is on 3 items as well. You have multiple Seekers arm guards on the side of IG, and this Baron buff that's going to keep on ticking. They've got 2 minutes left on this, and still an Infernal Dragon up as well. They are playing extremely reserved, and now looking to make a play on the bot side. You wonder if Gala is willing to go for it. Way threatening. Dwo just takes the counter engage, says this is the time, but it's not. That was not the time to go in. And IG, they're just completely cutting down the couple remaining members of JDG, as that's going to be a couple more kills going to Gala's pocket. Way's going to get a couple more too, and they have a minute and a half on this Baron. This game is done. IG are going to step up to match point.
They knew they had to fight. The poke from IG was just overwhelming them, but unfortunately they're down too much gold. They don't have the Kaiser in their back pocket, and IG take game 3.
We've been in this position before. This team at the beginning of the year put together for superstardom, trying to make good on that initial promise of bringing respect back to the LPL, but they're bringing respect back to themselves right now after a dominating couple games from IG. In the end, this is a team that's 1 step away from making it to that Worlds play-in for the first time in 6 years for Rookie in the mid lane. But a big boon for a lot of these guys who have seen that biggest stage so many times before.
And it's just a completely different team from game number 1, who looked like a shell of this former composition of players. They got 16-1 in game number 1. Game number 2, they got pulled up by their bootstraps. It was Gala Kaiser. And actually, in game number 3, Way on Jarvan played incredibly. He was fighting and going forward and finally finding the correct windows, syncing up with his team, getting in the mixer as he should do on this Jarvan. And in that final fight, Gala, I don't think, had to perform as well as he had been throughout the rest of the game, because Way just destroyed FaZe, who got to do nothing.
Yeah, and that's a very unfortunate factor there. And honestly, the Shy is just sitting there as he's walking off stage saying, that's how you do it, young gun. As he got completely brutalized early, but it didn't matter in the end. Can JDG find anything back and get some momentum back in their favor? We'll see after this into game number 4 itself. But to break down that game number 3 and how the desk thinks of it, let's go ahead and send it back over to Grapes.
Grapes and K-Man here on the analyst desk. Thank you very much. Oh, my boy's pumped up. IG up match point.
Let's go. We're going to win, boys. Oh, man, that first game was so stressful. And everybody was telling me, Alk, they're not winning. Their IG look like crap versus Top Esports. Agreed. But guess what? Top Esports are not JDG, okay?
And thank goodness for that. I think we are we're looking at a series now that has gone from, oh god, it's doomed, it's cooked, JDG are so much better, to you know, at least IG's putting up a fight, like they're trying to make plays but it's not working, to, oh my god, they're going to Worlds. And you know what, the whole gambit is kind of being thrust on us right now, and it's I certainly am not going to say that it's not a fun ride.
That's the thrill, right? That's the beauty of being here in the LPL year after year, split after split. You never know exactly what you're going to get throughout a series. It's, you know, crazy as our game truly put into full effect, as we really thought JD Gaming had a great chance to run away with this one based off of first their dominant game 1 win and then their really strong early game of game number 2. But then it's been all IG since then. And obviously that third game, very back and forth, obviously a very clear game plan from JDG, which was to attack the Shy, make this guy useless, and have Xiaoshu kind of run the rift, but didn't let that affect them, and IG were able to pull out clutch fights at crucial moments, and it was off the back of Gala on his signature pick in the Kai'Sa.
I don't even think there was very much actually put into Xiaoshu. Like, a lot of, I would say half of the Shy's deaths this game are solo kills from Xiaoshu inside lanes. I feel so terrible for some of these players. Like, I'm looking at specifically Shun on this Qiyana. Like, this was his first pick. This champion previously to this game was 8-0 in the LPL. Now finally finding its first loss in some of the last series here of the year. And I mean, yes, there's a little bit of questions about damage, and Xiaosu, I think, has now earned himself 3 games here where he, I think, performed admirably. Maybe the Scion game, obviously I was giving him a bit of flack, but where the hell is FaZe? 2 games, like the Ziggs one, I'll give it to him, he's protesting. The Trist game?
It's not just, oh, he's not as strong and he doesn't have the setup, because that's true here. It is egregiously bad what his positioning looks like in some of these fights. He is not performing today, and this is a huge moment for JDG and for this team. And FaZe is just not in a position to step up. And I think we've seen this before from FaZe in the playoffs last split, in split number 2. You know, obviously much less stakes on the line, not necessarily as big of a moment, but this is a circumstance where he's being asked to be the guy, and he just has to be able to make do. He has to be able to step up and actually perform like one of the best AD carries in the world, like we know he can be. Right now, that is just not the case. One thing I also want to point out a bit, the Shy did 29,000 damage in that game. Most in the game by far. Out-damaged Gala's Kaisa. Wasn't even close. It's just one of those, you know, oh, don't worry about it. Who cares if you're 3-7? It does not matter. Keep your head in the game and get your GGs at the end.
I tweeted it. It's the Shy FFS, legitimately. Like, if you watch a Baus YouTube video, like, I don't think he plays much Jace, but, like,
No.
the same playstyle, get ganked 5 times, get solo killed a couple other times, and then just 1v9 the team fights, and that's, you know, pretty indicative of the Shy. Hey, it's Caedrel's favorite player, you know, Caedrel's, you know, team top laner, right? Like, it seems like they had some sort of overlap here in this game.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, he's literally in the backline dealing damage, and a lot of this, like, this Otacon was so disruptive for JDG. And think about what the notion of this series has been. JDG have really strong early games, and then the mid game starts to come on through, and they make a mistake around team fights, a mistake around objectives. What has been IG's recipe to success all year long has been playing around these objectives and getting miracle fights and clutch picks here.
And it's the bad decisions that really stand out to me in terms of what goes wrong here. It's going after the Shy once again, which is fine enough as a play for Shun and for Xiaoshu, or I believe it was Scout on that play to be able to pick him off right before Otacon. It's using Kiana ult on a 0 health Jace that is just completely unacceptable, where you blow basically any chance you have of being able to fight in that circumstance. Thank goodness Zhuo comes in with the smite and is able to get that down, because it could have been even worse for them in that instance. But first of all, to make the call to go to the Shy, and then to say, okay, we can do that, but also we're going to be super late to this Otacon and we're going to fight it anyways. It's the worst of both worlds, and once again, it's JDG taking that neutral state, putting themselves in a spot where they can make a decision, and just instinctively making the wrong one.
As we await our player of the game, I mean, for JDG, so many questions have to be answered about their decision-making around those neutral objectives, right? But IG played out some of those sequences really well, as we're going to break down in our game. Rude shouted out right as we headed out of this game. Way earning player of the game here on the Jarvan. You know, we talked yesterday with Shun and his history with JDG about this sense of jealousy. Jealousy of seeing BLG promote without him, make it all the way to Worlds again without him. The same thing can be said for Wei, even as recently as this year, where he was still on BLG.
I mean, sure, he's also played a lot of bad League of Legends in this year. So, I think some of the criticism for him is fair. Shun, I think the community is still iffy on him, if not maybe a little bit more negative. I think this year he's built out more of a resume to have a better standing going into next year. For Wei, the things that I've loved about Wei in this iteration of IG is him going through the early game and setting up his lanes for success. Like, I go back to the very last game of the regular season. He's playing Vi, he flashes over a wall and level 2 ganks Elkanon and sets them up for success. I look back at even his Jarvan, his Xin, he's flashing over Dragon Wall and trying to find ways where he can get information for his team and kind of fill a very similar archetype to a player like Umpty, surprisingly enough. So if this is the level we're going to get from Wei, I don't really think I think the funny vote for MVP probably should have been the Shy for everything we saw from him in this game.
Yeah, for withstanding all that torture. Yeah, I buy that.
But if that's what IG needs, that's fine. He has also just, I think, been out-jungled by Shun in almost all of these games.
That is certainly something to take into account here, is that he's not only been out-jungled, but he has lost in tempo. The team fighting's been fantastic. We need to see more consistency.
And the smites.
True.
Yeah, you lose it to the Leona with the 600 damage spellbook. It's not the best situation. But hey, Wei had some really nice engages, you know, had the EQ flash combos. Yeah, some of them questionable, but others really game-defining. So big impact there for Wei as he gets the player of the game for Invictus Gaming's second win of the day here. Let's get into some of these clips. We're going to start off with one that it's actually more JDG centered. This was the Rift Herald sequence, and this is one of those questionable decisions, K-Man, that we were seeing from IG.
Yeah, I mean, this is already starting off with just, okay, well, let's see where you want to go with this. I like the start of this play. I like the fact that you are able to get some gold, but then all of a sudden, Gala's walking up alone with just Mako. Your jungler's off in Narnia, going and farming Gromps, and you know, trying to drift Rift Herald around the map. And it looks like you've thrown the entire game away here. It's a terrible setup, and it's really bad execution from IG, and these are the spots where they've been the most susceptible. You know, fortunately for them, it doesn't end up really coming back to bite them all that much because they are able to keep getting more gold onto the Kai'Sa, which clearly was their game plan. But these are the kinds of mistakes that you just don't really want to see all that regularly. These are things you can clean up so easily in terms of your execution. Right now, it's not happening.
Yeah, it's the first 15 minutes of the game where IG feel a little bit disjointed, right? Where they seem like they want to go for some of these aggressive plays. They take the mid tier 1, but then Gala is running this way, and then I thought that maybe we're going to get some cool drift from the Herald of Wei, but looks like he just runs into the wall and goes for the Gromp. So maybe have to revoke that driver's license at some point for the future, Hulk. But it's an interesting situation because the rest of the objective fights this game for IG were great.
Yeah, they took control of space a lot of the time. Also, I think we kind of look at this draft and we're saying, okay, you've gotten Qiyana on blue side, again, 8-0 before tonight. Then you have a Swain in the opposite side who, while Rookie was very quiet in this game, I think taking attention away from mid lane is working very well for IG here in this series, making sure that that's not available to them. We can get into the next clip here. What I want us all to be focusing on when we kind of look at this is, yes, it is IG and Deshai pushing a little too far in mid, but the Otacon is being taken during all of this. This also sets up for Invictus Gaming to potentially then move back into top side and finally get this top tier 1 that they've been looking for all game long. And there's no way for JDG to play this after the Otacon. This should just be an out. Maybe we chase them and we help push this wave in. There's nothing for us to play for. We don't have a Qiyana ultimate. There's no way we're diving, and we don't even have a buster shot for Pays.
And K-Man, this is the point that you brought up. That Qiyana ultimate right there ruins any chance of Shun finding a big fight around here. And even after it's stolen away by Zhuo, JDG decide to keep pushing, and that's what ends up punishing them.
It's always just greed. It's always what comes back to haunt this team, where they just keep pushing too far forward. They're, it's something we commended them on for game number 1. I was saying, hey, some teams are scared to try and make plays. Well, at least they're making plays. Oftentimes, an okay play is better than no play. In most cases, and right now that is not the case for JDG. Every single play that is below average that they are going for, they're getting punished for incredibly heavily, and it's going to be tough for them to be able to rebound unless they change that up.
Yeah, I mean, and after that, for IG, it was pretty smooth sailing. I mean, we have our last fight here to kind of break down, doing very, very good stuff, and specifically here for Gala, all popping off on the Kai'Sa. I guess the big question here again, we saw a tough performance from Pays in game 2 on the Ziggs. This one on the Tristana leaves more to be desired. Is it the draft that's the issue here, the champions that he's picking, or is this just an individual performance that Pays needs to step up with?
I think individual performance for sure. I mean, so we came into game 3, we see that there's an MF and a Lucian ban. We were joking on the desk that actually maybe that's a better thing for JDG than maybe helping IG there, but we're seeing uncharacteristic performance because a lot of the season, all of 2025 for JDG has been, all right, let's get Pays into a good position and let's just win the game. But Pays is maybe cracking under the pressure here. It's been a long season. He's had to spend a lot of it at the helm for this team. and it's probably the worst time to it's not probably, it is the worst time for this to be happening.
I think that's an understatement. I think FaZe needs to be the Superman, the superhero for this team. You know, we've seen multiple moments where this guy has stepped up and been able to really pop off in some big moments. What I want to see, you know, kind of getting a little bit into draft for game number 4 and just kind of the identity of it is, when you talk about FaZe and what we remember from his time on Gen G, this guy's the best Zeri in the world. And he plays these hyper carries, he plays these, you know, champions that can really take over in a consistent way, better than almost anybody if you can get him into the right scenario. Zeri, Smolder, any of these hyper carries, I honestly at this point think you just need to send it on these champions and just hope FaZe can carry you. Either that or get Shun and Scout priority. They've been consistently better in the middle of the map.
Any other thoughts about draft here for Game 4? JDG, I mean, they were looking so good going after that Game 1, but all of a sudden their season is on the line. They're going to have to win these next 2 games to get a chance to play against T1.
We had a question about whether or not Rookie's champion pool was under any threat. He takes the Swain here out of nowhere and does end up showing up a little bit here, so I will give him his flowers for a good game played.
All right, well, you know, IG up 2-1 now in this best of 5 series. One more game to get Rookie his first Worlds appearance since 2019, to get IG their first Worlds appearance since 2019. Will it happen in this game, or will we be headed to Silver Scrapes? Only time will tell as we await for the draft of game number 4, sending it back on over to our casters, Mazel and Rude, for the call.
Thank you to the Deskers, and I really hope we get 5 games, not only to get to cast another game, but also to get to hear Rafa's Silver Scrapes. I need to hear that again. But it's crazy to think all this time down the road, all this time separating that 2019 final spar from IG, trying to make a run, trying to make a difference, trying to go 2-peat in World Championships, and the fact that 6 years later, this team is reunited. The Shy and Rookie are the ones that are 1 game away from getting them to Worlds, to facing T1. It's crazy how stories end up coming to a head here in the LPL. It's always so romantic to see how things play out, but there is still a series to be had. JDG need to figure out what is going wrong, and fast. And they've got to turn it around, Rude.
That or their season ends, right? And ultimately it's a difficult series that they're going to have to play after this should they be successful, but it's one that they want the opportunity to play absolutely. As we load up for the draft for game number 4, again a reminder that this is almost the Shy stomping ground in 2023. This was the exact type of situation he found himself in with Weibo Gaming, where they were running that regional gauntlet. They had to come back from trials and tribulations of a regular season, and it was the Shy in particular that took that team from barely making it into Worlds all the way to that Worlds finals. Now on this IG roster, he carried them through the majority of the early regular season. And in that second game where he got absolutely pounded for the start of that Jace match as well, he was the one who was turning and finding those initial clutch engages onto June and turning the fight back in their favor.
Dude was playing Valorant last year. He was thinking, should I go pro in Valorant? Now he's back potentially fighting for Worlds here on the edge. But JDG going to be back on the blue side. We see the Poppy ban, the Karma ban, the Caitlyn ban. So very much different from what we've seen in the previous games. It is going to be that Azir and the Yunara still banned from that red side and from IG, as they finally banned that Mbessa once again.
Yeah, and importantly as well, you know, looking at the Kiana that we were so eager to see played, it didn't really have that same impact that we thought that it would. JDG, though, found early on that FaZe's success comes from being able to carry, and I think that he and Zhuo have had a very, very solid 2 versus 2 down on that bot side. Taking the Lucian early on sort of cements that as the priority, and I think this Caitlyn ban kind of indicates that as well, that they wanted to play for something that could be aggressive early on, and taking that Caitlyn off the board gives them that extra element of safety to be able to do so.
And I know we had some question marks levied towards FaZe's Lucian from the last time we saw it, but it's still something IG were worried about, banning it away in previous games, and now going to be the first pick for JDG. So JDG know exactly where they need to put their resources. It's going to be into that young gunslinger in the bot lane. Try to make it to Worlds. It can be, though, a very tough task when you're that short range, going into a Braum, going into now the Taliyah. really buying a ton of space for IG early on into this draft.
This is what we talked about, especially like these short-range marksmen hate having to play versus Atelier versus a Braum, where it makes it really difficult for them to navigate teamfights without being stunned. The Wukong, though, taken away almost by Jun there, and the Nami locked in for Zhuo down on this bot side, so a very powerful bot lane duo already locked in. Not as good as it formerly has been, but still something that can definitely tear you apart if you're not expecting it down on that bot side. Would be curious to see what Gala thinks is his answer for marksman down in this bot lane. Maybe he has to go for something a lot more conservative, an Ezreal perchance, a Jhin to maybe able to fire back a little bit of early game priority with, but instead opts into the Varus, one of those go-to marksmen that you can actually have a pretty good time of things in that laning phase. They're looking to go toe-to-toe. The Braum not a slouch if he's able to get on top of marksman either. So with the Hail of Blades potentially coming through for Gala here, this could be a good way for them to try and combat early on.
Yeah, I'd be very interested at which version he wants to go for, if he wants to step up toe-to-toe against Pays, or if he wants to go for more of that poke building. But we'll go into the second phase of bans. We'll already see top lane is the focus for IG, taking away the Jax from Xiaoxu.
Does that suggest that they maybe want something like a Yorick maybe? Could go for something that's a little bit more off the wall, but again, seems thoroughly within the IG's wheelhouse as something that they might look for. Even still, curious about what the idea is for IG with that Jax ban. Typically suggests you know, a couple of different options on that top side. The takeaway obvious almost for JDG, just ban those junglers. Let's get rid of everything that's left up. I think Xin Zhao's been banned away in every single game in this second phase in a couple of them, but still giving way a little bit less to work with.
Maybe? Do you feel like the Skarner could come through here?
Definitely an option for it. I think that it works quite nicely with the Braum as well. You line people up for the Glacial Fissure with that Impale. It's definitely not a bad takeaway if they want to take the Skarner off the board. Maybe something like the Maokai, the Sejuani as well. A little bit lower down in that priority.
All right, we'll see what their final focus is. What could be the final ban of JDG's 2025 season if they cannot put together a win on blue side in this game number 4. It is going to be the Skarner ban to get away some of that setup for Wei, but there's still so many options available, and we'll see what JDG can do with these final 2 picks for them, because they're going to have to be waiting for that counter pick for IG.
I do think Sejuani has the power to just completely, you know, Sejuani Braum as a duo as well is a very powerful combination to look at. Opens up for a good melee on the top side for the Shy as well. That is not what I was expecting. We're playing all the way back. No, that's a pick of all time. I mean, that's certainly something that works versus the Wukong, right? You try and outpace him, you try and outdamage him in team fights, and as far as JDG's composition looks at the minute, they are going all the way in, right? With Lucian, with Wukong, they want to fight forward. They've got Talia who stops that. Varus is pretty good at absorbing engages. Braum, who's incredible. And now Zyra, who is another champion who's great at absorbing engages. I think JDG, they have to double down at this point, so the Lissandra makes sense. Let's just see another dive top laner like Kled. Let's just fire that one in for the hell of it. Because they're already a dive comp. They've got no damage if they lock this in either. So I think IG are sat laughing.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty confident right now. This is a pick that Xiaoxu loves. It was also banned by IG earlier on in the series to take away a little bit of his comfort. So that is one thing that I will say is they've gotten a little bit of comfort picks for JDG's side of things. But I gotta ask a lot of questions on how this comp kind of comes together in a lot of ways. And now IG are gonna have the perfect counter pick here to try to get a little bit more going for themselves, and could be a little bit more of a fighter bruiser in the top side for the Shy.
Yeah, we'll wait to see it locked in. This now fits perfectly into their composition if that's what they want. I think that the way for JDG to win is to slaughter early and then hopefully snowball with that. They need to win early here because they're not going to have a good time as things get later. Their champions don't do the damage that they need to later on. The navigation of a team fight for Lucian late game is awful. Lissandra, very telegraphed, very simple to try and dodge out on. And the fact that it's 5 people that all want to go forward versus a composition that just loves absorbing engages just really speaks to a difficult time of things that IG, or that JDG rather, are going to run into as we move later into this game. So it's eyes on June, pre-level 6. Can you make something work on the Wukong? It's going to be pretty difficult, but once you hit that level 6 marker, you are all gas, no brakes. It's go, go, go for you, and you need to make sure that Pays and Zhuo are doing well also.
See the little head flick from Rookie, getting locked in, but more so all eyes on JDG. I gotta say, the Lissandra might look a little bit weird It's actually something that Scout has played a decent amount of. He has like a 60% win rate, I believe, on like almost 40 games. I think it's like 35, 36 or so. But a way to come into this game number 4 with a little bit of a wonky comp, with a lot of that dive potential, with something that can kind of set the tone earlier on than later, I guess, for JDG. And that's maybe a little bit of a turn back to what had worked for them in that game number 1.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's how they won the first match, right? They snowballed early and they took the game by the scruff of the neck, managed to really force Invictus Gaming into the dirt. But IG, a composition of players who thrive in the late game, who are going to be more than happy with this composition that they've got for themselves. They just need to weather the early game storm of JDG and coast their way to a series with T1.
We'll see if that becomes the case. Can JDG bring us to 5? A team that has been scrappy, that has had their backs against the wall so many times this year, and now, once again, they find themselves on the brink. Game number 4. Can IG make it to Worlds, or will JDG bring us silver scrapes?
All gas, no brakes, the mandate for JDG in this game. They are looking to send us to silver scrapes, give us a 5th game. But Invictus Gaming, just with steady, calm, patient League of Legends, should be able to send themselves all the ways to the World Play-In stage. Observers, great work highlighting already. The funneling from JDG this game is onto Pays. He is the carry. As long as he can get some gold, accelerate himself a little bit, it may be that it's playable.
May just be. We've seen some level 1s already. Oh my god, Shun? He doesn't expect the damage from the plant. That was just one of them.
All right. That's not good, is my prognosis of the situation. Jun now going to have to clear his jungle.
Invade.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Zyra usually to invade. I mean, you've slowed her clear down by maybe 5 seconds, but you've slowed your own down by at least 10, 15. You're going to have to be constantly at least a little bit worried for how you invade. And as long as his clear goes, successfully through the first 3 camps, then it might be okay. Good early ward down as well by IG. He's going to spot the Wukong on the Raptors just in case there's an early invade that comes through. But Zyra, again, a jungler who clears very, very well, very, very rapidly. And it's not like on this top side, the Lucian is going to be bullying out the top laner. This is still a Gnar, and Mako actually already early on. I mean, if he'd have taken Ignite here, he might have been just looking to force Jun down.
And they might indeed, and we're wondering how these lane setups are really going to affect the priority here. Jwo had already taken an early back, going over to help heal Shun in this tussle. Mako just being a nuisance right now. As we will see Pays in the top side, the Shy going for the trade. This is a ADC versus a top laner. And the Shy able to get a little bit of damage, but Pays skirting very nicely around some of it. Does this benefit IG, though, as they're going to move over and force Shun out of the jungle? This is what happens when you put yourself so far behind, and now he's locked down. You got the concussive blows. The piercing arrow not going to be enough. Ends up flashing away from it.
Waycross through mid lane to try and make this play happen. They do manage to take the flash. They manage to steal away a couple of the CS as well. And Jwo still level 1, makes his way up to this top side. He can give an ebb and flow, but there's no E here. There's nothing to stop the Shy from being able to get back out to safety. I think the problem is that with the way this wave is pushing, it's a pretty awkward timer for him. So it's going to mean that he probably loses out on a little bit of XP. Jwo needing to get to level 2 before they can truly punish, but I think that actually this wave has started to come back towards him, and JDG kind of messing a little bit with that wave.
Trying to use some of the movement speed to get the Shy down. He's going to try to use the jump out. God, the Shy's taking a brunt of damage here. Mako's finally going to come up towards topside, but hey, we've seen this story before. We've seen the Shy go down 1-6 and still end up being a big carry in the game, so we'll see if JDG fall for the same trap yet again. But when we're looking at the lane states and things like that, I mean, we are seeing that JDG are fully opting into keeping these lane swaps.
It's about funneling gold into Pays at the end of the day, and if they do that through just gold, it might not be enough. If they're doing it through experience as well, this is the way to accelerate him over Gala. But you can see that Mako's made his way down or up to this top side now, and Gala's pretty much maybe 2-3 creeps behind. Jwo blocks the Q. Really well done there to make sure that Pays can get back to safety. And, I mean, this
Meanwhile-
is just so good for IG. The whole point of this game is for JDG to snowball early, and the Jun invade lost them so much so early that it just seems impossible for them to try and claw their way back. But they're going to have to try and find some sort of a way.
They are indeed, and it's not going to be the way on the other side.
No.
But we do see a return to, I guess, a little bit of normalcy after that earlier game. Pays is going to be back down home in bot side. And we're going to see both top laners rejoin that top side fight, as now Dragon is spawned. Wei could do this pretty quickly. It is going to be under vision here. Gala has TP'd back with that Hail of Blades build, and the TP is his second summoner spell. Keep priority around this objective.
Looking at the items as well, it doesn't really feel like they're too far apart. Pays just dashed in. Got a good chunk
Grasping
onto Gala, in
roots.
fairness.
Okay, now Shun going to come around the corner. It is a 3v3. You got to expect if one single piece of lockdown hits JDG, that is the difference in a lot of these earlier game fights.
And Rookie's got prio in mid lane as well. Not only that, he's got the Weaver's Wall to make his way down here that little bit faster. So always that ticking time bomb of the mid lane in favor of Invictus Gaming there, so they can consistently feel like they can look for these plays. And you can see Jun maybe getting a little bit desperate. What's a level 5 Wukong going to do here? Maybe if the bubble lands, it's okay. But Jun needs to look for this.
Gala,
This is
he
it.
still has flash. You got to expect he's waiting for it. He gets out of the bubble, and that means Shun can't really step forward. Wei is on his way down here. They've got to know that it's a 3v3, but they have the health bar advantage. Shun going to get spotted out by the scanner, decides to just unleash his fury onto Mako. Does mean that Wei will back away from that 3v3. There was a move from Scout as well. Wasn't going to find anything, though, and Rookie's going to go back to pushing mid.
Yeah, I think that 3v3 is very favored for IG. It's the fact that Scout can get down there as well is the big thing that deters Invictus Gaming from looking for that fight. But they've weathered the storm early. They've found their way into this Dragon now. And once again, this is a composition for JDG that needs to win early, that needs to be finding these Dragons. The fact that they're losing out on this is a really big deal. They're going to have to try and find these 3 grubs, or I think that their chances through this game do get really, really low. I think the saving grace for JDG is that as this game gets later, they're going to have the Lissandra passive.
Yeah.
And there's not a real front line for Invictus Gaming to be able to stand in front of. And maybe with just a reset from Lissandra, you can burst the first target down, look to reset your way through the fight, and try to play front to back. But that's not easy, and I don't really know how you can get access to one individual target if IG play appropriately.
It's all about the setup and the fact that IG have so much utility on their side of things. We are going to be getting closer and closer to first items. We also have the grub fight, which has been pivotal in a lot of the games here so far, coming up in just about 20 seconds.
On our way back to game number 1, it was Mako who flubbed the engage, and Scout who benefited from it. 2 former world champions up against one another looking to join. Flandra joined Viper already with their signed, sealed spots at Worlds. Only one of them can join their former teammates and compete on that global stage once again.
They have had the readaptation of the bot lanes towards top. It is going to be the already set up grub start by JDG and Shun, but because Pays was forced to get out of the lane, now Shun will have to pull off the grubs, and this is a perfect setup for IG. I mean, they love some of these AoE situations, as one of the grubs will be taken away. Bubble's going to land onto Mako. Rookie waiting for the Weaver's Wall right around the corner. You can see him trying to set it up. Chains of Corruption is there. The lockdown chain that can come through from IG is immense, as it'll be a trade of 1-to-1 for the grubs. We're going to get the engage on Mako. Mako's going to have to be forced to flash away. Should be the remaining grub going to JDG, and they do make good on it.
Okay, good bubble there. Catches Mako prior to that wall going up. Means that some good damage can come through, and a flash away from Mako keeps him alive. Really small thing prior to that, though. The auto-attack range difference between a Varus and a Lucian fully exemplified as Gala, with just 1 Q on Pays, fully spaces him out. And means that he has to burn the cleanse. And honestly, I was expecting that fight to look a little bit different because the cleanse was down. Even still, it's a win overall for JDG, finding 2 of the 3 grubs, and forcing the flash from Mako is hopefully something that they can look to punish a little bit later on.
And we're wondering if these first item spikes are going to make a big difference, but we are going to see a little bit of calming of the rift. And I say that, and the Shy is getting the better of Xiaoshu in the bot side. Both of them still having TP up, so this is just a lead right now for the Shy. See if he gets answered to. There's going to be a lot of presence on the top side of the map from IG. I gotta say though, it's been such a back and forth, pull of the rope between Shun, between Wei, two guys who know each other so damn well after making incredible runs on that BLG squad just last year. Wei part of that team still at the beginning of this year, but a very vastly different end of the year that is on the precipice for both of them, and only one of them can come out the victor in this one.
Let's try and stop the recall with this. Smart play here by the Shy. Drops his boomerang, but it's all for the greater good here as Rookie.
Oh, Rookie. He gets completely locked, and now only about same health trade between the two, but Wei going to oppress Shun in his own jungle yet again. Down about 20 CS now. And potentially losing out on a little bit more as a dive could come through. The Stranglethorns are available, and Pays and Shuo don't have much health when it comes down to it. They're going to get the TP out of Scout, though, so that should pull IG off of the play. You can see how low the blue buff was just for being left with the plants of Wei, but now Shun will be spotted out moving over towards mid.
And ultimately, it's him who has to catch this mid lane. We're now sharing experience between two solo laners, or between two theoretical solo laners at least, but completely, not what you want to see from JDG and IG making these really good map moves to really stabilize and set up for a good way into this mid to late game.
And it's really just about getting these objectives under tow. I mean, we have 50 seconds. It could be a second dragon for IG, just pushing the tempo of how JDG have to navigate some of these fights in the end. And because they have some of these item advantages as well, it's going to be even better for them. I mean, you have Leandries, you have the Archangels coming through as well, and the Yumus completed for Gala.
Mazel, I've got a question.
Yes.
Top side, we saw some great spacing from Gala onto Pays. Where could I find out how to do that?
I think you could figure it out from some previous and former and current pros at prodiff.gg. As Pays throwing a little bit of a pro diff in mid lane, you can go improve your game by getting coaching from ERL, NACL, and LTA players and coaches. You get a little bit of a code difference with LPL 10 to save 10%, and prodiff.gg to get all of your leveling up needs when it comes to learning League of Legends.
Hopefully they can teach me how to solo a dragon like Wei is right now on this
man.
Zyra. Having a pretty good time of things. Doesn't really look like there's any problems that are going to come his way either. And again, to re-emphasize the problems for JDG this game as Zhuo gets caught.
Okay, they just think they can all in onto him, but Pace has a really good angle over the wall. It's a bit of an overzealous Glacial Fissure there by Mako, but still going to try to get something there, and it is JDG reforming ranks around this mid lane, trying to use some of this bread and butter for themselves, try to get this Pays and Zhuo combo somewhere and get a little bit of gold on them. It will always be a powerful combo, and Scout has now completed his item as he moves back onto the ring.
You are still getting to see that this Lucian does have some semblance of power early on, despite the fact that it's now down in XP, and again, Pays got funneled solo XP early on by laning top lane. The fact that he's down in experience versus Gala is a pretty big deal, and again, not what you want to see as JDG, but in this in the 2 versus 2, the 1 versus 1, you can still have some pretty good run of things, some good trades, and the opportunity to fight is still there. But we still need to see JDG come alive almost. We need to see them scrap around an objective. We've got Herald spawning in 90 seconds. Would love to see them try and make some sort of waves instead of what is currently a very neutered early game where they've not accomplished anything against a composition that will absolutely destroy them later on.
Well, you know, if they're looking for control over the waves, at least they have Nami. And that tidal wave is going to be extremely important, as Zhuo has had major impact in this series, and especially in those first couple games, was a little bit quiet in that game number 3. See just the push and pull in mid lane, like the ebb and flow. See, we got to tie in all the abilities wherever we can. But it's really a lot of that onus, a lot of that pressure on the JDG shoulders now. And now that Rift Herald's coming up in less than a minute, you have to start thinking about this vision setup for both teams. I mean, IG love to fight around these choke points.
And fight they will, Mazel, here with this really good chunk onto Pays again. As far as IG's organization goes. They're trying to set themselves up and make sure that they're ready for this Rift Herald in 30 seconds. Xiao Shu posturing up against the Shy here. Might even look for a bit of a commit. Good hyper.
He did just lose Mega.
Yeah.
God, he's spacing so well there, though. The Scuttle Crab will be secured by JDG, though.
Oh, do they know Scouts here? Scouts made the move up whilst Rookie's still bot lane.
Looking for the lockdown onto Mako. Mako's life will be forfeit. Unfortunately, Dwo picks up that kill in the end, but they will get the soul out. Rookie takes a side lane turret on the Talia. So getting a little bit of that standing gold for IG, keeping their advantage under tow. And it still will be the Rift Herald started up by JDG.
I wonder if Mako can spellbook over to the teleport. He does. They can get back out here. This isn't a sure thing with this Herald. TP into the mid lane by Rookie. Mako going to look to do the same thing a little bit deeper.
Corruption. Tries to get the damage down. Rookie is here too. Dwo gets wombo comboed. And now you got the Shy in the backline, but he can't go Mega, and he just gets completely blasted by Shun. And now in the pit he goes, but it's smoted by Wei. He gets the steal of the Rift Herald, but Pays in some trouble now as IG look to press forward. They've lost their front line. Xiaoxiu is left to abandon that mid, and that is going to be Wei getting the double kill. Rookie trying to place down Pays, but it's still holistically IG's favor here. All of a sudden, from a 2,000 gold lead, they're 4K up 16 minutes in.
If we exclude the early pick onto Mako, that's a 4-for-1 for Invictus Gaming. Again, just pushing themselves faster and faster into this mid-game, into the stage of the game where they are going to thrive. The organization that built the super team is finally coming up clutch in this World's Qualification Series, and Gala picks out Zhuo there. The nice seismic shove follow-up from Rookie means that the Nami has absolutely no chance. And despite the fact that Scout buys all this time, there's nobody there to follow up. Rookie does a great job at effectively 1v1ing Pays. That AD carry who'd got so much gold put into him early on, so much of the onus on his shoulders, he's just not able to pay it forward when it matters most. And Gala able to save his jungler there with an errant auto attack, keeping Wei alive.
God, and the little movement from Wei to get the double grasping, and just some of the micro movements in these fights that IG have had. I mean, you've looked at Gala the entire time. The guy has been Super Saiyan since game number 2, but the rest of the team is starting to pick up the slack. It is no longer 4 dead bodies being dragged across the finish line by Gala. They are stepping up, and at the time that IG needs it most. 6 long years it's been since this organization has seen Worlds, and it's a legendary organization in the LPL. And here they are with JDG pressed to the ropes, and Gala getting flashed off by Pays, but he can't get him. The Stranglethorn comes through. Glacial Fisher, he's going to get the kill. Mako kills Pays, and not like this, JDG. I saw them falter in a heartbreaking fashion last year with Ruler and this final effort in the finals, and here we go again. JD's heartbreak knows no bounds, but Rookie is the focus now on the side lane. He's trying to be taken down by Scout and Xiaoxiu. He should be out of there. He's going to get a lot of damage on Xiaoxiu here. He's going to get locked down by the Frozen Tomb and taken down by his opponent, Scout.
They needed that desperately. Just something to go their way is going to be a big win for JDG, but you can see that they're losing so much mid lane. Mako just dancing through Jun there to make sure that they're getting the charge onto the tier 2 turret, as well as that dragon falling, and a denial of the turret falling on that top side as well. Yes, they find one pick onto Rookie, but it just doesn't matter. They're getting so much across the rest of the map that IG continue to thrive, and it's Pays looking aggressively here for this pick onto Gala. Dodging out on the Chain of Corruption is good, and then as soon as Gala rounds this corner, knows that he has to flash. Unfortunately, Pays not quite able to get his full combo down within enough time. Wanted to cancel his ult, get an auto attack, and then a Q woven in. Unfortunately, a flash out means that there's not that possibility. There isn't that time for Pays, and Gala baits him. It's a very solid play that comes on through for the rest of IG, making it so that Gala doesn't fall, and also baiting in 2 members.
And we are going to have a 23-minute soul fight for IG. That is not where you want to be for JDG. I know we talked about maybe there's that wiggle room in the early game to have an advantage, but they didn't find that. And now they really need to have some scaling, some items under them, but they're going to be forced to fight way earlier than they're ready for. And you already have 2 items coming through for a couple carries for IG. Add a con in 30 seconds, they could force the tempo on that, and IG have everything going for them.
Again, the organization that built the super team at the start of 2025, a organization that had so frequently been all about developing their youth, developing their own talent, hadn't worked for the last 6 years. They went all out at the start of 2025 and it just failed them. Split one, they went out with a whimper. Now looking for the Shy.
They're going to pick him off, but how much has that mattered in the end throughout all of this? It is going to be a big pick, and you can continue, Ruth.
They built this roster from scratch almost at the start of this year. Split 1 was a failure. They bummed out of playoffs. Split 2, barely even coaxing their way into it. But split number 3 has felt different from the start. The Shy back to his former glory, carrying IG through the early part of this season. Not before a falter in the playoffs through this postseason. Now, though, they have to come up clutch without that top laner. No TP, dead for 10 seconds, and Atacon has been started here.
They're not going to pull it, though. In the end, they're going to back away. And when we look down the line of some of these moments, right, you're wondering like what this means to a lot of these players. We talked so much about Rookie having not been back to Worlds in 6 years. Scout, since he won his World Championship, has been back every year. Maybe this is not the year for him. It has not been. But now, he's got to put up or shut up. Pays has not missed a single World since he came in to that Tier 1 starting spot for Gen G. And they got to pull it out of the bootstraps now. I mean, Atacon's going down. Atacon's already gone, and Wei has claimed it. Now you got the play from JDG escaping, but Xiaoshu will sacrifice himself once again. And I don't think that's the sacrifice that's going to get them a win here. IG, they're pushing down bot lane. They're looking for lasting damage against Jingdong.
Need to be careful in this brush. Rowan pays fishing, but a great little spot by Wei keeps them all at bay. And they're going to be able to take this tier 2 turret. They did meaningful damage to the health bars of JDG. They're not able to stick around and defend this. Ocean Soul, Mazel, spawns in 2 minutes, to 1:45 to be specific. And we're looking at the gold lead, we're looking at the items, we're looking at the carries of JDG. There's just no way that they can take that fight. Surely the Soul goes over, and surely this is IG just doing their victory march.
And my bias is going to start showing through it. I'm sorry. But after watching Rookie fail year after year and being on the sidelines to watch that and to be so close so many times, to finally be on the precipice to make a difference, to shoo away that looming shadow of a curse that's been standing over Summoner's Rift and that's been standing over Rookie all these years, it's an incredible sight. I had a lot of promise in this team when they first came together. I was like, maybe they finally bring respect back to the LPL. They didn't domestically, but they could do one of the craziest things ever if they do win this series and move on to face T1 and take them down. And after all these years for this organization to be back in a place of promise, to be back in a place where you can be proud to be an Invictus Gaming fan, it's an incredible thing.
And let's not forget, right, you mentioned it there, what awaits them if they win this series. A date with T1 in the play-in stage to get to Worlds, to get to play at Swiss. Xiaoshu goes all in onto the Shy. Flashes out, jashes out as well. And it's that top laner for IG who I want to highlight once more, as he's done this, he's been there before.
Wait, he's frozen tuned. He's getting in trouble now as well. Glacial Fisher's going to come back. Whose power of ice is going to be
Here
stronger.
come the army.
He wasn't able to get the damage down. Pays is trying to kite through. The chains of corruption are going to hit the Shy. Tries to go for the big wall up, gets the kill. No, he can't. It's IG that falter in the moment that mattered most. They do end up killing Shun on the back end of it, but they lose a couple key pieces. And that dragon is going to be a lot harder to come by for IG.
They lose 3, but importantly, Jun is dead. JDG don't feel confident to go for this 50-50, because that's what it would be, especially up against a Varus. We've seen so many monumental Varus steals in not just domestic, but international play previously. Rookie and Gala, especially when they've got double TPs available, might just stick around and might just look to be the thorn in the side once again.
I don't know if I like this. JDG putting a lot of promise in this fight. The Unstoppable comes through there.
Look who's
JDG
walking as well.
losing some health here. Rookie
on the
coming
clock.
over. That's going to be the TP coming from the Shy. It's getting low. It's getting desperate. IG,
Quickly,
they're
JDG.
here. I'm scared as Gala takes the dragon. And IG, they can do no wrong. Scout is all alone. And that might just be the tail of the tape.
And try as they might, JDG in regional qualifiers just does not work. IG steal away the soul from Jindong Gaming and force them now to have to do the unimaginable. Down 5,000 gold, down an Ocean Soul, win a game with a composition that you don't scale well with.
And I swear to God, Gala heard somebody talking shit. This guy has been absolutely monstrous this series. Everything but that game number 1 going his way, and we see him steal the permanent soul for IG.
And it looks good here. This fight is good for JDG. They find 3, they only lose 1, and they play with their health bars beautifully. Some of that core JDG memory that we've seen from them have in this entire, play-ins, the playoffs as well. They did so well for the most part, but they spent just a little bit too long dilly-dallying around, not really knowing what it was that they were supposed to do, and lost out on the fight on the back half of that, losing that dragon, losing out on the soul as well.
Oh my God. And
now
it's
IG start this up.
It's literally a desperate spiral right now from JDG. They just feel like they can't get anything. They need to do something. Duo is stepping up there as well. Pei is going to dash away from the Shy, but he gets him into the wall with the Meganar. Scout's down 2. No more resets from the Lissandra. Shun tries to find an entrance on the backside of the fight, but now he's locked down. He's going to use his clone to get away. Now going in is Xiaoshu, but he's getting chunked. He got CC'd. He's going down low. You got the Shy on the other side. Goes through. Gala gets the kill in the end. Now Pei's going to calling for his life, but he can't do it. He doesn't have the damage.
The Ocean Soul's just too much. Mazel and IG win yet another one. The Baron up in their eyes. And it's IG just steamrolling their way to Worlds.
It just seems like that's fate at this point. JDG have fallen into the trap, and IG have clamped it shut. Baron going their way. 26.5 minutes in. An Elder Dragon fight in 3.5 minutes, but you gotta expect the siege is nigh onto JDG's base.
And how good would it be for Invictus Gaming finally, after all these years, all these iterations of rosters, and you can't help but look at that man in the mid lane, all the times that he'd been denied Worlds and all the times in the pre-show they talked about it, that he was on the rosters that couldn't quite get in there. We take a look back at another fight of JDG throwing their heads against a brick wall. Mako with the Unbreakable keeps 3 at bay. Then on the backside, the Shy keeps 3 more. We didn't really see this fight on the top side of it. Rookie versus Jun, but you can see he's earning himself his spot back at Worlds, taking down Jun here. Flashes over the wall just to add insult to injury.
And it's so poetic that after those 6 long years, it's a reunion of the guys that brought that star to Invictus Gaming, of the Shy and Rookie. Yes, JDG at the start of the year, but it really was these guys who wanted to put all that pressure on themselves. And now that they're back, IG are also back and potentially looking at that 4th seed now. Still Baron up for another 2 minutes on these IG laners. They're going to be looking to push in this bot and mid. Still 2.5 minutes is now already. Shun's going to have to pop the clone. Got engaged on there in the mid lane with the Stranglethorn from Wei, but the siege is coming in the bot lane now, and this Ocean Dragon Soul is so hard to manage.
And look at the minimap here. Scout's top lane trying to work his way through a tier 1 turret to try and get just that little bit of gold back for their team, but it's just not enough. Tier 2's falling in mid lane. Now they're onto the tier 3, and for JDG it feels like the beginning of the end. And we'd be remiss not to talk about that man in the bot lane here, Mazel, who carried them through game 2, which looked like it was going to be JDG's win, which was the linchpin for this series, the turning point, if you will. All off the back of Gala, who is 6-0-4 and chunking JDG under their Nexus turrets.
This team, they can be proud of what they represented here. It was 3 hard losses that IG faced up against. They were backs against the wall of this series. We said, what is this IG team doing?
There they go.
And now they're on the cusp. They're on the edge, and Gala's going to get engaged on now. Xiaoshu tries to find him. They get
He
the kill,
does go down.
Resets. IG
got
now in
Rookie.
some trouble. They're going too far forward. The Shy gets the kill in the end, but Wei, he's still alive. He's still chunking. He has the Stranglethorn back. He's going to get 2. Shun getting low. Scout's going to go down. The Shy tries to get the wall up but can't kill him. Scout's going down to the bird. The Shy finds another one. The Shy and Wei, they're tag teaming for the end.
And when it matters most, Mazel, they're gonna do it. Baron minions at their back. One Nexus straight down.
After 6 long years, there's no freaking way. Redemption for IJ is upon us, set in the stars from the beginning of the year. These legendary pillars of the LPL will come to life, and for the first time since 2019, Rookie's going to Worlds, baby.
And it's a big game for them to have to play. A date with T1 awaits them. Rookie versus Faker to determine the East's next contributor to the world stage. What a series we're in for. What a series we've had.
Take a bow, IG. The ups and downs that this team has faced for so long, for Rookie himself. I know it's Invictus Gaming, but goddamn, Rookie was so damn close so many years. It was not his fault on so many of those occasions. And we finally get to see the GOAT back at Worlds, man. I can't even. Congratulations to Invictus Gaming. I'm going to go cry off screen now. We have our deskers ready to go. Rude, I want to give you one last chance. Any thoughts before we head it over to them?
Thank you to everybody who's been here for all of this year to see IG's journey. Let's pass it off. Thank you very much. Desk, take it away.
What a cast! What
Let's
a
go!
series.
Let's go! We're going to Worlds! Woo! Let's go!
You earned it. Take that clown. That clown makeup can come off. Your quest has finally been achieved, Alk. IG, after 6 years, are gonna make it to Worlds, and guess what? They just need a Rookie back. That's all it took.
Thank God. Holy crap. I was ready to go to Game 5. I was a little questionable about whether or not the Zyra was going to work, but we played range, and we talked about it during the desk, during the break, but I cannot believe in the last series of the year for JDG, Scout was not the problem, it was Pays. God damn, bro.
It's unbelievable. If you would have told me that, IG3 won this series, I might have believed you. I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. Not like this. I mean, this was just truly one of those series that everything was kind of going against the grain, and it comes out with one of the most satisfying conclusions I think that you can look for with, players like Rookie and the Shy being able to reunite and get back onto the world stage. We're going to talk a lot about JDG throughout this. I want to give them at least a little bit of credit for even being here in the first place. This is a team that I think a lot of people counted out. Did they show up today? Kind of, but not enough. And, there's a lot to criticize. We'll get into kind of the replays of the game, but, how can you not be excited for a team in Invictus that has now punched their ticket to the World Championships?
Man, it feels bad again for, a player like Shun who moves back from BLG over to this new roster, wanting to prove himself, and I honestly think he did. At the end of the day, regardless of not being able to qualify, this guy proved he could be a really top-level jungler here into the LPL. But at the end of the day, it's his old partner in crime in Wei on IG that sets up on it this unique Zyra pick, Alk, that you were really excited about, and ends up being a really big part of this game alongside Gala. The zone control that this composition had here in this game 4 really did make the difference.
We saw complete dominance in terms of range. Like, it starts off with Shun trying to invade and try to put down this Zyra early, which I think in theory works, but the way that it goes down, he loses 80% of its HP thanks to it being an electrocute Zyra. So already Shun's on the back foot to start, and then you come into a game, how are we ever getting picks? We're basically saying, okay, well, hopefully Rookie doesn't have flash, we can use the Nami wave or the Nami bubbles. Pays is supposed to be a large brunt of our damage with this electrocute Lucian. Never works. Nothing ever gets done. Like, the Zyra and the Taliyah combo, double AP, I was a little bit worried, but we made it happen. The Shy actually showed up in game number 4. Like, everything went right for us. All of the good things that I was talking about IG came true here for tonight. I think maybe either they were saving their energy versus top esports, or Danny was really trying to make me work for this win, man.
It's the heart attack. That's what you play for. That's what Invictus is built
Yes.
for here. Is
Entertainment.
The heart attack. Yes, that's the only thing that we can possibly say about this. Because to win it, and to win it on this draft, I think it's incredible. It's so fun. It's so incredibly entertaining, and I'm just excited. I do want to, talk a little bit about Invictus. Like, this was an org that last year was like struggling to even try and compete for top 10, top 11, and 1 year later, they're back here in the upper echelon thanks to the individual play that I think they got from everybody. Look at the damage chart. I mean, that is a team effort. That is everybody stepping up. That is everybody doing their job. There was not a single weak link on Invictus. We talked about consistency. Here's your consistent game. Here is them going out and being better and being who we know they can be in the biggest of moments, and they've earned this going to Worlds sub 30 minutes.
Only objective that ends up going in favor of JDG is 2 grubs. 2 grubs and a turret. What happened to JDG in this series, man? Like, they started off the first 2 or 3 games with a gold lead versus their opponents. Game 3 was a lot more even, but still, IG then close out. Like, yes, it came together at the very last moment.
Yeah, the early games definitely were not the same level of high quality from JDG as we got later and later on into this series. As we take a look at some of these replays here, a huge play around this Rift Herald that really ended up breaking this game open for Invictus Gaming. It starts off with Gala finding that chain of corruption onto Juo, and again, another instance where Paze gets chunked out and is never really able to join the fight.
It really was an ADC diff. I mean, there's not really much else to talk about on that front. Gala was exceptional in this series. His positioning in this game was incredibly good, and you can talk about the previous performances. The Kaisa comes to mind, but he was incredible in game 2 as well on the Callista. Like he really was the better ADC, and Paze did not step up, and I think that's really showcased in a lot of these clips where you are seeing Gala free hit, where you're seeing him kind of be able to dodge and duck around a lot of the skill shots that are being flown out, whereas Paze has to constantly be put into a bad position. He's flashing over the wall to be more aggressive in this play, but a lot of those flashes did not go according to plan. I mean, let's not pretend like every single flash Paze made this game was good. So it ends up being a spot where Gala's setup, his execution, all of it was better. The bot lane diff was very much in favor of IG.
And it's heartbreak again for Paze, who was trying to do what Ruler was unable to do with this JDG organization a year ago, make it to the World Championships, get a chance to play up against T1 and Faker. But unfortunately, it's tragedy in the simplest way for JDG, getting eliminated at the exact same stage of the tournament as they did a year ago, despite all 5 players on this roster arc being different from that 2024 iteration.
And we talked about kind of that Paze, I think with this series, might be cemented as like he is always going to have the shadow of Ruler behind him, just with where his track record has been. You look at the start of his career, you look at it now, at least for the next year and a half, 2 years, that is going to kind of be a monkey on his back, at least from a community perspective. And I'm looking at what was happening in the series and kind of what we saw from the rest of JDG here today. I think, like, you kind of look at what IG were able to put together. I'm really sad because JDG, I think, were a better matchup versus T1, and we'll get into that as we close out the show. But IG showed that they were better around objectives in all of this entire playoffs and regional finals. A huge criticism for JDG was we cannot play around objectives. We have no idea how we're setting up. I think that there were a lot of really rushed setups coming in from Shin and the rest of the squad. And IG are a team that can be really calm, collected, and poised. So I think it's just a bad stylistic matchup in that way. And we also didn't see JDG close out games. There's multiple points in this series where we could have been 2-0 up. We could have been potentially 3-0 out of this one.
See our player of the game going away.
Oh. We saw this coming. I think we talked about this a bit on the desk. The Zyra was massive in this game. I do want to give a lot of props to Gala because I think he was really good throughout this series. And I know we don't do a player of the series, but I think Gala would very much be the one that I think a lot of people would point to there. But Wei here in game number 4, you want to talk about game altering? I mean, before level 1, right before the clear, like that chunk onto Wukong, it made the game so hard from the first couple seconds that we were in Summoner's Rift. Wei stepping up against a former teammate of his in Shun, and you know, we called him a liability for a lot of this year. He was definitely not the case here in his qualification game.
Definitely not. I know there was always big debates about, you know, should JJ have been replaced by Wei in the first place? It was originally maybe some personal issues, and then JJ comes in, just never comes back, and then Wei just takes over the rest of the time, and definitely had some question marks about it. But Wei stepped up here in this crucial series and has allowed for IG and you know, more importantly for the narrative's sake, Rookie to make it back to the world stage and get another chance at redemption. And speaking of, as we have concluded our final series of 2025 LPL, we have now our 4 representatives that will be going international right here in Shanghai for Worlds 2025. And yeah, you know, some big moments here for all 4 of the teams that'll be playing, whether it's BLG, Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, or IG, who have now made it. But I know there's always inconsistencies to, you know, try to point out and dive into, Ulk, but overall, we got some really big superstars that are going to be taking the stage here for our region, and I'm very excited to see what they're able to do.
This looks right. This is exactly where I think it should be. Playoff. If we looked at this from the end of the regular season, I think it is somewhat fair to say, like, okay, this is to expectation, but the road to this, the pathway, maybe people would have said AL should be 3rd seed, Top Esports should be 2nd, BLG obviously ending up winning it after ending 3rd in the regular season. Like, okay, is this really a team? Are they going to be able to pull it all together here in playoffs? This feels right, though. Like, IG deservedly should have been the 4th seed, but then we saw what happened, them going 5-9 out into the into the regional finals after losing to Top Esports. There was a lot of questions. This feels like home.
The 4 best LPL teams get to go to Worlds, and I'm so excited to be able to say that. We don't always get to say that. Not every year do we have the luxury of being able to genuinely feel like we are sending the 4 strongest teams from the region, but I feel confident that that is the case here, that BLG, AL, Top Esports, and Invictus are, like, gun to my head, those are the 4 teams I'm taking. You know what I mean? JDG, all credit in the world to the progress that they've been able to make. Even Weibo Gaming has had a lot of high moments, but the upside of these teams is very real, and I think especially going up against some of the talent and some of the teams that are coming from some other regions, I'm just really excited to see whether or not, you know, these teams can continue that good form that a lot of them had at the end of the year.
Very excited to see what, you know, BLG is able to do. They finally look like they're at their peak form, especially when, you know, either they have their option of Shadow or Beishuan. AL obviously did have some inconsistencies in Split 3, but we'll see if they can kind of reach that form that they were in towards the end of Split 2 and into MSI. Same with Top Esports, like during their regular season, and they ended up looking very good in this regionals finals, as did IG in this last series against JD Gaming. But there's a little bit of an asterisk that we have to put here with good luck at Worlds 2025, because for Invictus Gaming, technically speaking, they have one more stop ahead of their journey to the Swiss stage, and that is a matchup with T1, who has been named the 4 seed from the LCK. Okay, man, we got one of your classic matchup graphics to break this one down. Obviously, there is going to be a lot to analyze as we move forward in the coming weeks for this eventual best of 5. But how are you feeling after seeing IG in this match today?
You know, Grapes, I'd love to feel a bit more positive, but I think that there are some concerns. Now, I will say, IG's ability to play consistently strong in the late game and around a lot of these 5v5s, in a lot of these objective skirmishes, I think that that will fare them well against a team like T1 that does like to slow the pace down at the very least a little bit. However, as you can see, you know, for anyone, you know, curious about the numbers in parentheses, that's the all-pro landings for each of these players in their own domestic splits. But you know, there are definitely some matchups that I think you're going to be super interested in. I think the big one for me is absolutely in the top lane. If the LPL and Invictus want any chance of being able to pick up a win in this series, I think the Shy needs to have a vintage the Shy Worlds performance.
The problem for me is Owner is going to gap the living hell out of Wei. Owner has been playing like a man-possessed
in this series. Come on, give some respect.
Yeah, guess what? He's playing against Shun, okay? Wei has proven to be a bit of an issue in some of these series, and Owner, despite all of the woes that T1 has had this year, continues to be, I think, one of the most underrated and potentially best junglers in the world for multiple years in a row at this point. So for all of T1's kind of struggles throughout 2025, I don't think mid lane's going to be as influential. Bot lane has shown that Gumayusi and Keria are not finding that same level of success, especially as we get later into series. T1 can be a little bit more limited as to what playstyle they can play, especially around Keria and Faker. So when I look at this, if Invictus Gaming can at least win one game, I think sending T1 to Game 4 can give them a little bit more of a boon, but I need to see Wei put up a better performance. Otherwise, I think Owner is going to absolutely run the Rift.
We've seen Wei clutch up internationally. However, a lot of those have been at MSIs, not necessarily the world's stage. And speaking of that world stage, Faker definitely has a lot of experience there and a lot of experience taking down LPL representation. We had that graphic pop up from a couple of days ago, but just a reminder, none of these players have ever beaten Faker in a best-of-5 series at a world championship. One shining light, we get a matchup between Faker and Rookie. They have never faced off at Worlds specifically. It's going to be a real fun time to see them
best of
match
fives
up.
ever. 11 years. Rookie coming into the LCK, he plays a best of 3 versus Faker. It's been 11 years in their entirety that we have not seen a best of 5 between these two players.
With such storied histories of these two mid laners, two of the, I would say, most storied mid laners that we have in LoL esports history. Obviously Faker, but I would say Rookie has a case for being in that top 5, top 10 conversation. The fact that they have never faced off in a best of 5 means that we could be in for a real treat. And sure, we can say that T1, the defending world champions, are going to be the favorites, but you know that LPL is always going to play crazy, as that is their game. We'll see if IG can do it to get themselves into that Swiss stage. But with that being said, it's our final series here on LPL English, and before we fully sign off and send things over to our admin team for one final goodbye, we have to give a quick shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters, as they have been a huge part as to what has kept this show running all split long, all year long on the program. So thank you very much to Aaron Soup, Mung, Forrest. Without our Elite Coffee supporters, as their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. Okay, man, it's been a blast. We have had a ton of fun together here on the desk. It's been great to bring you in, starting in Split 2, and just what a ride it's been. And I know that you've been following the LPL for a long time, and glad that we got to get you on. Any final words before we close out the show?
Just a gigantic thank you to everyone who's involved with LPL English, on-camera talent, off-camera talent, everybody behind the scenes, everybody making graphics, production, the fans, people who watch, like everybody who, is involved with this project. This has truly been, a dream of mine to be able to do anything around the LPL, a league that I love and have loved for so many years. I'm so fortunate to have gotten to work with so many of the best play-by-play casters, and gotten to work now on the desk with some of the best color casters that LoL Esports has, and even the people that have taken some time to step away in VOD review and everything. The community's just been so welcoming. I'm so thankful for everything, and it's been such a phenomenal year. All I can say is that I'm endlessly grateful for the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, special thanks to you, K-Man, for helping us out all the time. It's been awesome to have you with us here throughout the season. And it's been a pleasure here to be on the LPL. A big shout out from me personally to all of our Super Troopers, our admin team. And that includes you all here in the middle of our screen, one of the MVPs alongside Kai, Mazel, and Kelsey Moser. The true drivers as to what has allowed this project to get going. When I first was asked to do this, I wasn't sure if this was necessarily something that I'd have like the bandwidth for or anything, but I made sure to make time for it because it's been a really fun experience and getting the chance to cover these incredible games and the like. But that's enough about us, as it's time to fully honor our teams that will be going to the World Championships for the LPL. Thank you so much here on the desk. It's going to do it for us and K-Man. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to get one last special thank you from our admin team in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English unofficial stream. We're getting ready for the expedition ceremony to send our 4 teams off to Worlds. And we got a little bit of admin time here. Kelsey can't be here, neither can Kai, but wanted to come in and try to round out the long year as a team here to finish it out. And already loving the cinematics we have going on, a little bit of brand representation there, but I really want to see what outfits they come out on. Every year they come out with some crazy cloaks, some crazy shenanigans, and we'll see what they got this year, Alk.
It's been cool. I know BLG, I want to thank Samantha, one of the BLG fans, for posting some of the videos we've been seeing. We're getting white jackets for BLG. The LPL jackets, kind of an inversion of the black they used for MSI. Thought was really clean. Damn, this looks good.
Yeah.
This looks really cool.
It does look really cool. I don't know. Do we want to send it to audio from the
If we get demonetized, I want to make my check, bro. Please. We're getting paid pennies here.
We'll keep our commentary going here. But I'm really interested in what they do with this arena. I know in years past, like especially the final arenas have been really kind of circular and leaving a lot of room in the middle for all the teams. This one's a little bit more front centered. So I'm very curious what they're going to be doing. But we'll be seeing our seeds come out one at a time. In their expedition gear, as you will, and we get the final announcement here.
There's BLG.
Dude, they shine.
Oh, it's
They're
IG. Oh my god.
reflective.
Yeah. That's the cool part. Like they have little shoulder pads as well.
Gala pointing to the IG. All
Look at
right.
those jackets, man.
Well, we don't get any cool hoods. I remember, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, they all came out with like cultist hoods on, like dark black, like craziness. But this year, you know, it's just the jerseys, just the jackets.
Also, the LPL is saved. IG made it to
Yes.
Worlds. That's literally
We're
the
all
entire
good. We're
reason
all
this team
They
was
might only be
made.
there for a day, but it's gonna be fine. It's craziness. Still insane that IG were the team that made it in the end, as they will wear that banner proud, 4th seed. And
the light curtain.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, that looks so
Yeah.
cool. Are we gonna go in order? Am I gonna see top esports?
All right.
Yes.
In the white, guys. What are we doing? Everybody's in full white. It's the year of the black uniform. What are we doing?
Let's break the trend. It is a dumb superstition. Just play the game, guys. Just win. There's 369 and the rest of top esports. I kind of feel bad for them because they probably got here like in the middle of game 2, and they're like, all right, well now we just get to watch the games. I know
Shadow was posting pictures. I know we saw that on Twitter. He's like posting pictures of watching the games.
Yep, that's probably why. And obviously a full house, not just because of regional finals, but IG, everybody's gonna show out, and obviously expecting the expedition finale here.
And it's a crazy experience. I didn't get to be there last year. I had to leave, unfortunately, a little bit early at the end of the expedition ceremony. But to be in that room is unlike anything, right? All the fans, all the love that's being poured out for all these teams, and all the hopes and prayers, at least, of the LPL being sent off with these 4 seeds. Those jackets do look pretty clean, as we see.
Dude,
AL
they're literally
moving
reflecting.
forward.
That's
Yeah,
so
it's
cool.
It's so cool, man. It's so cool.
I think it's even funnier. I just love seeing Flandra's face, man. This guy is always like a beacon of sunshine. He's just sitting there. Everyone's like super serious and stone faced, and he's just like ear to ear grin. I love it, man.
I gotta say, Hope's looking prim and proper there with his glasses, his new haircut, and everything. He just had dinner with Kanavi, and I think he's gonna be feeling really good. But this is our end-all, be-all, the first seed of the LPL, Billy Gaming, with their crazy jungle swaps and all the hands checks you could ask for. This is the team that the LPL is putting a lot of hopes on.
Ben, don't throw away this jacket, please.
Don't do it.
Please wait.
Don't do it. It's too
Please
good.
wait.
Or
At
wait
least
for
if
me
you're
to be
gonna
in the
do it.
crowd or something. I don't know.
There we go.
I wish. Still one of the coolest moments from internationals over the last couple of, besides the croissant and everything, you know.
As soon as that happened, you knew. You just knew it was the series. Like, Breathe was
Dude,
getting
that
aura checked.
that picture of him just
Yes.
like arms open, like that'll be completely in the history of the League of Legends. But we see our final seeds. That's all 4 of them here for the expedition ceremony. Any thoughts on all 4 of them moving forward here?
Well, I kind of want to just recap how we got to this moment, right? Like, BLG basically go on a tear in the upper bracket, completely annihilate everybody that's in their path, beat up on Top Esports twice. They auto-qualify as the first seed. Because Top Esports had an abysmal split 2 by their standards and end up losing to WE, AL qualify as the second seed due to championship points. And then Top Esports, they play a single best of 5 in the regional finals and they make it in as the third seed. So I think that's really, really awesome, and it kind of broke the idea of what was going to happen. There we go. We got all our teams. They even got players standing on desks.
They're standing on the desks, bro. I was just like freaking out about that. It's like, man, we're really on a honeymoon hotel stay here. We're just on top of the tables. We're all over the place. Man,
beautiful.
What an end. What an end to an incredible year. I know this means a lot to everybody that was part of this project. I know it means a lot to the LPL to have these representatives, but back home, man, I still remember the early days planning this whole setup in November when I was at my dad's. I was staying up till like 2 or 3 in the morning to talk to you guys to figure out what we wanted to do, how we wanted to approach this project. And here we are. Over 860 games streamed later, 60 plus people a part of this project, and so many more throwing all their love into it. I'm so at a loss for words for how proud I am of this project that we put together, how much the community has come together to make this a reality.
Yeah, this project is built by fans, and it's built by not just us here on the actual show, but a lot of the people in the community Discord, even just on Twitter alone. A couple members, I can't get to everybody, but a lot of the fans, specifically 1010, who has been a huge beacon and has taken over, basically being the voice for a lot of Eastern social media coming over for us. I want to thank all of the BLG fans. I know especially someone like 1010, who I know it's going to hurt now for her boys on JDG, but really helping with us just getting material for some of these. Like, the fans, and I think a lot of the specifically titled the fan girls, who I think get a lot of flack from some of the other people in the community, make small little projects around teams and make the ability for us to source so many different interviews and content pieces possible for us to get and put on the show, so we have a more well-rounded narrative about these teams. We get access to things that I don't think Western audiences would normally be able to reach.
Yeah, absolutely. We would not have nearly the connection we do with the league without them, and so huge shout outs to them. But honestly, it's just so crazy to me to think that after all this time, right, like, I cried my eyes out for almost 2 weeks straight when I found out I lost my job on the LPL, when I found out that broadcast that had been my home for so many years was just gone out of thin air. And I was like, what is going to come next? It took a long time to find the courage to want to try to put something together in spite of Riot in a lot of ways, but in the end, like, the outpouring of support, the fact that this matters to so many people is the payoff that we all wanted, right? And I think that is what stands far and above all of this. Whatever happens in the future, it was this year that the LPL came together as a community, and that means so much to all of us that have loved this league for so long, and to all of us that continue to want to see coverage on one of the best leagues in the entire world.
Let's kind of get into the graphic. We have a couple of stats for you guys.
Tough, yeah.
Let's be a little bit transparent with you guys. 861 games since the start of the Demacia Cup. A whole lot of guests, a lot of people behind the scenes making this happen. We got 70,000 Twitch followers. YouTube has been exploding. It sucks that we got shadow banned in the middle of the regional finals.
Oh
my
God.
Yeah, it sucks, but this show is not possible without the people on the background, and you only see so much. There has only been so much of the people in front of the camera, but especially all of our producers who have been helping us put this stream together, all of the people who have help us make graphics. I know me and Izzy have been really going back and forth on sticking in Canva, putting our nose to the grindstone and making this stuff work. Just thank you to everybody who has been able to be a part of this project this year.
It would not be the same without every single person's addition. The guests that we had, everybody behind the scenes, like, you will never know how much effort and will that this project took from so many different sides of the coin. You know, you give a ton of props to other co-streamers who are covering everything, right? You see this machine that has been built and so many people being a part of this, and it takes an entire village. And I for me, my biggest loving point that I got out of all this is to see how much not only broadcast matters to all of these people, but how much providing for the community in a traditional broadcast sense meant to everybody that was a part of this, even the socials team, the moderators, right? We were all in this together, and I think it takes so much effort to put on a consistent show like this, to have desks for the last 4 days of the finals here. I can't say thank you enough. I'm going to have a longer tweet later on, obviously, but this is just a love letter to everyone that was a part of it. I'm sorry if we used your Discord photos, but some of them had to be there. But I hope you find your names and your pictures a part of this and feel a little bit proud of what we've been able to put together after a very, very long year.
Yep. I don't know. For everybody, I know there's some people in chat that are asking us like what our future is. Still don't know. We don't know if we're even going to be streaming ASI. Don't know if we're going to be streaming Demacia Cup. I think right now what we're looking forward to is a break. Cause
a little bit of time off.
We streamed Demacia Cup into Split 1. We do the playoffs. We go into Split 2. We go do MSI live coverage thanks to it being here in Vancouver. Then we go to Split 3. Very long amount of games. I mean, we played 200 best of threes throughout the year.
It is crazy, man.
We played like 400 something series in general. Absolutely nuts numbers there.
Yeah.
And it's been a long time. Give us at least a week so we can I don't know,
give us a little bit of time. Give us a little bit of time.
Go do something else and we'll come back. Still got a lot of love.
Alk, any final thoughts before I give us a little bit of adieu?
Thank you, Lennon. This project doesn't happen without you. Without you immediately coming to all of us and asking us to be a part of the show. Thank you to Kelsey for doing a large bulk of the admin work. I know you guys probably don't see a lot of her, but she is handling, basically, she's our financier, our paper
goat,
pusher.
honestly.
Yeah, the person who's doing all of the administrative work to make sure that we don't get sued by the governments that we have to work within. And it sucks that LPL unfortunately lost its official broadcast, but we have been in contact with some people over on the official broadcast and people adjacent to Tencent or Billy and the rest of the gang, and they have recognized our work and are apologetic that it happened this way, but are happy that the Western audience still get a venue to be able to watch the games alongside all the other co-streamers. We haven't talked about them. Nymero's on this graphic, Initialize is on this graphic, but them, Dom, the games that Cadril decided to stream, and everybody else. I know I'm forgetting people, Toad. There's a lot of people who ended up streaming LPL this year, but it wasn't just us. It was a community and not possible without them.
I'm having a hard time saying bye because I don't want this to be the end, but maybe it's just a see you later. But to everyone that's poured every ounce of love and support into this project, thank you. When I started this, I had no idea what it would end up being, and it's proven to be more than I could ever ask for. We are truly a family here in the LPL, no matter if there isn't an official broadcast. We love you all so much. We'll see you as soon as we decide what's moving on forward for us next. And let's go ahead and give one final Jayo to our LPL teams who will be representing us at Worlds 2025. Goodbye, good night, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.